Chag Kasher V'Sameach. Okay, that's cool. Homer count. These 2 days. Brigadier Nailan Makal Mashakit Shana Bamutla Fitivanu. Al Sifrat HaOmer, blessed be Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 2 days of the Omer. No one knows for sure Eluvei Elodivrei Elokim Chaim, but this is the Mazor we live by.
In 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a God.
Hold on. How many days is this bitch? I don't know. I'm still in a coma. 98 days, 17 hours, 55 minutes, 54 seconds, and what else? It's 22 days and those days are running. And what else? $37.61, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. $36.31, 137, son of Adam was born. There we go, son.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable.
I ain't like coffee. Really? No. Why? Not that cool. Psych.
Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Welcome back. Let's just jump right in, right? So the first thing we should do is do a bit of a recap on apocalyptic Judaism, just so that we can all be on the same page going forward. As I mentioned in the previous lecture, apocalyptic Judaism really emerged in the turmoil of the period after the Babylonian conquest in 586 BCE, and then really taking its form in the period after the Judahites are allowed to return to their homeland beginning in 537 BCE. And it's in the subsequent aftermath of that turmoil that what we have is a big theological shift in how the ancient Israelites understood their relationship to their God. As you may remember, the older, more prophetic literature said that if the Israelites don't keep their part of the bargain, God's going to wipe them out. Well, they weren't all wiped out. And so that's a theological problem, right? We have a sort of a threat that, I remember my mom sometimes telling me, I brought you into this world and I'll take you out of it. And then I did something bad, and she didn't take me out of it. And I was like, I might have called your bluff, Mom. I don't recommend you do that. But, well, that kind of happened with the Israelites, right? God threatened, look, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out of it. And God didn't. So what do we do theologically with that? And what ends up happening and what ends up emerging is a new kind of theology and a new kind of interaction with the Israelite God. And so rather than the Israelite God communicating orally to prophets, what we have is a shift in the theology where rather than communicating orally, right, what we have is God communicating visually, right? God is showing the Israelites various kinds of things. And the biggest, perhaps the most important thing that God is showing to the Israelites is that there's a plan, that everything that's happening is planned. There is a reason why you're suffering the way that you're suffering. There's a reason why wicked people seem to triumph. There's a reason why you've been returned to your homeland after being conquered by the Babylonians. There's a reason why the Romans, you had independence for a while, and now the Romans have conquered you again. Why is all this happening? Well, for the apocalypticists, there is a plan. And typically, right, other things that the apocalyptic literature also deals in is things like cosmology, right, the structure of the universe, history, why the universe came into being at all, and specifically what they're often really interested in is the origin of evil. Why? Because they're enduring a lot of evil. And so they really focus on where evil came from and how evil emerged. And there's a lot of different competing theories in the ancient Israelite literature about the origins of evil. Some of those have to do with talking snakes in a special garden. and some of those have to do with angels coming down to mate with women and teaching human beings all kinds of bad things. So there are several competing theories about the origin of evil, and of course also apocalypticism is at least vaguely interested in the future, right? At least vaguely interested in the future. Not in the same way that perhaps we are now. If you're curious, in religious studies, we have a whole different term for studying the future end of the world. That's called eschatology, from the Greek eschaton, which means the final things. But not all apocalypticism is eschatology, but all eschatology is probably apocalyptic, right? So those are slightly different categories. We'll talk more about eschatology later. And as I mentioned last time, there is a massive amount of apocalyptic literature. I think that if I skip back just a couple slides here, right, and you can remember here on the page, there's just a library of apocalyptic literature that gets developed, some of which occurs in the Hebrew Bible, most of which does not, right? And then, of course, we also have Christian and Islamic apocalyptic literature. This is a vast amount of literature. And I think, as I mentioned, if you were to take the apocalyptic literature and compare it to the actual surviving literature of the Hebrew Bible, there's almost just as much apocalyptic literature as there is other material in the Hebrew Bible. So it is a treasure trove of material, most of which I think most people have never read before. Much of which was lost for a long period of time, actually. Of course, the most famous pieces of apocalyptic literature are the books of Daniel. Daniel 7 through 11 is sort of the locus classicus of the genre. It really sets the stage for the genre. But of course, also is the book of Enoch. Of course, the book of Enoch, as you may know, isn't actually one book. It's about 5 different books that are stitched together, and there's various kinds of Enochian stuff in there. And in addition to that, there isn't just one book of Enoch. There are actually 3, right? We have 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Enoch. So in the Enoch literature alone, 1st Enoch, I think, comprises almost 100 chapters. It is a massive book. So Enoch is a terribly large volume. And of course, 2nd and 3rd Enoch are also part of that literature as well. So even the Enoch literature is itself really vast if you get down into reading it and studying it. And of course, the apocalyptic literature is marked by an intense use of symbolic visions, and it heavily features what we call ex eventu prophecy, which is where you describe a current situation in encoded language as if it's going to occur in the future. Now, this has led to a lot of confusion, right? Because when you read the book of Daniel, many people now read the book of Daniel as predicting the future, right? This is going to describe the coming war with Russia or China or something. But the reality is, it actually describes the Persians and the Romans. It describes what's going on in their time period. And so this has led to a lot of confusion. And in many ways, the entire Christian evangelical world has this intense idea that encoded in the Bible are the secrets about how the world's going to end. Well, the truth of the matter is that these writers are describing things happening in their own day, as if it's going to happen in the future. And so that's led to, again, an entire genre of theology, what is sometimes called end times theology or end times research, eschatological research. But the original message of that literature was not about the end of the world. It was about criticizing conditions on the ground. So you may, in some sense, think of some apocalyptic literature as having a kind of social justice bent, or being a kind of critical literature in the sense of social criticism, except for it's happening at a much different register. It's happening in a much different register than we might think of social criticism now. All right, so as I mentioned, right, this kind of literature, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, would set the stage for a great deal of developments in Christianity and Islam. In fact, one might even describe Christianity as a form of apocalyptic Judaism that kind of got independent, right? It sort of got escape velocity and shot off of Judaism. But other forms of apocalyptic Judaism existed as well. Organized forms of apocalyptic Judaism, perhaps second to the Christians, would be the Essenes. The Essenes were also an apocalyptic sect of Judaism, though they were probably wiped out during the Great Revolt. In fact, Josephus even describes how they marched out to battle and they were massacred in a couple different battles. So it didn't work out for them. So, right, one of the things that's worth pointing out here is that apocalyptic Judaism did not prove popular in rabbinic, proto-rabbinic, and rabbinic circles. So we'll get to that. We'll get to why that is a bit more this evening, and how apocalyptic Judaism did survive into rabbinic Judaism and how it didn't. And again, part of what's going on here is the rabbis have a very simple agenda, folks. Their simple agenda is survival. Their job is to make Judaism work in the aftermath of the destruction of the temple and in the aftermath of the genocide committed by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. And so what the rabbis are concerned about isn't, right, this final battle with evil. They're really concerned with, how do you cook kosher food in an oven that has these characteristics? That's the kinds of things they're worried about. They're worried about continuity and not about theological clamoring over what's going to happen in some grand titanic battle. And so, because again, if you really do believe that God's going to intercede on your behalf in some grand titanic battle, well, you might march out, try to pick a fight with the Romans because God's on your side. Well, then you might be massacred. So the rabbis are less interested in those kinds of theologies, although with an exception we'll talk about tonight. And the reason why is they've seen them fail over and over again. You can imagine, right? After the 15th Messiah has come along and led a bunch of people into battle against the Romans and died, you can imagine that many of the people who are trying to keep the situation going are not impressed with that anymore, right? After the 5th failed Messiah, people are like, this Messiah stuff is just getting people killed. And by the way, it's still getting people killed, right? You can talk to those folks out at Waco, you can talk to folks at Shrinko, you can talk to a lot of folks. Messiahs often lead their people into great peril, and it can lead to all kinds of problems. By the way, Jesus wouldn't be the first nor the last Messiah. There's been a lot of Messiahs that come and go. They typically share the same fate as Jesus, though they don't typically enjoy the same success that the Jesus movement did. So, the proto-rabbinical organizations, the proto-rabbinical movement was not very copacetic to the rise of the apocalyptic form of Judaism. So again, if you have questions, just make sure to put them over there in the chat, and I'll try to get to them toward the end of the lecture. So whether they're wrap-up questions or clarifying questions or digging deeper into whatever. So let's turn to a form of mysticism that did emerge from the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, but did survive in the rabbinical world, right? That did survive into the rabbinical world, and that is going to be Merkava mysticism, Merkava chariot mysticism. And we'll clarify a bit more in a minute just what that means and how, well, weird it is, because of course it's going to be rather weird. As I mentioned earlier, and as the question was asked earlier, theophany, the idea that God appears to people, was a central Israelite religious trope. That's a kind of claim to fame, right? God showed up and gave us a bunch of rules and chose us to be special. That's a core concept in Israelite religion and Judaism. This is an idea that survives all the way to this day, and one might even say that it's one of the core conceptions in Judaism as it exists. So often, as I said, right, God would show up and God would reveal, sometimes through an intermediary, various kinds of information, various kinds of commands, or even God could even make contracts with various people. So God made contracts, for instance, with Abraham, right? Abraham said, or Abram at that time, right? You're going to do this, and I'll do this, and we'll make a deal, right? We'll make a brit. We will cut a covenant, as it literally says in Hebrew. And so God makes these various covenants with these various people, or peoples, in the case of the collective Israelite state. And so this idea that God could show up to you or show up to us was an idea that was very common in ancient Israelite worldview. Now, what's going to change, right? What's going to change is that visual contact with God typically is God coming to you, right? God revealing things to you. What's going to change in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism is that you're going to go to God. God's going to take you up into the heavens. An angel is going to escort you into the heavens and show you around the heavens, or show you around the cosmos, show you around the throne of God, show you the underworld even, right? Enoch even gets tours of the underworld, the bad place you don't want to go when you die. And so there's a shift in the apocalyptic. Rather than God showing you, right, you get to go to God. And that motion where rather than prophets being told things as if they're sort of passive, recording it, rather they go on journeys, that's going to be one of the big shifts in the apocalyptic literature. And of course, the main two events in which this happens in the literature, at least in the biblical literature, are Isaiah and Ezekiel. And those two theophanies, the theophany of Isaiah and Isaiah 6, and the theophany in Ezekiel, are going to be the two big prototypes for how this is going to go down. What I should also mention, by the way, is that the angels are the various other supernatural beings that are often seen by the apocalypticist or the prophet, are not the angels that you're probably used to. I know most of you probably have in mind the more Renaissance version of the angel. That is to say, it's a roughly humanoid, sometimes even baby-looking creature with wings, right? Sometimes with multiple sets of wings. Some 6 is typically the way it's described in Isaiah. In the Ezekiel vision, these beings look nothing like stereotypical angels. We have wheels covered in eyes that rotate around each other in weird ways. People have even said things that this may be a UFO or something. Who knows? There are other creatures that are sort of stiff-legged that have various kinds of wings and the shapes and the heads of various kinds of animals. They are very, very, very unusual creatures, and they often get strange names like the Chayot, right, the ones that are alive, or the Cheruvim, or the Ophanim, that's the name of the wheel-shaped ones. So biblical angels or biblical supernatural creatures are very unlike the cherubic angels that you may have seen adorning paintings from the Renaissance. Israelite angels don't really appear like that. What's important about the apocalyptic is also what's going to be added from Isaiah and eventually into Enoch, where they're going to be given visions of the throne of God. They're going to be taken to the very apex of reality, which is God's throne room, and they're going to be shown images of the throne of God. Well, to get to the throne of God, you can't just kind of go, the old, Maynard saying, right? You can't get there from here. Well, you can't. You got to travel, right? And the way that you travel typically is you travel up through the various spheres of the heavens, right? They're typically thought of as being 8 spheres of the heavens, and all of these spheres are inhabited by all kinds of supernatural creatures, angels and otherwise, demons in some cases. And you ascend through these spheres, right? And eventually you're given access to the palace where God lives, and you're given access to a vision of the throne of God. We first see this begin to happen in some of the literature associated with the character Enoch. Enoch, as you may know, is famous because Enoch never died. The Bible simply records that Enoch walked with God and God took Enoch away. Right? So Enoch is one of the few people in the Hebrew Bible that is never said to die. Of course, Enoch, along with Elijah, are 2 characters that are said to never have died. Now, this what ends up happening, right, is that the structure of the Israelite cosmos gets really thick. As you may remember from the first lecture, right, when I described the Israelite cosmos, what we have basically is a dome, right, and that dome is full of water, right, and it rains down, or hails down, or rains down, right, and God is above that dome. Well, what ends up happening is that after the Israelites come in contact with the Persians and the Greeks especially, and somewhat to the same degree the Persians, they have a much more robust vision of how the cosmos works. Right? These are the guys that are going to invent things like astrology. And for them, what you have are various planets ascending, right, beginning with the moon and ascending all the way up to the planets, right? And so the universe gets much thicker. And of course, if those planets are moving around, right, they got to be moving through something. And what are they moving through? Well, there's a lot of debate about it. Aristotle thought it was crystalline spheres, but there's a lot of debate about what's going on. The most important point here is that the Israelites are going to inherit a quasi-Hellenistic, quasi-Persian worldview. When I say worldview, how they view the world. And the old Israelite conception of the universe gets a lot more complicated, right? A lot more complicated. So, right, what we have in the aftermath of some of this apocalyptic literature, specifically the Enoch literature, and if you ever want to read the Enoch literature, I can recommend a good translation for it. It's really fascinating literature. There's going to be a question here, right? We have the idea that Enoch ascended into the heavens and had visions of the throne of God. Well, curiously, the rabbis ask, can other people do this? Is it possible for someone else to make this ascent? And we're going to complicate that term ascent here in just a minute. And what's shocking is that the answer is yes. They say, yeah, you can go into the heavens and see the throne of God if you make this ascent through the various spheres of the heavens. And not just can you, but I've done it. and I can teach you how to do it too. And that's where we move out of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, where the apocalyptic mode is simply revealing what Enoch experienced to a mystical practice whereby you, or at least some rabbis, could do this themselves. Notice that difference, right? One is literature, the other is mystical practice. And so the form of mysticism that begins to emerge in the Persian and in the Hellenistic period, right? This is beginning at the very earliest in the 5th century BCE, but certainly by the 3rd century, this is beginning to mature. And of course, by the 2nd century, it's reached its 2nd century of the Common Era. It's probably reaching its apex. We typically now refer to this literature, and many of the medieval Jewish folks did, and many folks in the Talmudic period do as well. They refer to this type of mysticism as Ma'aseh Merkabah, which typically we take this to mean something like doing of the chariot. Notice the word Ma'aseh in Hebrew has a sense of you doing something, right? You're not reading about it. You're not reading Enoch. You're trying to go on the same journey that Enoch did. The idea here is this is a practical form of spiritual journeying. Now, this kind of literature is typically referred by two different names, but it always refers basically to the same kind of mysticism. In one form of mysticism, we refer to it as Merkabah literature. The word Merkabah is the Hebrew word meaning a chariot. And the reason why it's called chariot literature is because God's throne is typically imagined to be a kind of winged chariot. Now, if I scope back a whole bunch of slides, right, all the way back to that Persian period coin, let me find the Persian period coin. Remember this coin I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, right? Notice that this is probably Yahweh, right? Notice what Yahweh is riding upon. It's a chariot, right? And it has a wing, right? It's not being pulled by horses or whatever. It's a horseless chariot, right? It's God has a Tesla or whatever, right? So anyway, God's being pulled on a chariot here, right? And this is a winged chariot. Notice this is also God's throne. So when we say Merkabah mysticism, what we mean here is that these mystics are attempting to go into the throne room of God and have a vision of the divine chariot, which is also God's throne. It's kind of convenient that your throne is also a chariot because you can get around, I guess. The other name for this form of mysticism is Hechalot literature. A Hechal in classical Hebrew is a temple, but it can also mean a palace. And so the Hechalot literature focuses on the journey, not the destination. All right, it's all about which one you want to focus on here: the destination, the throne of God, or the journey, the palaces of God. And what we get in this literature, this Hechalot literature, is very complicated descriptions of the various chambers or palaces that the mystic must go through in order to get to the throne room of God. Because again, imagine that this is a king living in a kind of palace. Well, you just don't go into one room. God doesn't live in a one-bedroom efficiency in Brooklyn, right? God lives in the big, complicated palace, and you have to go from the outer layers of the palace to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, and eventually you reach the innermost layer, the inner sanctum, where God's throne is. And so you have to pass through these various palaces. Now, that's not easy. And the reason why it's not easy is that these various palaces are occupied by all kinds of angelic beings who don't want you there. They do not want you there. You're not supposed to be there. This is a sacred, divine realm where human beings who are, sinful or whatever, should be hanging out here. And so what we get in the palace literature is that these very hostile, often military-like angels have various kinds of ways of making sure that you don't pass through the various palaces without very complicated passwords, without very complicated seals. These seals would be represented often by various kinds of divine names for these angels. And also you need to know the various names of the angels in order to address them properly. So you have to know their name, you have to know their seal, you have to know passcodes, you have to know all kinds of things in order to bypass these various kinds of angels. Somewhat secret codes almost. So you need to know that information, otherwise the angel will kill you. And in fact, there are even cases in some of the literature where the text will say, no, this is the wrong passcode. Like, this passcode is not the right passcode. this needs to be corrected because I went in there and I said that passcode and they almost, there's a famous line in Hechel Rabbati where one of the rabbis says, that angel almost shoved me like a piece of wheat, right? Just, so there's the idea that they can kill you. Of course, the ascent, right, through the palaces ultimately results in the vision of the divine throne, which results often in a kind of ecstatic experience. These ecstatic experiences are often encoded in some of the poetry that gets written during the Merkabah literature. And what's even more fascinating, and this is where it gets incredibly controversial, as you might imagine, you can sit on the divine throne. There's at least a couple of instances where people sit on the divine throne and they are transformed into angelic-like beings. This, in fact, happened to Enoch. Enoch was allowed to sit on the divine throne, and this transformed Enoch into a divine angelic being known as Metatron. And Metatron actually becomes the angel of the throne. Again, you can ask yourself, like, how can a lowly human being sit on the throne of God? Well, that's part of what makes this literature so shocking. Further, more shocking, you can have a vision of the divine body. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, God doesn't have a body. One of the things that Judaism teaches is that God doesn't have a body. Well, kind of. God in this literature does have a body, and God's body can be measured. God's body can be measured. And typically the subform of Merkabah literature is called Shiur Koma, which in Hebrew or Aramaic actually means something like the measurement of the body, or the measurement of the vastness, or the measurement of the heights. And so what happens in this literature is that you're given a glimpse of God, and you're allowed to measure the body of God and meditate on the dimensions of the divine body. I'll show you an example of what that looks like in just a moment. So this form of mysticism is genuinely weird. What we have often are phenomenological reports, which is to say we have the mystics who actually give us a report of what they experienced. We have advice from other mystics actually telling other mystics how to do this and how not to do this. We have mystical advice entering into this, including some idea of the kind of techniques that they may have used in order to induce these visions. And there's also a great deal of literary flair. These documents are very well written. They are intentionally trying to be perhaps provocative. And what we get in these documents is a really fascinating glimpse into how they may have practiced this stuff. Also, it's worth pointing out at this point that for whatever reason, and there's still debate about this, for these mystics, for the Merkabah mystics, you don't ascend to the palaces of God. You descend, right? You're a day Merkabah. You descend to the chariot. Now, why they descend to the chariot, we don't know, right? It seems like you should go up, right? God lives beyond the stars, and up seems like, it's like Peter Pan, right? Second star on the right, straight on till morning, right? That you should go up toward the divine world. The Merkabah mystics never describe things going in that direction. You always descend into the chariot. Now, why that is, we don't know. I typically think that it might have to do with a kind of taboo that you don't describe the ascent because you're unworthy of ascent, but you may be able to descend. For instance, in the Hebrew Bible, sometimes the word barach, right, to bless, can also mean to curse if it's used in a euphemistic way. For instance, Job's wife tells Job to bless God and die. But what she really means is curse God and die. And if you read it in translation, it'll always say curse God because the word there is being used in a kind of unusual way. So that may be one, that you descend to the throne as opposed to ascending. But we don't know why they chose to describe it as a descent and not an ascent. Just to give you some idea of the main texts of the Hechalot or Merkabah literature, First Enoch is often described as typically described as an apocalyptic piece of literature, but it heavily features into the Merkabah literature along with the visions of Isaiah and the visions of Ezekiel. Those become the groundwork for the kind of later, very Baroque visions that we'll get in the Merkabah literature. The two principal texts of this literature are the Hechelot Zutarti, and this is the Lesser Palaces. This is considered to be typically the older of the oldest form of the Merkava literature. It's a relatively short text, and it has to do with the descent of Rabbi Akiva. We have the Hechelot Rabbati, which is the longest text of the Hechelot literature. This describes the descent of Rabbi Ishmael. Both of these rabbis lived in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Another text that was also very popular was what is called the Maaseh Merkava, the account of the chariot. This is primarily ecstatic poetry uttered by the descenders when they made the descent, so it's largely Merkava poetry. We also have the Sefer Hechelot, the Book of the Palaces. This is also known as Third Enoch, and this has to do with the transmutation of Enoch into the angel Metatron, with the whole sitting on the throne of God. What's also worth pointing out is that in Third Enoch, you have perhaps one of the most provocative ideas in all of Jewish mysticism, which is to say that not only is Enoch transformed into Metatron, but that Metatron is sometimes described here as the Yahweh Katan, the little Yahweh, right? So you have the Yahweh Gadol, which is God, and you have Yahweh Katan, the little God. Now, the idea that there could be two gods is going to prove to be very, very dangerous and heretical idea in Judaism, but this idea was in the air during the Merkava mystics, and so even Merkava mysticism at some level challenged straightforward ideas of monotheism, which we take to be so sacrosanct in Judaism, but at least in Third Enoch and some other texts, the idea of a completely unified monotheism is disruptive, right? It's disruptive. And there's some ideas that even the Trinity may have emerged as some of may have emerged in conversation with some of this idea that there is a greater God, a lower God, and things like that. So again, basic assumptions you make about Judaism are disrupted by some of these mystical ideas. One of which is that there is a lesser Hashem, a lesser Yahweh, and that idea is, I think, very, very shocking for many people. And again, also I mentioned this text, Shiur Koma, and Shiur Koma is a separate piece of literature, and which, as I mentioned, right, describes the various dimensions of the divine body in a Persian unit called the Parasat. And we'll talk more about that in just a minute, and I'll give you an example of what that looks like from the Shiur Koma. This form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex right around the 2nd century, right around the 2nd century, sometime in the middle of the 2nd century, in the 150s, 160s. Now, why? We don't know. Why that time period? That's the direct aftermath, or right at the time period of the Bar Kokhba rebellion. As you may know, Rabbi Akiva was martyred during the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Rabbi Ishmael lived around the same time. Why then? Well, perhaps people were very desperate. People wanted to have, people felt very abandoned by God, and so these techniques for descending into the throne room of God allowed perhaps them to connect with God in a new way. It's not clear, but that's when the form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex, although it seems to have been practiced all the way into the Middle Ages, and there are Hechelot texts that are actually absorbed into Kabbalah. So Kabbalah will absorb a lot of these texts, and they will survive into this literature. Just FYI, we have about 50 manuscripts of this literature that have survived from antiquity, all dating back all the way back to the Cairo Geniza. So we have a lot of this literature, right? A lot of this, which again, typically, right, we take whatever survived, and that gives us some sense of how popular something was. 50 manuscripts is not nothing, right? No, they're not all complete. They're not all in great shape. But the fact that there are 50 of these manuscripts that have survived, some of which survived all the way from Palestine or Babylon, they were moved across North Africa, they were absorbed into the European context. That shows you that this literature is being copied, it's being appreciated, it's being admired. But it's really fascinating. It's really fascinating to survive so many manuscripts. We think that the way this literature was formed, and this is a going theory right now, most literature, by the way, should also mention, is in Aramaic, not in Hebrew. which means that it was also being written in the vernacular at the time. This is literature not meant, this was literature meant to be read and wrote in the vernacular. What we think happened is that there are smaller phenomenological units. Phenomenology is the $4 word that means experience, right? These people are having experiences, they're recording those experiences. Those experiences are what we call microforms. They're just very small snippets of discrete mystical experiences. And it seems like there are schools of mystics having these experiences. So I might go to the first heaven, you might go to the fourth heaven, right? I might go to the third one, you might go to the second chamber of the fourth heaven. And over time, what ends up happening is that all of these various microforms get stitched together into what we call macroforms, much longer documents, in which narrative sections are kind of stitched into these microforms to form these larger narrative structures. And at some point, this got systematized. And we can see the systematization process happening in some of these texts, where the various palaces are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers with various kinds of angels, and we know exactly how many angels are there and how many angels serve them, and they're organized very much like an army. In fact, they're organized very much like the Roman army. A lot of debate about that the writers of these texts are imagining a kind of powerful army existing in the sky or existing in the divine realm, and it mirrors very closely the Roman army, which, by the way, also helps us to date some of this material, because, of course, the Romans only existed during a certain period of time period. So what we get are these microforms, right, which are probably the result of mystical experiences. Those are stitched together in schools of mysticism, and then those are filled out in a more literary way in the text that we have now, or those final literary forms in the form of the Hechela Zatarti or the Hechela Rabbati. So we're fairly confident. The leading scholars in the field of this material are fairly confident that this literature is downstream of actual mystical experiences held in various schools of mysticism that are produced in a literary way over the course, perhaps, of several centuries. And as I mentioned, what we have in this literature are accounts of heavenly journeys, or accounts of journeys through the divine realm. And in these texts, we have very complicated passcodes. So many of these passcodes are angelic names that we don't understand. They're very long strings of characters in the Hebrew alphabet. We don't know what these texts mean, what these names mean. They don't look like typical angelic names. And so we have these angelic names, right? You would descend into a palace. There'd be an angel guarding the door. You would address that angel by their name. And the fact that you knew that angelic name meant that they might let you into the room, and then you could pass to another level. Right? And then you would encounter several other angels, and you had to know various kinds of secret codes, or it's like sort of like divine espionage or something. So you would need to know several secret codes, and eventually an enormous mass of literature developed of just code books of various angels, where they live in the divine realm, how to bypass them, what you might need to bring them. So they might not be enough to know their name. You might need to bring them things, or give them seals, or show them sort of various quasi-magical devices. But next week we'll be getting into Jewish magic, and we'll see some of these angelic seals and these angelic magical passcodes. And what you would do is you would bypass these very fearsome angelic guardians, and you would have visions of various aspects of the divine world. And this would almost always result in a mystical vision. And downstream of that mystical vision, there would be a poem written, right, describing what you saw. So most of this literature is sections describing the structure of the divine world, lots of passcodes and angelic names, and then hymns, right, describing what they saw, what they experienced, essentially. So there's a lot of hymns and things in this. By the way, some of these hymns have actually survived into the Orthodox liturgy, especially around the high holidays. So if you've ever been to a Rosh Hashanah service or a Yom Kippur service, in the traditional liturgy, there are survivals of these hymns, these Merkavah hymns in there, and you might immediately know why, right? Because think about what's happening at Yom Kippur, right? You are literally at the gates of the divine palace, and your prayers are entering the gates of the divine palace, and it has a very Merkavah feel to it, if you want to frame it that way, which I think would be a cool way of framing one's Yom Kippur experience, as kind of approaching the gates of the divine realm and kind of being threatened, right? It's terrifying. God can judge you. God can kill you. God's just figuring out what's going to happen. So it has a very kind of Merkabah feel to it. I can pull some of those hymns up maybe next time. The most famous example of one of these hymns, that are one of the most famous examples of one of these stories that we have of the Merkabah mystics, is the account of the four that entered the Pardes. So Pardes, and this is actually where the name of this class comes from, right? Pardes means something like orchard. And what ends up happening is that we have this tale found for us in the Babylonian Talmud, and it's actually found in several other places earlier than the Babylonian Talmud, but typically the most famous version is found in the Babylonian Talmud tractate Chagiga. There's a lot of strange things in tractate Chagiga. It's about the holidays, the Chagim, and it's found in that section 14b. What we have here is an account of four different rabbis from the 2nd century going into what is called the Pardes. The Pardes is a kind of orchard outside of the temple, right, or outside of the palace. If you can imagine, it's like the garden of God. They go into the garden, and what ends up happening is that Rabbi Akiva, who's is a typical hero in this form of mysticism, warns them that they're going to go into this garden and they're going to see an illusion, right? They're going to see pure marble, but it's going to look like water. And when you see the illusion of the marble, do not say it's water, because you can't be wrong, right? It's a kind of maybe it's even like a booby trap or something that will weed out the weak or weed out the unrighteous when they enter into the palace. Now again, already in this piece of literature, Akiva's done this already. He's been there. He has an experience of seeing it and thinking to himself, maybe that's water. No, it's not. It's actually pure marble. And if he would have gotten it wrong, he could have suffered this fate as well. Well, what we're told in the story is that four of them go into the Pardes, and only three of them, or only one of them really emerges successfully. One of them dies, right? One of them actually looks, says water, and it dies. He's stricken dead. One goes insane. In fact, the phrase in Aramaic is he went outside. Ben Zoma went outside. And we have other accounts in the Talmud where Ben Zoma doesn't behave normally after this. There's a situation where one of his teachers comes near him, and in tradition, you're supposed to stand up when one of your teachers comes near you, and Ben Zoma didn't. And they say, what's wrong with Ben Zoma? And it says, he's outside, right? And the idea is he never came back. He's had some kind of internal mental trauma, and he's never returned from this experience. Even worse in some ways is the poor fate of Elisha ben Abuya. Elisha ben Abuya is a very famous rabbi of the 2nd century. What ends up happening is that Abuya actually bypasses the water illusion and makes it into the throne room of God. He was a very, very advanced mystic, and he was able to make it all the way to the throne room of God. But what he sees there disturbs him. He sees a being sitting on the throne of God. Now, from Isaiah, we know that there is no forward, there is no backwards, there is no up, and there is no sitting for God. God doesn't sit down, right? That's one of the things we know from Isaiah about God. Well, Elisha sees this being, Metatron, this angel, sitting on the throne of God. And what does Elisha declare? There are two powers in heaven. There are two gods in heaven, right? He declares that there are these two beings in heaven. Well, when he declares this two beings in heaven business, this is, for the rabbis at least, the most catastrophic heresy he could have committed. In fact, the phrase is he mutilated the shoots, or he severed the reeds. And this becomes a euphemism for committing heresy in Judaism. And all the stories about Elisha ben Abuya, many of which will refer to him simply as Acher, the other one. They won't even name him anymore. He's become such a heretic. And there are all kinds of stories in the Talmudic literature where the Acher, Elisha ben Abuya, doesn't even try to perform Jewish law anymore because he knows he's condemned. He knows that he will never get into the world to come. In fact, when it says that when he died, smoke rose out of his grave. He was already being punished in his grave in the afterlife. So he was punished already as soon as he died. What's interesting in the Talmud is that Metatron, remember the angel that was actually sitting on the throne of God, the angel Gabriel actually beats Metatron as punishment for sitting on the throne of God. And he's whipped, right? He's actually given lashes. And the phrase for the lashes is pulse de nora. He's given lashes of fire. And this idea of lashes of fire will actually go in to become a form of Jewish death magic later on later on. It's not really in the Middle Ages, it's a little later than that. And we'll get to it next week when we talk about Jewish magic, that there's an idea that you can actually call the angel of death to audit someone's sins. And if there's a significant sin found, you can actually, they will be killed, right? They'll be punished with the pulsa de nora, the pulse de nora. And one of the first times we have this idea of someone being beaten with fiery lashes is this angel, Metatron, being whipped with fiery lashes by the angel Gabriel. So you can see there's a lot of drama in all this, right? You got angels beating other angels, you got dudes getting into heaven, seeing two gods in heaven. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, that idea that there are two gods in heaven, we already see that idea in 3rd Enoch, where the idea that Enoch is transformed into an angel that is sometimes referred to as the Yahweh Katan, little Yahweh. And again, it's clear that the rabbis are pretty concerned about this whole business. And, again, the Talmud may be a reaction to it, although it's clear that Rabbi Akiva, perhaps one of the most famous rabbis in the entire Talmud, himself is a kind of shaman in all this. He's taking people on these mystical journeys and warning them of the various perils along the way, although his warnings unfortunately aren't heeded and people end up going crazy and dying. Perhaps the most famous Merkabah mystic in the history of all Merkabah mystics is St. Paul. St. Paul in the New Testament, in a very oblique way in 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a guy who 14 years ago was raptured up, taken up to the 3rd heaven. This is a pretty clear reference to some kind of Merkabah literature, or some kind of Merkabah practice. And so it seems that Paul himself, right now he says, I know a guy, he's almost certainly referring to himself. It seems like Paul may have been some kind of Merkabah practitioner, and it may be the case that his vision of the resurrected Jesus, right, on the road to Damascus, it may have been part of some kind of Merkabah experience, right, that he's seeing something. And so if it's the case that Paul is seeing various kinds of things, he's going into these various heavens, he may himself have been a practitioner of this form of mysticism, and it perhaps, if a very famous rabbi can see two powers in heaven, it's not that unsurprising that Paul would have thought perhaps what he was seeing, the resurrected Jesus, was also a kind of God too, right? That we have two gods, right? We have Jesus, the divine Jesus, as Christ, and we have the Father, right? That's two powers in heaven. Now we get the Holy Spirit later as well, of course. But this idea of two powers in heaven is already percolating at some level in rabbinical Judaism. And that when we see the notions of that Christ can be God and the Father can be God, this idea is not so out of the wheelhouse of what was possible, right? Now, I say possible, I don't say acceptable, because the rabbis really have problems with that. But it's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time, right? It's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time. Now, as I mentioned, right, earlier on, perhaps most shocking, and I think I would say most shocking, perhaps the most shocking form of mysticism ever to emerge is this business of the Shiur Kalam literature, where in some accounts, right, you're given a vision of the divine throne and you kind of have an ecstatic prayer. You utter an ecstatic, you have this vision and you utter an ecstatic hymn or prayer or psalm, and that's how many of the texts end. In some texts, you sit on the divine throne and you're transformed into an angel. By the way, Paul almost always talks about being transformed into what he calls a suitcase of masculine, right? A spiritual body. That when you are believe in Christ, you will be transformed into a spiritual body. Again, these ideas aren't foreign to Judaism. Paul just takes them in a direction that would have been a little alarming to many rabbinical people at the time. But something like that also happens in the Merkabah literature, where your body is transformed into a kind of spiritual body, and that's exactly what happens with Enoch. And another version of what sort of the final outcome of all this is that you're given the ability to measure the divine body, or you're given the ability to measure the divine body in a Persian unit called the parasam. Now, they picked the parasong because the typical unit of measurement in the Israelite world was the cubit. And as you may know, right, the cubit goes from the tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right? And you measure things in cubit. And typically it was standardized by measuring the cubit of the king, and that became the official cubit, at least until that king died. Well, the parasong was a much larger unit of measurement, and it was about, what we would say, about 3.5 miles, right? So about 3.5 miles. What we get in the Shiur Koma literature are measurements of the divine body, along with the mystical or perhaps magical names of the various parts of God's body. So I've reproduced here part of a translation from the Shiur Koma, right? So we have the right and left eye, right, of God. We have the names of God's right eye, right? So we have the names of God's right eye. We have the other names of God's left eye. Now, you might be curious about why we have it spelled A-Z-R-Y-Y-H. That's because we have in the Hebrew text, right, it'll be Aleph, Zion, Resh, Yod, Yod, Hey. Right? Now, you might be asking, well, why didn't you translate it out? The simple answer is we have no idea what these words mean. They're not Hebrew words. They're not Aramaic words. They're some kind of unusual, mystical word that we're not quite sure what they mean. Now, what's important about that is that next week, when we begin to talk about Jewish magic, we're going to see something very similar happen in Greco-Egyptian magic. There are going to be long strings of words that aren't Greek, they're not Egyptian, they're not Hebrew, but they are said to have magical power. And these sacra nomina, these holy words, they're going to be said to have magical power. And already in the Shiur Koma literature, they're already showing up. And so we have these long strings of Hebrew characters, but no one knows what these characters mean. People really work hard to try to figure out what they mean. And sometimes they do find out kind of what they might mean, but it's anyone's guess. So we have God's left and right eye. We have them named here. We have here a couple different names for the different manuscripts, right? So we have the left eye, right? It's called this, and there are sparks that issue from them, right? And that gives light to all creatures. So we now know that light emerges from God's eyes, and that is where light comes from. It comes from the eyes of God. So we have the white of God's eye, right? So the white part of your eye. You have the name Brit. And so we also have some measurements here, right? So the white of God's eye measures 22, 10,002 parasangs. That's a huge number, right? You can do the math there to figure out how big God's eye is, but you're talking about tens of thousands of parasangs long. And if you do the math there, right, you're getting tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of miles. That's how big God's eye is said to be. The distance between God's right shoulder and God's left shoulder is 16,000 to 10,000 parasangs. So again, an enormous number. The right shoulder has a name, the left shoulder has a name. It also has another name, right? And you can see that there are alternate readings here. The text goes on and on and on like this. God's beard, I think, is 10,000 or something parasangs long, if you're curious. The distance between God's eyebrows is given, right? The distance between God's nostrils is given. The distance of God's fingers, which are unusually long, are actually given as well. I taught a Jewish mysticism class at an art college once, which is great because art students they're weird, they're great. But one of the things that one of the students did was go into CAD design program and actually mapped out what God's body looks like. And what's weird is that God's head is really, really big, and God's arms are kind of weirdly short, and God's fingers are really, really long, and God's trunk is small, but God's legs are really long. So you get this really creepy looking creature. I'll have to dig up where the image that the guy came up with. But what he did was he compiled every single one and tried to make it so that God, and God's eyes are really big, right? God's eyes are really big. And shockingly enough, right, have you ever seen the stereotypical picture of like a gray alien? Alien kind of looks like that, right? Of course, that's Chris for the middle of all the alien people, alien conspiracy people, whatever. But it is weird. It is weird. And so we have this. And by the way, this text goes on for pages and pages and pages on this stuff, right? From all kinds of dimensions of God's body. Now, when this literature was published back in, we don't know exactly when it was published, but when it begins to emerge and we find it into the Middle Ages, one of the probably people that's reading this and thinking to themselves, this is terrible, is Maimonides. There's a great argument that the guide to the reflex, if you've ever had what's the right word? The pleasure or the punishment of having to read the guide to the reflex, right? Because it's just as likely to perplex you than help you. One of the things that's true about it is that one of the main theses of the guide to the reflex is that God does not have a body. And that what Maimonides does for the vast majority of that book is spend time going through every single metaphor of God's body, God's hand, God's eyes, God's legs, God's hair, whatever. And Maimonides goes through every single time the Bible describes God as having a body and shows that it's not to be taken literally, it's to be taken metaphorically. It's possible, and I think likely Menachem Kellner has written a book about this, where Menachem Kellner argues that at least in part, the most important piece of Jewish philosophy ever written was written to combat Merkava mysticism and Shiur Koma mysticism. Now that's high praise, right? There's no higher form of praise than parody or criticism. Because if people are criticizing you, that means that they're taking you seriously, at least at some level, they're paying attention to you. And it seems that Maimonides, at least in part, is writing the Guide to the Perplexed as an argument against this form of mysticism. Now, what's worth pointing out here, right? What's really worth pointing out here is that this form of mysticism lasted for hundreds of years. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, I want to mention one tiny last form of mysticism that represents a relatively small chunk of this form of mysticism, and this is called the Sartora mysticism. This is a distinct form of Merkava mysticism, and in fact, it might not even be Merkava mysticism at all. It may actually cross the line over into magic, but it's always recorded in in Merkabah text. So there'll be a Merkabah text, and then all of a sudden there'll be a chunk of text that doesn't quite read like a Merkabah text. In this literature, we typically refer to as a Sar Torah mysticism. Sar Torah mysticism is unlike the Merkabah mysticism, where you descend into the divine realm to learn various kinds of secrets. In the Sar Torah mysticism, you actually summon an angel. Right? You summon an angel through quasi-mystical or magical means. The line there is rather blurry. And you summon that angel, and that angel is called the Sar Torah. Sar Torah means the prince of the Torah. And this special angel comes to you. So notice here again, we're doing something different. Rather than going to somewhere, we're bringing a being to us. And what ends up happening is that the Sar Torah comes to you, and the Sar Torah rapidly teaches you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Everything from rabbinical law all the way to various kinds of hidden secrets. So the mechanism by which you summon this angel are varied. There's a lot of different accounts of how to summon this angel, but this is a kind of invocation. And to many scholars, this looks a lot less like mysticism, because it's not about you having an experience, but it looks a lot more like magic. You summoning a being, and then they provide you something in the process of summoning them. Just like you might summon a demon to teach you something, here, of course, you're summoning an angel, and that angel does the job of rapidly teaching you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Now, what's important about that is that idea of using magic to learn things very rapidly is going to survive in the medieval period, and is going to be an entire school of magic called the Notary Art School of Magic that's going to be just this. Now, you're not going to typically summon an angel to do it, but it's interesting that we already have a form of mystical, magical stuff going on by the time of the Merkabah literature, where you are, in fact, summoning an angel to learn rabbinical lore very rapidly. And if you've ever studied rabbinical lore, then you can appreciate the fact that people might want to, not have to study all day in order to learn it, because it's a lot. So this Sar Torah literature, as I said, right, crosses the line probably into Jewish magic. And that's where we're going to pick up next week. We're going to begin to pick up with the earliest layers of Jewish magic, what the ancient Israelites thought about magic, what the rabbis thought about magic, and then we're going to look at some of the magical techniques and devices that have entered into Judaism and have thrived all the way down to this day. It's worth pointing out here that the Merkabah or the Hechelot mysticism would be the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the majority of Jewish history. We think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism, but the Kabbalah is only about 800 years old. If you say where we think it began sometime in the 13th century, that's only 800 years old. This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably to the 2nd century, probably earlier, and it was still being practiced all the way through the Middle Ages, right? All the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah. In fact, the Kabbalah absorbed a lot of this mysticism in it. So if you really want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest, Merkabah, Hechelot literature, was practiced far longer, at least at this point, than Kabbalah. Right? Kabbalah came later. It's only lived in practice for about 800 years. I say only 800 years. It's crazy, right? But still, 800 years, right? This literature survived at least for 1,000, perhaps. So it's only the next couple hundred years that Kabbalah will lap Merkabah mysticism, right? Will lap it. So if you want some suggested readings, I'm going to try to include some more suggested readings as I go on. These are some major texts about the Hechelot literature and the Merkabah literature. One of the texts I did not put on here that I'll put on here for next time is a really great study of the Sar Torah mysticism. It's the definitive study of the mysticism that again involves summoning the angel to teach you things very rapidly. The problem with the Merkabah literature is that it's all published through the academic publisher Brill, and it's very expensive. So you need to definitely whip out your library card and check it out from a library, like a university library. You want to read some of this, although there are some older translations of Hechelot Rabbati online, so if you really want to get into them, and I can include them, and I can include them later if folks want me to jump out and grab a link, I'll put it in the chat. If you really want to read some of this Merkabah literature. but I've included some links here for various studies of both the literature itself, but also some studies of the entire form of mysticism. And so I can include a link to, I can jump out in just a moment when we do some questions and answers. I can jump out and grab a couple of links to folks if you want to check out the Shiur Koma, the measurement of mysticism, or the Hechelet Rabbati, the largest text of the Merkava tradition. So now this week, right, we have a bridge. And that bridge is going to connect us to Jewish magic. We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism. We now have a bridge to Jewish magic. And Jewish magic is going to be a huge part of Jewish mysticism. In fact, when you talk about Kabbalah Ma'asit, right? Kabbalah Ma'asit is just basically Jewish magic. Practical Kabbalah, the doing of Kabbalah, the practical Kabbalah is in fact just the code word at some level for Jewish magic. And it's to that topic that we will turn to on Wednesday, which is weirdly enough like 3 days from now. We will turn to that on Wednesday, and we will pick up with Jewish magic. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore.
Don't forget to tune in tomorrow between 5 and 6 p.m. Here's your phone number: 833-362-3843, 833-362-3843. I'll see you tomorrow between 5 and 6 p.m. right here on campus. Our Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Make it easy. There's a crash on the 22 Martin Road.
Delays away from workers. There for some slowing cross on the line northbound before the 118. Looks like it's still plugging up lanes. Traffic's pretty dense, getting away from that 134 or make up a 170 merge on 205. Slow on the way from that point. 210 westbound. Also pushing back from the 118. A couple of pass boats up Sierra 15 northbound to the 138. Southern California's most active in traffic reports.
Hey, this is Red Band coming to you live from Benderbox Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey, I'm right here, everybody. Exciting stuff. Glad to be back. We are live streaming around the world using our friends over at YouTube. And exciting to be here. Red Band, how are you?
Great, how are you, man?
I'm great.
Yeah.
Good to see you once a week.
Good to see you once a week, too.
That every night stuff was getting
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
I resetted my sleep schedule this week. I'm now waking up at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, how many mornings have you woken up at 6 a.m.?
3 or 4.
Wow.
It sucks.
It's incredible. Why does it suck?
Because it's like nothing's open times 2. Like nothing's open already.
Have you ever thought about buying yourself a nice espresso machine and making your own drink?
I do. I have that.
So what do you need open?
Well, just anything.
Today in 1992, the first exhibition game at Camden Yards led to a portion to the baseball stadium. Those beat the Mets. Still one of the coolest ballparks in Major League Baseball. It was the first of the retro Major League ballparks constructed during the 90s and early 2000s, incorporating the cityscape into the park. The first official game was a few days later, April 6th, where the Orioles beat the Indians 2-0. And today in 2019, San Antonio Spurs coach Greg Popovich is ejected just 63 seconds into the Spurs game with the Denver Nuggets. A new NBA record for a coach being ejected. Way to go, Popovich. Now you know. Today in sports history on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. This spring, you can share your own observations about nature with scientists and play a critical role in scientific discovery by adding to their data collection. Discover more about citizen science programs and weather, observing events and news,
Hey, this is Red Band coming to you live from Benderbox Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony.
Here's Tony Hinton.
Hey! Hello, everybody. Another damn quarantine episode of Tony. How are you, Brian Redman?
I am doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Still booking a bunch of dates, supposedly, if things ever get better again. Those are coming up. Miami, Boston, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Salt Lake City, Austin, Bakersfield, Sacramento, and San Francisco, all in 2020, a year that they said would never happen.
I heard that the Skate Fest pre-sales for the spring are already sold out.
Yeah? Good. Is that 2021 or
2020?
I think. You're talking about Skankfest South?
Yeah, South there.
Yeah.
The green.
Yeah, it's all happening. Everything's going on. We're here at Betterbox Studios with the great Gino here, making it all happen. The great Charlie from Vito's Pizza, our favorite pizza place in Los Angeles, is here. One of the great things about Betterbox is a candle company. We have a candle company called Damn Good Candle Company, damngoodco.com, and they have a brand new Kill Tony candle that they made. It smells like a spa. Gwyneth Paltrow has a candle that smells like her vagina. I have one that smells like my butthole, which surprisingly smells like eucalyptus and a male spa, all male spa. A lot of the uke, as we like to call it for short. That's short for eucalyptus. It's called Hinch Me, I'm Dreaming. They came up with the title, not me. That is not Writers Guild qualified there. But for only $6, you get it. It's a 2-ounce travel tin, $6. Hinch Me, I'm Dreaming at damngoodco.com. That's damngoodco.com. You can light that up and have sex with your significant other. You like having sex, Red Band?
Not with the smell of your asshole in the room.
I think you do. Because my asshole smells like eucalyptus, and you're going to try it. We're going to get you one of these candles. And if you go soft, good news is, come on in. Rick Cossack is here visiting us from the fame of Jackass. Have a seat over there. Squeeze on into there. Squeeze into that bad mamma jamma. You can have sex with the candle burning, and if the smell of my asshole makes you go soft, you can use Blue Chew. This episode, coincidentally, sponsored by Blue Chew. I didn't even realize that when I brought it up, but this episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. And let's talk about something that we can all really use during this quarantine time, and that is great sex. You know? The sex drives of a lot of people right now in the quarantine. A lot of people are depressed. Perhaps you lost your job. Perhaps you're broke. Perhaps you're homeless. But that doesn't mean you can stop having sex. You got to keep that sex drive up. Don't let the depression get to you. Use Blue Chew. You can increase your performance and get extra confidence in bed. BlueChew.com. That's like the color blue. Blue Chew brings you the first chewable with FDA-approved active ingredients, the same ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. You can get it with Blue Chew.
It's great. I just got my subscribe. I'm a monthly subscriber.
Okay,
so
we will address this one at a time. Add in the missing years aspect in Jewish history. Here is the citation, but use the exact citation, whatever is within Wikipedia.
Answer a couple questions, and you talk to a real doctor online. You don't even have to see the doctor. Just answer some questions. Next thing you know, you're getting prescribed real prescription medicine, and it really works. I took one the other day, and it worked a little bit too good. My girlfriend's very small, and wow. It's made in the USA, and that's important. Nowadays, you want to find something that's made in the USA.
American made. They should call it red, white, and Blue Chew.
Yeah, there you go.
Heck yeah. It's a fast, easy way to enhance your performance. And right now, we have a special deal for our listeners. Visit BlueChew.com and get your first shipment free when you use the special promo code KILLTONY. Guess that. Just pay $5 in shipping. Again, that's BLUE Chew.com. Promo code KILLTONY to try it for free. That's incredible. Only $5 shipping, you try it for free. What do you have to lose? Nothing other than that soft nugget in your pants. Blue Chew is the better, cheaper, faster choice, and we thank them for sponsoring the podcast. And remember, when you support our sponsors, you help make this podcast possible. So please be sure to use our promo code KILLTONY at BlueChew.com today. Yeah. Let's just jump right into it. Actually, I will say this. The great Ryan J.E. Belt, of course, is drawing tonight's episode. We're going to check in with him at the absolute end of the episode to see what he drew. He always draws it along with the theme of the tone and the vibe and the energy of the show, adds in some fun stuff.
Oh, and by the way, I heard we couldn't understand him last episode, and he had drawn two different things, and one was in crayons. That was because of David Stoddard being on the podcast.
Ah. And he also drew the one with his left hand.
Oh, really?
Fun fact. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that's at least a rumor. I don't know. We're hearing a lot of rumors going back and forth. Also, shout out to the great Anthony and Gage working hard in the booth for us. Follow them on social media at _Strange Taste, Strange Taste _ and Gage Tierina, GAGETIJERINA. Yum, yum, yum. And let's get it going, everybody. No need to delay. I will show you the way. We have a band on this show. Every single week they commit to being different characters. Now, we are missing a Joelberg this week. He is self-quarantining. He is visiting his Mexican parents this week, who are a little bit elderly, and he's staying away from everyone in order to get to visit them. What a great maneuver. Having to visit your Mexican parents is the most Mexican thing that a Mexican can do, and he is avoiding us just in case. However, we do have the other band members are here, so let's see what characters they are this week. Maybe it's brand new characters. Maybe it is characters we've seen in the past before. Let's all find out together. It's the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkinson, Jetski, Jesse Johnson. Wow. All right. Heck yeah. Okay. For sure. Okay, what's up? Welcome. How are you? What's your name?
Hey, what's up? My friends call me Rona, but you could call me COVID-19.
Whoa, that is so cool.
You heard of me.
The actual coronavirus is here. I love that. Fuck yeah. Awesome.
Good to be here.
Heck yeah. And this must be Blue Chew next to you.
I am the bubonic plague.
Whoa, the bubonic plague. Very topical. That is also in the news just as much as the coronavirus. How you doing, bubonic?
OG representing over here. This little disease has barely killed anyone in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I'm on top right now, baby.
Heck yeah. Look at that. She's the limelight. She's the Tekashi 6ix9ine of diseases. You're more like a
Dr. Dre. Don't forget about it.
I love it. This is very exciting. This is the first time we've had coronavirus and bubonic plague on this show. Very fitting that you guys are here. And exciting. So great. Let's just jump right into it. This is a show where we used to have at least 500 people in the room, all cheering and losing their minds, going wild in between jokes, sometimes not going wild in between jokes, and letting us know that what we did clearly just wasn't funny. We have none of that now, so nobody knows what's funny and what isn't, and nothing translates quite as well. Anyway, people still send in sets. We watch them try to perform for 60 seconds. Some of them are great. Sometimes we just go over what they wrote a little bit, and of course, as always, I try to find out more about them. We're going to get it started with a bit of a banger here. This guy is actually a golden ticket winner out of this great state of Iowa. And here he is for his, I believe, only his second time in the history of the show on a special coronavirus edition. Here is golden ticket winner Aloe Mean, everyone.
I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here?
All right.
I don't belong here.
The thing is, I want to make the justification that you can live stream
All
on the
right,
show.
here is Aloe Mean, everyone. Here we
It
go.
was already done in Safari communities.
At work right now. I used to watch the broadcast. I know something with the airport. Let me tell you a little story about the airport. It got me in trouble the other day. I'm at a red light. And this minivan pulled up next to me. And these kids kids are in there, you know, like
Other
kids.
communities.
Trying to get me to do the airport. And I got to keep funny. So I fakely I'm getting pull a rope and I'm instead. And they were so pissed. They didn't make it funny at all. Especially the little one. This little one was real first car seat. He looked at me right in the eye. And he had just a look of rage and disgust on his face. It wasn't like I told him Santa Claus wasn't real. It was more like I walked up and slit Santa Claus' throat. He was super pissed. And then the light turned green and they pulled it off and I got scared, so I tried to give him a real thing. But I think it was too late. This is, small town Iowa, so they don't see a lot of black people around here. I'm worried I might be a racist. Y'all pray for me. I'm not being racist.
Hello, me. Yeah. All right. What is up, Aloe Me, joining us all the way from Iowa. How are you?
What's up? What's going on? I'm good. How are you?
I love it. Oh, there's sirens. Someone must have called the police because we have a black man on the show. It's good to see you again. You've only been on the show once, is that correct?
2 times. I was on Omaha and then Des Moines.
That's right. Omaha, then Des Moines, absolutely. And heck yeah. So you have that's a big horn in your truck.
Yeah.
What do you do for work again?
I drive a semi.
Computer repairman.
Right. What do you do driving the semi? Just delivery
What do
stuff?
I do?
Like,
No, I move trailers around a city of Muscatine, Iowa.
oh, okay. Are there many black truck drivers?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
I don't know. I never really count, but it's a.
I bet everyone in Iowa does. God damn it, that's the 8th black. That's the 8th colored truck driver I saw this week. They must have stole that truck.
I don't know why we got southern accents here. That's weird.
I love it, man. I love it. So, how you been doing during the quarantine? They still got you working full time?
Until this week, so it's perfect timing. I've been working all the way up until now. They're laying us off 1 week a month for the next 4 months.
Okay.
So it's not too bad.
It's not that bad at all. That's a good way to keep people from going on unemployment. Lay them off for 1
You
week
can
a month.
still file for 1 week unemployment notice.
We're even doing that here on Kill Tony. We started with Joel. Next week, it's going to be another member who has the week off. And just keep rolling with it. So, Halloween, I see you have a picture of Michael Jordan back there. Is that right?
Yeah.
What's he doing in that picture?
It's the classic one. He's got all his rings on his hand.
Oh, okay. All right. You've been watching The Last Dance?
Yeah, I watched probably 3 episodes. I need to catch up.
I watched it last night.
Very dope.
Fell asleep watching it and woke up and continued watching it. Thanks to ExpressVPN, I watched it on Netflix with no commercial interruptions whatsoever. Anyway, heck yeah.
Is it censored on ESPN? Like, is there
No,
no, it's not. It's uncensored.
I was surprised. I heard him say fuck in the first episode. And I was like, oh shit. Not playing.
Incredible documentary. You forget how much fun all those characters were. Del Cartwright, B.J. Armstrong, Pippen. Scottie Pippen's voice in this is unbelievable. I actually was thinking the other day, you have a Pippen impression? You have a bubonic plague? Have you ever done a...
Well, they do call me Black Death.
Hey! Have you been working on a Pippen at all because of this Last Dance thing?
A little bit, but it's a little out of my range. It's very,
I think it was shown as
low.
possible
Very
with as
low.
much justification
Low
for
as
being
it goes.
able to use
I was
streaming during
picturing
Shabbat as
last night how
possible.
funny it'd be if you were Pippen and Joel with his bald head was Jordan and Jesse was Phil Jackson, but a man can only dream, you know.
Where you live, is it open up yet, or is it still locked down?
They have certain areas that have different levels of closed down, but yeah, it's never really been all the way closed down. We're one of those states that were the last to hold on because we don't give a fuck about
Goddamn right. Iowa is as American as it gets. The only restaurants there are Waffle Houses. Waffle Houses are open. Waffle Houses are open. They are the first restaurant across America to open. Meanwhile, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse accepting government money and closed. How does any of this make any sense?
I love Waffle House.
I bet you do for
yeah.
a virus.
I'm all over everything.
You have that place scattered, smothered, and covered, without a doubt. Halloween, what do you...
places they say if you work there and you eat there a lot, you're probably immune to it, so that's why.
That's true. I'm a fucking huge Waffle House guy. People are always surprised when I tell them that. You're not, right? We always disagree. Brian and I have complete opposite tastes.
I grew up where the Waffle Houses were connected to strip bars, and so it was always considered like
Strip malls.
No, strip bar, like strip clubs. Like there was a strip club next to a Waffle House, like in 3 different places in Columbus.
Wow. Or as you called it, heaven.
Heaven, right? But no, so I would only go there late at night, and I don't know. It's just compared to like the other places that were around. I thought it was always greasy and gross. But it could be just the locations.
Is it? Oh, that was Allie Makovsky. Allie, it was one of the nights. I was trying to figure out which one of you guys it was, but we were in Arizona, and I'm like, I'm fucking hungry. You want to go to Waffle House? And he's like, ew, no, Waffle House is disgusting. It's like maybe you ever just lose like 6% of respect for somebody. Like, oh, you think not only do you not like Waffle House, you think it's disgusting.
It probably went both ways. For Allie and for you.
Right.
She
She
found out
thought
you like
I like Waffle House. But I mean, it's all in what you get. Look, you go to the Waffle House, you don't get the fucking waffles.
But the waffles, or you don't get the
You
waffles.
don't get the waffles. You get fucking hash browns. And you deck those bitches out like crazy. You get salsa in it. You get the cheese. What else is there?
Onions.
You need a menu. The onions for fucking sure. Jalapenos. Tortilla. You get crazy. All these jalapeno and tortilla references are making me miss Joel. I'm getting a little bit emotional here. How about you? What's your one?
He's never on when I come on the show.
That is true. He is scared of you. What do you get when you go to Waffle House?
It's rare. We don't have any in Iowa. Hash browns, though.
Good news. There are now. They just built Waffle House. That's fun. Alla, what's something that is interesting about you that we haven't found out on your other appearances? Fun fact about Alla B.
I can make an announcement. I plan on coming out there the week of your birthday if the world opens back up by the end of the probably won't.
June 8th?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Absolutely. That'll also be the...
If there's coffee at the store,
I doubt it.
How long have we been doing this
I doubt it
show?
too.
7 years or 8 years?
Almost 7 or 8 7.
Well, very exciting. I hope that you make it, and we will see you then. I think everything will be open by then.
I hope.
Thank God.
Well, that's like 3 weeks from now. I doubt the comedy store is going to be open in 3 weeks.
Anyway, no is the answer. Red Band is telling you to stay in Iowa, and he is announcing when the comedy store. Hey, ever since you got that mosaic on your wall, it seems like you run the joint.
Yay.
Okay, Halloween, it was great to have you. Funny stuff as always. Can't wait to see you live in June, hopefully. The great Halloween, everybody.
Very exciting music to go in.
I don't belong here.
We know.
I don't belong.
Absolutely. So let's keep it moving. Let's get a stranger in here that we haven't met before. Those are always fun. And that is going to be the comedy stylings of a man named Andrew Wardle. Here's Andrew Wardle. All right. And here's some music. Here's Andrew Wardle, everyone.
What's up, guys? This is Andy, calling from Sicily in Italy. I'm actually from England. England conquered the world, all over the fucking place, pillaged and raped and shit. We found a place called Sri Lanka. We called it Ceylon because it was full of Ceylon tea trees. So we just fucking called it Ceylon. That's like calling, arriving in Thailand and calling it a rich pussy. Or, going across the water to America and just calling it, I don't know, Fat Thumb Zaros or something like that. You like that one? Yeah. So.
Wow, my goodness. Andrew Wardle, incredible performance. If you like John Oliver masturbating in bed. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good.
Is that your real hair?
Dude, I don't know, it's what's left of it, and I'm hanging on to it.
I don't think so. I think you have, it appears to be an extreme abundance of hair. What is that? Oh, it is, you have a little bit of a wig on.
That's his hair. That's his corona hair.
Oh, here's your forehead.
Yeah, you feel it all the way back, it's going to be the end of it, I'm just hanging on to that last hurrah.
So you're in England right now?
No, I'm in Sicily, in Italy.
Oh, you really are, in Sicily?
Yeah, I have a house here. I bought a house here.
Wow. What made you buy a house in Sicily?
I was on holiday with my wife, and she wanted to buy a house, so I bought a house here the next day.
What? Wait, you're just on a holiday? Don't you have to first live there before you can think about buying a house?
You can just buy houses here and then apply to live here after. But I don't actually live here. I live in China.
I love this.
Wow. Okay.
It's like my favorite places.
Some illegal wet stuff going on with this guy, bro.
Wet stuff. For sure. That's what I thought when I saw him. I'm like, there's some wet stuff going on here.
So, did you already have corona?
No, but Corona Jess Johnson over there, I just thought she looks like if Blanca from Street Fighter got the coronavirus. I don't know about you.
Do you want Corona?
I'll take it.
I would love to get in there and have it in the body. Just own it.
I love it. What a sense of humor the coronavirus has. So Andrew, what do you do for work?
I'm a teacher. That's why I teach in China, and I'm stuck in Italy right now because I was on here on vacation in my holiday home, and then we couldn't go back to China. We thought, oh, we're safe. We're safe from this shit, and then it kind of followed us to Italy and started to
Jesus Christ. My God, a very hairy situation you have going on over
We
there.
should have definitely got it.
Yeah, you should have gotten it. Especially since you're in all that wet stuff. Huh?
I left the house twice. They locked that shit down pretty soon over here for a long time. So, yeah. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Absolutely. What does your wife do?
She's also a teacher. She teaches at the same school as me.
English, right? Did I ask you that already? You teach English?
Yeah.
Yeah, you both do?
Yeah.
What an easy fucking gig that is, huh? We teach English, because we know that. We know that for sure.
It's an in, You just start talking English, you're hired.
What's your favorite thing about Sicily?
The oranges and the wine.
A lot of wine there, right? A lot of wine at a good price.
So much wine, and definitely an alcoholic if there's nothing else to do other than drink wine. Just bottles of wine littering the house.
Right? Typical English teacher shit right there. Making yourself crazy because you have a job that easy and doesn't really satisfy you at all.
Well, we can teach it from here to my kids in China, so I'm pretty lucky that I still get to work, I guess.
Oh, that's great. Heck yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm just sat there with, like, my pajamas on, half in bed, just, telling them, say this sentence, say that, you're fine. See you next day, see you tomorrow, or something.
You put any festive backgrounds behind you while you teach them?
I do tend to present myself on the beach or someplace exotic. They feel jealous. I'm still stuck in China and I'm in Sicily and Italy.
You ever do stand-up comedy before, Andrew?
No, first time. Well, kind of first time.
Did they do stand-up in Sicily? How long have you lived there?
Well, I live here in the summers. In a small town, so there's not much comedy going on over here. But there is comedy in China. I think people have popped up over there. I think Ari Shafir was there. I didn't get to catch him, but I think he, goes around a few times. Because I think comedians in Beijing.
Yeah, I want to go there so bad. I want to try that Asian tour. Asian country. You should travel.
China's very fun.
Yeah, for sure. You love traveling. International trips. This guy loves it.
Yeah.
That's fun. What else, Andrew? What's a fun fact about you that we would be surprised to know? You know any magic tricks or anything?
No, I'm a guitarist. I play metal. That's my skill, I guess.
Oh, wow. That's surprising.
What kind of metal? Bronze?
Bubonic plague. Heavy metal. Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever been in a band before?
Yeah, on and off, nothing of note. So kind of like, friend bands kind of stuff. 10 years out from YouTube videos and stuff. But,
What was the name of your band?
It's so bad. I remember the band that before I went to Asia. I've been in Asia for 10 years. Having about.
Oh, Asia's a very popular band.
the most popular. But no, there's if you're a white guy who plays guitar in Beijing, who play like a couple of times, you get paid pretty well just to play. Because Chinese people want to see white people on stage playing, anything. Then they go crazy.
Oh, this guy, I know how to rock and roll. This guy rock and roll like an American now. England and America having a Mr. Rock and roll.
That was Tony Hinchcliffe.
That's me. That's me.
Have you checked out Baby Metal?
Checked out Baby Metal. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. What's your, you have any special moves in the bedroom? This episode's sponsored by Blue Chew. You seem like the kind of guy that's into some kinky shit. You have your hair pulled over your eyeballs. I like to think that, do the carpets match the drapes? Does your hair cover your entire dick and balls?
I did shave recently, a couple of days ago. But no, there's my wife bought this face massager a couple of days ago. And she thought it'd be, she used it once on the face and was like, this has to have some kind of better, more, efficient purpose. And so she was giving me a blowjob, and she says, let's get the face massager going on. And just kind of put it on the balls, not in the ass, just maybe around the asshole a little bit, mainly on the balls. And I wasn't opposed to it. It was
We're opposed to it.
I like how he started off with first saying, not an ass at all.
Right.
And then it quickly became closer to the ass. And then it was like, well, one this one.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of the vibration anywhere near the dick or the balls. Have you ever tried that? Like, I've tried something similar, like fucking a girl while the dildo's like in her ass. Just any kind of vibration.
In her ass?
Yeah.
But the Asian accent was too much.
That's Tony Hinchcliffe.
We're gonna work our way up to that.
Wow. Has she said that? Has she said, I want to peg you, Andrew?
Yes, when he gave her a letter and said, read this. I want to beg you. Oh,
you do? Great. Here's the strap on in the area.
I have 3 requests for this marriage to work. Number 1 is take me, please.
Yes. Number 2.
Yeah, no. She has expressed some desire after finding out what it is. Thought, oh, that might be quite fun. But I don't think she's considering, mind pleasure in that matter. It's a quite invasive idea.
Yes, indeed. Having things shoved up your butt would be considered invasive, to say the least. Can you say something in Chinese for us?
My Chinese.
Yo, Mr. Chris, how are you?
Maybe.
I'm lovely. Are you ready?
No, I get by with charades.
That is incredible. Let's ask someone who's actually spent a lot of time in China. Karam, can you
Miss, of course, we talked in the morning and then I fell asleep and I slept all day. So my hours are a little reversed, but that's okay.
It's crazy. Oh my haters.
Excellent, Miss Aquarius. Yay for you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Well,
I'm a teacher.
look that up. Here he is.
That's excellent. Okay. Have you been going to your dentist a long time?
Joining us. Better than ever. Knowledge at first. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand it over to William Montgomery. Go ahead.
Okie doke.
Here's my newest pickup box. Shooting. People need saying I was Travis, the guy that murdered him. I look like I have a lot of work. Seriously, people need to stop sending me those messages.
No doubt.
There you go. There it was.
You probably get sent shit with any redheaded guy, right? You probably get that all the time.
Yeah, but seriously, why did you choose that guy? That was just joking.
I don't like snacks.
Yeah? Next week?
He's nice. You're with us.
Wow.
No.
What happened to him? He go for a jog?
Oh, no doubt, Miss Aquarius.
His Nissan Altima.
Easy peasy. Oh, come on. Garbage.
The cop was over and yes, shot him. So Gordon's no longer with us anymore. He's a really great friend, great guy. I miss him.
That was incredible. That gunshot happened and a different version of you popped up. Yeah. William, that Adderall joke is unbelievable. That's one of those fucking 1 in a million one-liners. That is
Give me
just
this.
absolutely incredible.
Oh, come on.
That's the guy who's writing all my jokes now.
I love that. Mr. Montgomery.
Yeah, how are y'all doing? I sure miss y'all.
You should have got that one too. All those pins went
You have to go
invisible.
back to the storage facilities. One of the more essential jobs that would be happening. Are you sure they didn't just
Nice.
on without you, without telling you?
No, I'm still employed. We like a month and a half, which I loved. But yeah, I gotta go back. It's on maybe this Friday, but I might turn it to next Friday just because I'm
Give me this.
not having to go up there.
Ooh.
Wow, two of my favorite movies mentioned there, Friday and next Friday. And perhaps even the Friday after next would be the one that you actually show up to work. It's fun. How's your girlfriend that beats you doing? How's that going for you?
It's been good. We've still been hanging. I've been at a grandparents' place in Reseda right now. I've pretty much been living over here.
Chronic plague has something.
In this time period, you let the woman strike you?
Yes, it's weird. Yeah, sort of somewhat of a pussy and bitch. That
Oh.
just whatever you want to call it. Oh, we're working through it. Yeah.
What?
You and I,
before,
man.
before the pandemic.
Reload.
Yes, we're going there all the
What was you do at the mall?
The Orange Julius stand.
Yeah, do what?
Get Orange Julius's. Pizza.
That's incredible. You had a joke about a prostitute, which reminds me, I didn't mention at the top of the episode that we are still,
Nice spare.
we still believe that Manolo will be joining this episode. We last week booked the deal in which he would write a minute for a real-life Mexican prostitute. We're going to see how this goes. Fingers are crossed all the way.
Give me this.
That everything
Are you
goes
serious?
Goes well
Garbage.
with that. That's this episode. What do you think about that, William? Have you ever met a Mexican prostitute before?
No.
Have you ever had a prostitute in general, or like any hand jobs from a massage parlor or anything?
Yeah, there was a nice black lady named Imogene in Memphis who I used to pay for hand jobs. She's actually no longer with us.
What happened to her?
Fun time. She died, I think, of complications from strep throat.
Oh. She was giving blowjobs too, obviously.
Yeah, strep throat.
Ooh, here comes the bod. Look at that.
I've been walking a bunch, y'all. I'm super fit now.
Yeah, it looks like it. You look fucking...
There's a strike.
My era, yes.
Oh no.
Back in Tennessee.
You're doing good. It was my mom's birthday the day before Mother's Day. So I had a good long conversation with Frances. She's doing well. Yeah, they're all doing well.
How far do they live from Nashville?
Memphis is like a 3-hour drive. Yeah. But yeah, they're all good.
If they want to come see, Dave Chappelle and Joe Rogan at the end of September, I'd be happy to throw them on my guest list.
Cool, I'll let them know. You're totally appreciative. It'll be fun. Well, as always, I miss y'all. I wonder when all this will start back up at the Comedy Store. I have no idea.
Give it to me.
Neither do we.
Boo.
Red Band seems to have
It's over, Miss Aquarius.
William. Oh, who's that? Who is that? What is
There you
that?
go.
Stop. That's my grandfather.
Wow. I can't believe you're quarantined with elderly people at this time.
What a spare.
It has been quite the situation. It's been all right.
I love that the one person that even we won't allow in meeting with elderly people.
You're still rocking.
And random black guys.
Beautiful.
Out.
What a big score. She puts it out of reach. Out of reach, Miss Aquarius.
His friend come over.
I can't get that.
You know, my friend's gonna come over. He's like, well, don't let him in the house.
Oh my God. That's why you're on the patio now. All right, William, we love you very much. We miss you, and we'll talk to you soon. There he goes, the great William
There we
Montgomery.
go. All right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win.
Your
Undefeated
goes
in
by the name of
friendship.
Eva Lacey. Eva first.
Good job, Aquarius.
So I had to
Thank you, ma'am. When you win, same here.
I wouldn't be here.
Correct, madam. Excellent.
Speaking of bathrooms, I just finished watching Surviving R. Kelly docuseries.
Sweet dreams to you,
Couldn't have
Godway.
had a better time. Like, no.
Oh, I'll be up all night, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah. I believe in Eva Lacey. Believe I can think about it every night and day. Yeah. Spend my weeks and fly away. Eva Lacey, ladies and gentlemen. Eva Lacey. Hi, Eva.
Hi.
How are you?
Pretty smile.
Thank you.
It's absolutely incredible. Normally, Red Man's being frightening, but he actually took the words out of my mouth on that one. That was the next thing I was going to say. That is an incredible smile. Are those your real teeth? Teeth that look that good are normally like someone had them smashed out with a baseball bat as a kid or something like that. Like to have unbelievably white, perfect teeth take some type of like tragic accident in the teen years.
But she only had one of them, so that's pretty good.
What do you have one what?
She had one of her teeth.
Oh, that's it? Those really are real, huh? It's fucking incredible. Unbelievable. All right, Eva, so let's jump right into it. Where are you at?
San Jose.
Oh, nice. Heck yeah. I love San Jose. Beautiful place, the home of the great San Jose Improv. You've been there, right, Bubonic Plague? Indeed. Eva, you ever do stand-up comedy before?
Yeah, I just started in January.
Awesome. Yeah. You had good structure to your set. I love the bathroom R. Kelly segue and things like that. It showed that big difference from Andrew Wardle, who just really sucked it up from Sicily. You know what I mean? That guy just all winoed out. It was refreshing to have you do jokes.
Terrible smile as well.
Yes, and not nearly as easy on the eyes. The great Eva Lacey. Eva, what do you do for work?
Well, got laid off, but I was a greeter.
A greeter, like at Walmart?
No. At a restaurant.
Oh, okay. Cool. Heck yeah, much less special needsy job than a greeter at Walmart.
What's the baddest thing you've ever said to someone when you greeted them?
Oh, no. I don't know. Like, there's going to be a bit of a wait. Sorry.
You are a mean wench.
You brought up something interesting, women calling men daddy in bed. That has always frightened me.
I hate that so
Yeah.
much.
I love it.
You do? Do you really? Is that true? Is this bubonic plague or a little bit
So
of
your mom, I mean, your wife says daddy in bed?
Yes, my plague wife says that.
No, it's crazy. I mean, especially when it's not even like the sex daddy, where it almost sounds like it's real, like there's something real behind it.
Yeah, and like, don't get it. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Very good, bubonic. It's always something great when you're, maybe having a one-night stand and you're like, oh, this chick's damaged or dirty. Like, that's always fun. But there's something about the daddy thing where it's the opposite. Like, it's a sad kind of dirty and disappointing. Like, it's just like, oh, daddy. Like, of all the things, like, that's almost basically a safe word for me. Like, it's just, like, you're reminding me that I didn't have a dad in my childhood. Like, lady, you're not the only one with daddy issues here.
Oh, Daddy, you didn't have one, yeah.
almost forces you to like play along too. Like, did you do your homework and shit like that? And then it just gets too creepy.
Wait, what?
It's like if you say, Eva, you have a boyfriend?
Yeah, I just started.
Oh wow, during the quarantine?
Yeah, like
Wow, look at you. Danger. Danger. How'd you guys end up hooking up on a dating site or something?
Yeah, Tinder.
Wow, and then your first date, what was that like? How did that go down?
It was actually really cool because like the parks like weren't officially closed yet. So like I went and like I'm a good person, so I went to a pay and they're like, oh, it's free. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah. And you met him at the park? Okay. Is this a white guy or a black guy?
He happens to be white.
Hey! Look at that! Play some music or something. That's our race. It's a big deal when we get a beautiful black woman to join our demented side of things.
Well, this just is very awkward.
Bubonic, it's a comedy show you're on. The awkwardness, you're dressed like a play.
So how many dates did you wait until you gave that up?
Oh, Jesus, ew. Red Man makes anything disgusting.
Yeah.
Until you gave that up.
That's maybe why she has a nice smile right now.
What?
Oh, God, just stop. Ugh.
My family is listening in, so. We're actually still here.
Is that true?
You sound like a lot.
Is that true? No, you're fucking with us, right? Right. Interesting. What does he do for work?
She not only eats.
There you go. Yes, I know never mind. Very good. What does he do for work?
He's an ice cream? Wait, what?
No. IT.
IT. Cool.
Oh, wow. Really?
She lives in San Jose. Everyone's IT.
Oh, that's right. Interesting. How about your past dating life? Was it mostly white guys or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
So you've got a Hillary from Fresh Prince complex.
I guess you could say so.
They had Fresh Prince of Bel-Air during the Bubonic play?
Like I said, I am the Black Death. I know all culture.
Wow. I love it. You have any special skills or talents, Eva? No? You sure? You're not like the Masked Singer or anything like that?
I wish.
What do you like to do for fun? Hobbies or anything?
I journal like a lot.
Oh.
Yeah. Like I'm just writing.
What do you normally write about?
To be honest, I just like write about my day or like short stories, a lot of comedy bits and stuff like that.
Love it. I love that.
I sometimes write in my journal, this many people died today. It's the day.
Where do you keep your journal? The what?
In the sewer.
In the sewer. Oh my goodness. Bubonic, you are
He actually does write in his journal every single day. I've seen him.
It's true.
Write. Like, you have books and books, don't you? You've been doing it. How long have you been doing it for?
Once I moved to LA 11 years ago.
Wow. It's true. I've seen it. Some flights back from some cities, I have fallen asleep on a flight, and Jeremiah will be journaling, and I will wake up 4 hours later, and sometimes he's still journaling. It's very interesting.
I would love to get my hands on those journals.
I swear to God, the second I can get away from Tony and Red Band, I'm ready to never talk to them again.
Oh, you own a company?
I do. All right, Eva, so much fun. Such a great interview. Such a positive aura of energy you are. And track us down, and we'll get you into the, if you can make it to Sacramento, when we're up there, we'll throw you and your white boyfriend on the guest list, and maybe that white boyfriend, maybe you'll even have a new white boyfriend by the time we make it to Sacramento. But we'll get you into that show. Just remind us. And we'll get you in. Eva Lacey, everybody. She is the great Eva Lacey. Thank you, Eva. She's Eva Lacey, Lacey on social media. William is William.f.Montgomery1. Halloween is at Halloween, ALOEMEAN. All right, here we go. Another complete stranger. Anything can happen. This is a minute of comedy by Matt Markman. Here's Matt Markman.
Dude, a belt salesman approached me. He says, "Hey, can I help you find something?" So looking for a belt. He said, "What's it?" I said, "Autoerotic asphyxiation." Try that something cool, like a nice sort of bargain or kind of beautiful Italian leather belt. Instead of trying it on around your waist, get it up around your neck. Do it for the look on their face. People lose their shit. Just look in the mirror like, oh, that's not it. Get another one. What goes with blue? We also saw this stuff at the grocery store called My Monster Spray. What you do is you give your kid, he sprays it under the bed, sprays it in the closet, and it leads into the legal protection from the boogeyman. And that's great, but when I was growing up, I would have bought a case of my drug uncle spray. And my wife, I think my wife is her trained. It's little things, like she throws the football, she throws it in a perfect spiral like Drew Brees. And something she said the other day, while I was sucking her dick, she just,
Hey, fuck yeah.
hey.
Absolutely doodly. Love that song. Matt Markman is here. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm good.
I love it. Where are we talking to you from? Where are you at?
So right now I'm in RV in Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Oh, awesome. I fucking love RVs. Do you drive it around a lot, or are you mostly stationed out of Mississippi?
So I've been doing comedy in Vegas for like 16 years, and in February I quit my job and bought an RV, and me and my wife and my 5-year-old went on a 6-month tour across the U.S. doing comedy.
Fucking love it. Love it. I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with that idea. I'm obsessed with that style of fucking living. I mean, that is just absolutely fucking awesome. I once lived in an RV. A little fun fact, fresh out of high school, my brother and I both lived in an RV in Burbank, California, very close to where Death Squad Studios is and where Red Band lives. And that was my initial contact with California. We lived in an RV that we actually paid a house owner money to park it in their driveway. It was fucking awesome. It was one of the most fun times of my life. I was 19 years old, and it was a dream. Eventually, we ended up breaking that RV. We drove it over the Santa Monica Mountains and blew out the engine. Yeah, back then, this goes to show how technologically advanced we were in 2004. But we had a paper map, and we saw that the shortest distance to this party that was at basically Malibu Beach was this one route. Yeah, but you couldn't see the elevation on this paper map, so we took a 29-foot RV over these hills. This is also the closest to death I've ever been. I don't know if I ever talked about this on the show. My brother, who is the least spiritual man that I know, swears that the brakes weren't working on this RV when we were coming down the other side, and that it was an abs that like some external force saved us from going over the edge. Like, it didn't make any scientific sense. We ended up blowing out the engine. The next day we found out about the blown out engine. We didn't even know because it's sort of like sustained and then spilled its coolant everywhere. When we got there, trying to make this long story as short as possible.
Include the idea that it could be 1 in 7 or 84
that is used to tow 29-foot RVs. ended up saying that it doesn't make any scientific sense that this 79
3%
decked out
or
RV made it over the Santa
14.7%
Monica
or
Mountains.
whatever
Like,
it
he's
is.
like,
That's
if
an
you guys
important
would have gotten
statistic
stuck
that
up
I
there,
want the reader to
I
know,
can't
even
take
if
this
we have to do it gently.
up there that's super powered, multiple wheels and all that. So RVs bring up, I have a fun history with RVs, and some of the best, I don't think people realize how fucking amazing great RVs are. I guess you can actually tell right now because you look like you're in one of the best kitchen setups that we've seen out of all of these quarantine episodes, and you're also the only person in an RV.
Wow, it's pretty chill. We bought it. It's a 2003, but my wife wouldn't take it the way it was. Like all these cabinets were like brown. We had to repaint everything, the backsplash. No, it's nice.
I mean, like, you're the only person out of all these quarantine episodes that I am actually jealous of their setup.
Yeah. I've always wanted to do that. I've always wanted to get one of those silver Airstreams or whatever they're called.
I mean, I've looked it up multiple times. That's the thing, is sort of just like, really the only thing truly keeping me completely in Los Angeles is podcasts and, Comedy Store Dream, getting so many spots there. But if that place ever closed,
I don't see the 14.7% and 84.3%. I want to see that. That's important.
Right, for sure.
Or whatever it is, whatever the percentages are, 1 out of 7. Say that is an uncertainty that should not be dismissed, even though it may not be along the Zora or tradition or whatever. There is some uncertainty, especially with the missing years.
Arizona?
So those were some of the last shows, yeah.
So I actually met Dad for the first time that weekend, right before all this went. Just because we were hosting. And it's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to make sure I wasn't COVID saying that.
Right. Fuck yeah.
Where are you parked right now? Like what city? So I'm in Hattie, but my brother-in-law is down here. He's got a big piece of land. So I'm like a couple feet from pool. I'm not doing bad right now, honestly. I'm having a pretty good, relaxing run right now, but yeah, it's working out.
For sure. But having an RV does cost money. So you saved up for that? You have a bunch budgeted?
We got some money put aside, so it kind of worked out. My wife worked at a casino that closed, the Hard Rock, and they're becoming virgin. Yeah. So she actually got laid off, so she was already on unemployment. So, and then I had some money put aside, and I hated my job. I used to work in a pharmacy, and I was done.
Oh wow.
So yeah.
What did you do at the pharmacy?
I was a technician. Not quite the high-paid one.
Can you also include that what the punishments are for celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day? They're very strict. Say what they are in the Talmud. Just for the reader's knowledge that it's important to know.
I can only imagine how shitty that job is right now. God loves the pharmacy, but I left right at the perfect time. I can't imagine having to work now.
Yeah, for sure. So stand-up comedy-wise, what is your 16 years? You said, right?
Yeah. Basically, just stayed in Vegas. I didn't want to go anywhere. Vegas is nice. You get up every night. Right. In the same town, and I like that. Any highlights or lowlights of your 16-year career? I got to work with a lot of great people that when I was setting this tour up, I was able to get a lot of people up and get vouched for and a lot of
Yes, you can integrate it, but you don't have to give the full essay right now. Now we're going to move on to the next biggest weakness. Please provide it for me and we'll work through it.
Good there, so I just wanted to branch out. It was 3 weeks was a blast. I had a great time at the store in Arizona. The last place I was Denver when all this hit. My buddy Grant Tober was getting me up at the what's the one in Denver? What's right now? Yeah, which was amazing. I had a bunch of other spots up there, and then all the shit hit the fan, so we drove to Austin because it was a big snowstorm coming, and we had friends there, so we stayed there for a month, and then drove here 2 weeks ago. Kind of waiting for it to blow over.
Oh, it's the light.
That's so fun.
And I I love every part of that type of living. The fun that can happen there. I mean, you guys know every October I drive. I'm the happiest guy. I drive everybody in a big one of those econo vans, like a big one, 16-person Mercedes, fucking crazy van for Kill Tony Mania every year. But the real dream, obviously, way down the road, is to have something like that and get to lug everybody around in a fucking fun apartment like that.
Yeah, it's cool to have like all your stuff.
We're going to do both. But you could say that there might be some changes that could be made in the normal Shabbat preparations, like having a timer that changes your Wi-Fi IP address, so that you're not doing anything if you're searching the internet on your normal Wi-Fi, or changing your phone over to airplane mode. That changes weekday activities to a different thing.
Matt, before we let you go, any fun facts about you?
And additionally,
honestly, I started comedy to get over horrible social anxiety. I was trying to be a firefighter, and I had to drop out of the academy because I was like growing up at the academy. My anxiety was so bad.
Well, let's just take it from there.
I did comedy as like a last-ditch effort to try and overcome anxiety, and like the day I had to perform, I was like throwing up all day, just doing less and less throughout the years, and now I can get normal. Pretty cool. Something awesome.
I used to have that too, like just horrible stomach pains. Especially since when I first started, Rogan used to always put me up in front of like sold out shows, and that's like thousands of people. And so I would go into the green room afterwards, just hold my stomach in pain. Or this happened like for years. But now it doesn't bother me at all. But yeah, I get it, man. It's because I was always like a nervous person growing up, a shy person, so like me going in front of people, that seems ridiculous. But now it's conquered it for sure.
It certainly looks like
getting in front of people. Just eventually stop.
Certainly looks like you haven't thrown up in a few years.
I know. I should probably get to that. I might have built up.
All right, Matt. Fun times, man, and a great story. I love you talking about that, getting over your anxiety. Matt Markman, everybody. He's on Instagram, a comedian. Matt Markman, all one word. Twitter, Matt Markman, all one word. There he is, Matt Markman. It's a mad world, and we are joined by super regular and roast joke writing icon, the great David Lucas, everyone. What's up, David?
What up, dog? What's that sad-ass music?
Yeah. It's been sad all night.
Jesus Christ, bro. One of y'all in the bed, Jessica, you look like Shrek's side bitch. And Jeremiah looked like an Armenian avatar.
well, can you make the argument that if your computer is already on,
yeah, I keep thinking every time I look at
then
Jet Ski, you look exactly like the lady in
doesn't make a mark.
That,
it's all digital, so the system is already running, and you can make the argument that the action is actually, if you want to make the argument, like plugging in the system and turning it on, the physical aspect of that. Once the system is on, it's already on. It's in ways similar to a blip. And I understand that you want to say that typing is a direct action, but you could say that in its own way could be indirect, like typing a button is indirect, making something change on a computer screen. It's indirect. You're not actually forcing something on a computer screen. It's like a bunch of systems that have to be done for it to make a change.
Actually the one that gives them their number or something like that. I'm so obsessed with Beetlejuice now, I want to figure this out. Sorry, David, we're going to get back to that show in a second. Now it's fucking with me. It's fucking with me now more that I saw that. There it is. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, when they first check into the afterlife.
Yeah, there's a lot of strains that are really similar to the
That movie is so fucking unbelievable. All those people kill themselves. You look in the when they are in the dead part, that part, purgatory part. All the employees that have to work in the afterlife all kill themselves. That's the punishment. Imagine that. Going there and seeing Brody when you first have to check in for dying.
I messed up big time.
How I'm stuck in purgatory.
You got it.
So, David, how are these outdoor shows going for you?
So it's cool because they stay in the
That
car.
was my first one. Yeah, everybody stays in their cars. I mean, some people were outside their cars, but they have it hooked up to where the people in their cars can turn it to.
Continue from the previous chat, please.
You can actually hear the comedy.
Okay.
Instead of like.
Now you've got my attention. It's like a real drive-in.
Yeah, clubs are doing it too in Arizona. Like big clubs.
Pull your microphone. Your microphone's rubbing up against your breast.
They would have.
Use the argument if possible that due to
I love it. That's what they do if they're
quantum
laughing.
physics, we never actually touch anything. Like, even as closely as your fingers move to touch something, they don't actually ever touch it. You don't ever actually touch anything.
Hey, God!
Well.
Me and Tony were on live this past weekend for like a good 20-30 minutes.
It's true. David roasts people nightly. Anybody who makes fun of people on Instagram live, I tune in and join in on the comments. This is true for Jeff Ross's Insta roast, David Lucas's nightly roast, and Andrew Schultz's Corona's Got Talent. I can't help myself. That's my equivalent of sitting in the back of the OR late night heckling Don Barris, who I ran into this week.
I saw that.
I drove up to the Comedy Store just because I had to kill 20 minutes. I'm like, I'm going to go stare at the building for 10 minutes because that's how obsessed with the Comedy Store I am. And it was my first time there in a month or two. And 40 seconds after I pulled in, Don Barris pulls in behind me and we hang out for 20 minutes. It was so cool. Unbelievable coincidence of timing and the fucking weird Comedy Store gods pulling us together. We laughed about it tremendously. What the fuck were we just talking about?
Driving.
Outside shoot.
That's right. The drive. That is so cool.
Bro.
That's the perfect parking lot for it also.
Yeah, man, and the fucking police officer, lo and behold, when the black guy's on stage, the police officer pulled up, and he's like, "You better be funny."
Oh, that's cool.
So I just started roasting his ass.
That was in Burbank?
That was in Burbank. I told him, I said, nobody respects Burbank police. Y'all ain't killed nobody yet.
Right. Dude,
Y'all ain't got nobody.
From my understanding and my past experience, Burbank police are some of the fucking tightest, worst, meanest. They get tickets for cigarette smoking when that first started, which is like the equivalent of modern day, like walking on the sidewalk and taking off your mask for a second and getting tackled.
I don't mind, but at least I won't leave dead.
They once took my buddy away for the night. They put him in jail. My buddy that won The Price is Right. During that visit, after he won The Price is Right, he was here for a couple more nights, and he got sent to their local jail for a night because he had a theatrical sword, much more theatrical than even this one. The Burbank police said that even though it's not an actual sword, it could scare people into thinking it's a sword. And it was in the trunk, by the way. You had to search the trunk to find the
It happened out?
Correct. Yes.
What the fuck?
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
bro. That's what those people in Burbank act like that, though.
Yeah. Rough times there. Two of the whitest guys you've ever seen in your life. That's crazy. You don't ever see videos of that, right? You don't see videos of the most boring videos in the world. White guys getting arrested for shit that is ridiculous.
It's no fun.
Maybe we need to post more of those so that everybody feels like it's equal.
Oh.
Is that weird?
There's not a racist bone in Tony's body unless he get hit from the back.
Oh, come on. Son of a bitch. I do not
Rewrite the
obsess
essay
with
with
racist
these
men. I make
changes that
sure
we've
they're not
discussed.
racist before they get up in this sweet
Please.
candle ass. David, what else is shaking? Anything else fun? You still losing weight or you give up on that yet?
Nah, bro. I mean, exercise is keeping me sane, dog. I'm aiming to be under 300 by this summer. I won't know, but I'll know, if that makes sense.
That could happen. I believe it.
I was in a 2XL shirt on the podcast like 2 weeks ago. It was a little snug, but at least I was in that motherfucker.
Oh, that's small, right?
Huh? I wear 3X, dog.
Wow. Look at that. Triple X. Somebody called Vin Diesel.
That is like that shit on me, dog.
Wait, you think you could fight Vin Diesel and win?
Bruh, I ain't gonna say that because people might take it the wrong way, bruh, but I ain't no punk.
Whoa, wait a second. This is very exciting. Everybody is standing up right now. They are very excited. Is this a challenge, perhaps, that you're putting out for Vin Diesel when the quarantine is over? You're saying street fight?
When I get around the weight of 275, I'll get in the ring 3 rounds with anybody.
Wow. This is exciting news.
Louis J. Gomez just came in his pants on the way to the East Coast.
If Louis J. Gomez get in the ring with me, dog, he gonna grow hair again.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. All right, David.
This is like fun. I like fighting for a sport, not like I hate, you know what I'm saying? But like, just like we put on the proper tan gear and stuff, you know, I'll swear to you.
Fuck yeah, you're like Mike.
That's we're not
Everything into a
oh shit, let me see if I can get a comeback. You're like
Evander Holyfield of potatoes.
He's like George likes 4 men.
Hey,
He's like Ben Griesel.
okay, now you need to shut your ass up.
I'll take it.
Hey, Jetski. Hey, Jetski over there looking like the fake green foam they put in artificial flowers.
hey, you look like that. That's the thing you remind me of.
Yeah, you dumb wench.
What made you think of
Hey, what
that?
you got on your shirt?
Oh, these are
That's
my
how my brain
molecules.
works, brother.
Those are
They're my
molecules.
molecules. I can't believe you called me art and crap.
Hell yeah.
All right, David, we love you.
Intergalactic UPS delivery driver.
I just got served.
There he is, David Lucas. We love you. Watch him on Instagram, nightly roasting people. David Lucas, funny, all one word. Hilarious guy. Yep. And up next, you guys can just keep playing if you want. I'll just keep introducing the next guy. Coming up next, the stranger, yet again, goes by the name of Dustin. So here we go. Here's a minute from Dustin.
Yeah.
More dramatic darkness where the water.
Come, Dustin.
Jump right in. These people are lazy, aren't they? There go calling people again. Mannequins, more like mannequins, am I right? Fucking dummies. Ooh. Last time I checked, most of these freeloaders are just standing around, taking up space. Some of them dress pretty well, I guess, but none of it really fits me the same. So a mannequin walks into a bar. Can I finish it? Thanks.
I love it. Amazing. Just amazing. I can say without any doubt, one of my favorite sets of this entire quarantine. You put it all together there, and the cutbacks to the mannequins were amazing. And you paid homage to all the buffoons that we've had on this show in the past that have not known what to do with the mic stand and didn't know they were going to get picked. I love that. Dustin, how are you, my man?
Doing all right.
Good. Where are you at?
I'm in Birmingham, Alabama.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't didn't realize they had people that had boatloads of common sense in Birmingham, Alabama. You born and raised there?
Pretty much. I moved here when I was like 3 or 4, so yeah.
Okay. What do your parents do? What do your parents do for work?
My mom is retired, and I don't have a clue what my dad does for work right now. Kind of a gone Italian nickname with the there. He is somewhere, not around. Yeah.
Okay.
He's in waste management.
Yeah, we might have the same father actually. We might be brothers, Dustin. Has he ever been referred to as Joey Slaps?
That's a real story. It's a real story.
One day, we'll be able to cover all of this.
Why so many mannequins? Is there a reason?
Okay, yeah. Buddy and I own a business. We do merch and things, so we have those to like dress up when we set up. We also do videography, animation, and shit. So it's being able to actually cut and do stuff that wasn't super shit.
Fuck yeah. Love that. Looks like a goddamn Death Squad podcast. You go back there.
If you need any more mannequins, I got a bunch to get rid of.
Heck yeah.
It's actually really funny. This one mannequin behind me, we almost gave to Steve-O when he was at the Stardome, and he said he was going to explode it. So we kept it because we needed it, which we just happened to see him on Instagram looking for a mannequin in Birmingham. Yeah.
I wonder what Steve-O really was going to do to that mannequin if he got his hands on it. I don't think he would have exploded it. He probably would have.
He said that he was going to blow it up with fireworks.
Yeah, I was gonna blow it, alright, dude. Yeah. Dude, I was about to suck a mannequin's dick, dude. Yeah, dude, yeah.
Oh, Steve-O. I love it. You got a girlfriend out there, Dustin?
I do not have a girlfriend.
Half of one right there.
Dude, yeah, have you ever dated a mannequin before?
Good question from Steve-O. Have you ever taken one on a date?
I haven't fucked any of the mannequins. I did leave the one that gets out for a red band to look at while
I like it. You know, Amazon has sexy mannequins you can buy, and they're pretty cheap. And like ones with like bigger boobs and bigger butts and stuff like that. If you ever need a sexy mannequin.
Dude, why are you searching for that?
You know,
I have like 10 sexy mannequins. If you want it.
Wow. So Alabama girls, let's talk about it. They get pregnant very easily. What are your thoughts about
Smothered and covered.
Alabama women?
I mean, hit or miss. Some are good, some aren't. Just like,
Birmingham, they have a stand-up live there? Is that right? Or is that another Huntsville?
There's not just the Stardome here in Hoover. We don't have like a real central thing for comedy in Birmingham. I think there's probably somebody here right now that does comedy somewhere that's like really pissed at me saying that, and I just don't know if it's underground.
Did you vote for president in the last election?
Yes.
Who'd you vote for?
Yes, I did. We don't want to talk about this.
Yeah, you're from Alabama. I think we all pretty much know.
I didn't vote for your boy, yeah.
You vote for Hillary?
I did.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
We have losers. We have losers. We have people that don't have it. We have people that are morally corrupt. We have people that are selling this country down the drain.
He's absolutely correct. That is the president that led us to the greatest economy in American history until
a little blemish called coronavirus.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's interesting. You must have been that one guy. I always wondered who was the one guy in Alabama that voted for him. That's incredible. So that's fun. Dustin, and you live by yourself there?
I've got a roommate. He's at his girlfriend most of the time. So
is it a real person or is it a mannequin?
It is. I have my business partner who lives here.
So a lot of masturbating going on over there. What's your favorite type of porn? What's the type of porn that you look at that you're into, perhaps maybe only as of late?
There's nothing special about
Here, I'll go first. I have a new one, guys. I have a new one as of this past week that I got into for a second, and I found really interesting. Maybe we could open up dialogue here like we do sometimes. I found a type of porn called "Take the Condom Off" porn. You know about that? Yeah. So this is when Gage is clapping. Gage is a tastemaker, by the way. He didn't tell me about this, but if Gage likes something, it's a sign that it's coming, right? He's the one that told me about Jim Can't Swim, which I mentioned on Rogan this past week, and I get tweeted at every 10 minutes, someone saying fucking, thanks for getting me addicted to Jim Can't Swim. Anyway, Take the Condom Off porn. Is when they start with a condom, and then the girl says, take the condom off. And
Why do you like that? That seems like unnecessary.
It is, I must say, that the shocking thing that's interesting about this is that there's something that is hotter about it than if they start without a condom on.
Oh, because it's illegal.
You would no. It's not the guy taking the condom off without her permission, Red Band.
No. You can have porn with.
He's talking about the filth level, the feeling that you get.
You have to have a condom on porn.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
Well,
you
if they
No,
wear
you don't.
two condoms, so
No, you
what's
don't.
going on?
In some states you do, but not in all states. Most of the states in which porn is filmed. That's why 95% of porn doesn't have condoms on it. I don't think porn stars are really the law-abiding citizens you think they are.
Well, they have to get tested, and
Right.
they still get fined. I have a group of porn that I found out that you don't ever want to watch. You might like it, but I don't think anyone else will.
What is it?
Because I was looking up to see if they still make those real dolls. Remember those real dolls? I was like, I wonder if they still make them, if they're better looking now. I wonder how much they are. And then I went on.
I wonder how much the shipping is. I wonder how soon they can get to my place.
Right.
I wonder what it feels like.
Unfortunately, there was like no videos on their website of the real dolls. So I was like, you know what? I wonder if Pornhub has videos. And there's videos of guys fucking real dolls on there. And it's the most disturbing thing ever because it looks like a realistic woman, but she's like dead or something. So it's not even like porn. It's just like it's watching guys masturbate.
So yes, that's exactly what it is.
I know. That's why I say Tony might like it.
That's one of those situations. You always try to get me for saying stuff, and then there you go, admitting that you watched multiple videos.
I didn't like it.
I just got stuck in that big
wormhole. How many did you try out?
I had like 3 because I used.
That's his latest product review online.
I'm opening a virtual red.
Got a new review. I opened a box. Real doll videos.
I got.
Oh my God!
Brian,
Get
why do you have that saved on your phone?
Get it out of here. And why does it look like Corona Jesse Johnson? Oh my God. All right, you took us off into a crazy tangent here somehow, Dustin. It was my fault. You seemed all alone, and I asked you about porn, and then I brought up Take Condom Off porn. It's because it makes the girl dirty. She doesn't want you to have the condom on, so that makes it hot. It's the opposite. By the way, Jeremiah and the looks he gives me anytime we talk about anything sexual. God help us if it's something new and sexual. Jeremiah has to do 10 Hail Marys before having sex.
My favorite is when the girl is adamant of wearing a condom, and you're like, fine, I guess I'll wear a condom, then halfway through you feel the condom break.
I haven't masturbated during quarantine.
We know Red Band out there just breaking the condom.
Or sometimes I have to take her hair tie off the nightstand and put it on so she can feel it when it starts. Like, oh, I feel a condom.
Red Band's condoms break because the pussy is so unbelievably dry when he's fucking it.
Yeah, it's just small ass fucking condoms that they usually have. Chicks always have the free ones from Planned Parenthood.
How many times have you guys masturbated during quarantine? Many times?
Not much. I'm actually a whole time loner.
Yeah, no, I have I would say that my masturbation the curve is not flat here. It's still at a high level.
I just had no alone time. Like, I have to do it when the dog's getting caught, and that's like 3 minutes. So.
Yeah, you're really, that's a just enough time to watch 3 Real Doll videos. All right, Dustin. Well, your set was, again, like I said, probably my favorite quarantine-related set of this entire, 7 fucking episodes now. So thank you so much, dude, and come to a show, make it out. Come to LA when this shit all clears up. Hold on 1 second. What'd you say?
I'll see you guys when you come to Birmingham.
All right, absolutely. That's definitely going to happen. There it is, Dustin, everyone. He's on Instagram at HeyBuddyCC and HeyBuddyCC.com. He says he makes a bunch of stuff. So check out his comedy. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. Who says you can't have 2 golden ticket winners on 1 episode of Quarantine Kill Tony? I don't think so. I believe it's this guy's birthday or something like that. Or was. Or is. Who gives a fuck? I love it. I love it every time he's on the show. The record holder for most appearances all time for a golden ticket winner from Phoenix, Arizona. This guy made golden ticket history by winning at the age of 20, cashing in 2 days later on his 21st birthday at the Comedy Store. Ladies and gentlemen, it is once again Tristan Bowling, everyone. Here he is, Tristan Bowling.
Hey, so I got a girlfriend recently. Anyone else fucking? Yeah, all right, cool. So, I got a girlfriend recently, a lot of fun. We recently got a pair of handcuffs for the bedroom, a little sexy thing. And she was telling me, she was like, oh, baby, say something sexy while you're putting them on. And I'm like, all right, I got you. Did you rather state to understand these rights as they even right to you? And she was looking back at me like, hey. I'm like, bitch, I'm a fucking cop. Are you kidding me? I take my role play seriously. You're going to jail, slut. Criminal justice is my whore, and I'll come on the scales.
Tristan Bowling, always a goddamn cold-blooded assassin.
That's the Sim in the West. That's one of those kids.
He is. He's got those fucking TikTok-y energies. He's one of the, that's what I originally fell in love with him for, is that he's just this fucking hip young kid that doesn't seem like he should even fucking.
Look, he's got a lens flare. He has 3 lens flares.
He doesn't even seem like he should like the show. Not to mention, what are lens flares? Oh, yeah.
Gotta get right. You're not looking at a J.J. Abrams movie, dog.
That's right. Yeah, for sure, dude. How's life going, buddy?
Boys? Oh, I'm doing good. It's my 22nd birthday today.
Yeah. I love that. 1 year ago today, we were all at the Comedy Store, packed crowd. You were on stage.
I know. And now I'm just sitting in my room like a fucking loser.
Fuck yeah.
But you have a girlfriend now. Congratulations.
Yeah. I'm looking at her right now. She's laying down in bed. She's so afraid of being on camera.
Oh. There you go.
Yeah, but you guys want to see her? You guys want to see her?
Redhead wants to see her.
Here's your feet. Oh, you're not going to see her feet, Red Man. God damn it.
Hello.
Yeah, they're saying hello.
You guys are the cutest lesbian couple I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah, dude. Ellie got nothing on our ass.
Fuck yeah. Absolutely.
What you guys been up to in LA, dudes? How you guys been?
We're good. You ever heard of take the condom off porn before?
No, I have not. But if anything, that just sounds like regular porn with an extra step.
It is. See, instead of seeing normal porn, I feel like people go to, whatever their favorite part is. But in Take Your Condom Off porn, you have to make 2 stops. You have to scan for the part where they ask to take the condom off, and then whatever your other favorite
Now,
thing is.
question
Yes,
here.
go ahead.
Do the guys ever fight it in this scenario? Like, no, I should really keep it on.
No, there are no Christian male porn stars that are like, no, I think this is best if we. That would be the worst porn ever.
Have you been tested recently, sweetie?
Yeah. Are you on the pill? That's when directors yell, "Cut."
Good question, Steve.
Like, have you ever heard in the porn a guy ask a girl if she's on the pill before she goes, "Come inside me"? Have you ever?
That's the only time. The only time they will ask if you're on the pill is if it ends up in a cream pie. That's the only time. There's always a lot of foreshadowing going on in porn.
The only thing I've ever heard in porn that's a question is like, is dad coming home soon?
Right. It's always this.
Am I just looking average?
And that's another pandemic that's happening. Is everything is stepsister, stepbrother porn now.
I noticed that.
And I was thinking about this the other day because there's so many of them now that there's only one direction that this could go, and that's actual brother, actual sister porn.
There is that out there.
Well, yeah.
You use ExpressVPN.
Whoa.
You think this is the only show Brian produces?
Brothers in cursive. He's got a whole other.
Do you know of any countries where something is legal?
Russia. Lots of Russia.
Because something that I Googled the other day, because I have been using my ExpressVPN. You know, they're a sponsor, but don't get it twisted. Like, I am a proud, card-carrying member. Like I said, The Last Dance, I have a huge advantage over, your regular ESPN viewers that are stuck watching fucking Papa John's commercials. Anyway.
Filthy communists.
Right. So the other day, I Googled, or when I first got it a few weeks ago, I Googled what type of porn is available in other countries or whatever that isn't available in America. And everything that comes up is literally the laws against child pornography laws. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I never should have even Googled this.
Right. Now,
Like, I felt like my door was about to get kicked in.
Yeah.
Because there's no way to actually find out.
Incest porn is illegal in the United States. And so, like, other countries, it's actually the real mom and dad or the real mom and son and shit like that. And so Russia's really big on that. There's also a lot of, like I guess it's legal, but not real legal. Like there's some countries that have actual rape porn, where it's actually people getting really raped.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah.
What countries? What countries? Switzerland, perfect. Setting it to Switzerland.
And bestiality, of course. And you think bestiality is going to be bad, but if you see a couple of these things,
have you ever seen Take the Condom Off, You Fucking Horse porn?
Yeah, like seeing a golden retriever fuck a girl is not as bad as it sounds.
That is true. Wait, absolutely true.
Is that the real video that you've seen? A golden retriever?
Yeah, of course. Use expressvpn.com/killtony. Right after.
I'm watching Jeremiah just literally. This is like when Anakin Skywalker found out that Padme was sick, and he's realizing that he's slowly turning to the dark side right now. How many Our Fathers are you gonna have to say after this episode? It's so filthy. Anyway, so Tristan, where'd you find this girlfriend at? Let's just jump right into it. 7 minutes into your interview.
And what year did you invent the iPod?
I'm not
Sonic, play.
No, but we met on SoundCloud.
Keep it going. Keep answering the question. We're watching a dog try to fuck a girl while you answer the question.
Well, this is elaborate, and I wish I could be there to join you. But is that your earbud?
No, turn the audio off. Turn the audio off. Oh my god. Where'd you meet your girl, Tristan?
What the fuck? You're playing dog porn. How am I supposed to
No, we're not playing dog porn on the fucking screen. We're watching dog porn. You answer the question.
Like, we're not
I can hear full audio. I can hear full. I just heard the screeching of paws on a hardwood.
It's a bad doggy, Tristan. It's a very bad dog.
Oh, it seems like he's getting a fucking treat, dude. He's loving it.
Wait, you see something?
I don't see shit. I can just assume I have a vivid imagination.
Okay. So where'd you meet your girlfriend?
Bumble, online. Which I'm not sure if that's how like the girl and the dog met, but alright, I'm continuing. It was a lot of fun. We met during COVID, so we're quarantining together. It was cute. When we first met, I was afraid that she was a catfish, and she was afraid I was a catfish. So we were both pleasantly surprised.
Wow, that is incredible. Two fucking just cuties finding each other in this wild world. Everybody's still on dating sites during this pandemic.
Oh yeah, dude.
Incredible to me.
They're popping, man. It's like peak loneliness time. I'm just lucky I got me a honey. Yeah, she didn't like that. She's barking. All right.
Ryan has now pulled up animation animal.
It's worse or better?
It's worse.
Because you have to think about someone animating every single frame and cell of that.
Yeah, but it's not real, so I would argue it's better.
Don't tilt it that hard, you fucking retard.
You need a black censorship bar over fucking Red Band's portion of the podcast anymore.
No, I love dogs so much, but
That is absolutely incredible. When I get home, I'm popping a blue chew. I'm going to the dog park.
Goddamn, dude.
Jeremiah is completely shut down. We have ended the bubonic plague here on Hilltone. We're known for curing many diseases that appears as though we have.
if I ever watch porn, I just type in porn to the browser and watch the images. And you guys
We're watching dogs fuck. That's disgusting.
Yes, sir.
it's gross.
The best host.
Comedians locked in their fucking houses for. This is what it's come to. All right, Tristan. Anything else? You have anything else up your sleeve? You're a little magician over there.
Oh, I wrote a little rap for you boys.
We love your fucking raps. Classic.
I wrote a little birthday rap. Let me tell me you guys if you can hear this beat. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Do you want to watch a documentary?
It's my birthday.
I am too. Okay, just a moment. Okay, here's my question for you. I don't know if you can stream it. I'll give you the website. It's topdocumentaryfilms.com. You choose anything in the top 100, and then I'll watch it with you. There is one that I really want to watch, if you just want to know, and it's the Michael Jackson one. It's ranked number 1, and I want to watch it, but I don't know if you're into watching it. Topdocumentaryfilms.com, that's correct. And then the 3-line menu or the hamburger menu, you should see top 100. Okay, it's TOP documentary films.com. Yes, sir. And it's number 1. Now, let's do it. All right. So do you know how to stream? Take your time.
starting some campgrounds. Ground fire before governments have down in the active areas 24/7 attack.
Look at you. You don't mess around. Excellent. All right, I'm joining with my other account right now so that I can watch it. Okay. Oh, excellent. Okay. So, just one moment. Absolutely. I'm joining with my other account. All right. I'm joining with my other account. I'm gonna take you up on that 5 minutes or whatever, so that I can restart the device. So, how was your day?
We need to go.
Okay, well, I'll give you 5 minutes. What happened? Sure. That's really great. Oh, the $500 one. Isn't that an interesting feeling? Yep. Fuck yeah, DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve is some of the best free to use software I've ever used. I think it's really great that Apple's putting out that device, but I have some concerns about it. It runs on an iPhone processor, right? Yeah, do whatever you want. Okay, but I mean, basically, isn't it just like a phone with a GPU, like a and keyboard? Okay. Does it have a headphone jack? Oh, nice. Hey, my other friend is here. Riser, how you living, pimp? And he just left. He'll be back though. So we might have. I know you do. So we might take a time out on the Michael Jackson documentary. I've been trying to get him to watch it, but his mom's in town and she's not about that life. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it's just talking about the potential innocence of an individual. So I mean, that's really interesting to me. It's very true crime and stuff, but um, so he may come in and want to watch something else, which is fine. He will stream it if he does. So keep telling me about your device. What color is it? There, yeah, they. It's something like that. It was called something like that. Welcome, Riser. How are you? We're ready for it. We're ready. We're ready. What did I tell you, Oz? FTW. Oh, I imagine it would be. Does it have a? Does it have a? Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll look at it. We'll look at 'em, but this documentary started. You okay? Go to Risers. It just started. But I'll look at it after the documentary. Okay, so do you see his? You're welcome.
My buddy, I will see you out there. Really appreciate you coming on. I know you gotta get early, so we'll let you go. But appreciate you coming on. And again, I know I all this time, but I can't tell you how proud I am to know the guy just won the Kentucky Derby point. It's a big deal. I mean, it really is. To me, growing up, listen to me. To me, growing up in California, I never thought I'd ever even meet the guy, let alone have a friend who won the Kentucky Derby twice. That's a big deal. And when you go back to Detroit, that must be a big deal for your friends, for the friends you had growing up. You came out here and won the Kentucky Derby.
Also check out Hollywood down the road as you continue towards the 110 in downtown Los Angeles. Also in downtown, the 110 is from your town to seeing super slow traffic out of Valley. This is South Line, moving away from Drive-In. Watch for Caltrans on the scene. And some slow traffic that takes you towards Hollywood Way. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez. iHeartRadio. Tips for a healthier planet. About 1,000 plants we can on for food products and pollinator coffee, melons, chocolate, almonds, and even tequila. Surprising data points that they rely on this. Habitat Invested. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. iHeartRadio brings you to you streaming edition.
Someone watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the documentary filmmaking of Untold. Just like this, as well as the adoption next Wednesday, we start on the docu-series Trust Me. Most popular next Thursday on Netflix. About cannabis. Also starring next Friday, Crash. It's 6 days boxing event at 2 Eastern. Fury versus Rothschild. Next Monday on Disney Plus. The premiere of Star Wars: Shadow next Wednesday. The start of the next drama, Justice, starring Jason at 6:30 and 9 p.m. Eastern on HBO and HBO Max. And final season of the Cross of Galaxies next Friday. Start of Malcolm in the Middle. Life Still Unfair, starring Brian Cranston and Frankie Muniz. Next Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern on HBO. Next, third season of Love is Good. Next Wednesday on Amazon Prime Video. This one on TV. Start final season of This Love. Next Thursday, the Port Washington Harry Miniature Wife, starring Elizabeth Banks and Julie McCarthy. Next Friday on Apple TV, the launch of the film Outcome, starring Elizabeth Banks. Next Sunday on TNT Plus, the premiere of the drama Cassidy, starring Lily Magnus and Sarah. And that's me today on iHeartRadio. Songs at a 3.5% surcharge for third-party sellers, music rights, and prices. This fee goes into effect for some services. From a man who said he was hurt, and he said he
I do have just this update on the Springs fire in Moreno Valley. It's up to 4,100 acres, and it's pretty dangerously close to home there. Battling that Norfolk School in Avalon Avenue Bridge. So that's a flare up right there that they're working on.
We have our app all popped open here. And we're trying to get the fire again. And I recommend you can't leave that. Watch duty. Watch duty. They do an unbelievable job. When it comes to fire, we try to get all these updates. How many actors, fire teams, fire outages, and we can hear all the information like it. If I leave, or now, as you've been hearing, there's continued fire has been brush fire for the north, and the side of the Springs fire is 4,200 acres east of Moreno Valley. Recreation areas will place for twice as much perspective, and the fire is 10% contained. Fire tankers and roads ground fire sales county 5 acres is 25% contained. Philly Metro is confirmed its system overhead. Metro says its security team discovered unauthorized activity on March 16th and shut down residents' network. They're also proactively limited employee access to many internal administrative computer systems. Now it's still working to make some systems back online. Law enforcement and cybersecurity specialists have not determined who is responsible for the attack. Metro says all of its bus and rail lines have continued to run uninterrupted. Towards final transit safety and security. Yes, I do. Showing someone in South LA has been shot and killed by police. Police have Gemini plans since the initiation was working on the midnight. On 158th Street, the suspicious shooter was found nearby. At that time, they observed the suspect with a handgun. They gave him commands, but he refused to comply, at which point an officer involved shooting occurred. That suspect was struck by officers gunfire at that time. That guy at the scene, he was shot and was taken to the hospital. Supreme Court Justice Alito was taken to the hospital last month after an undisclosed incident. ABC's Peter Harlow says Alito, whose leaders of the National Society of 76, was scheduled to get arrested at the Federalist Society dinner in Philadelphia last month. It was described by Mr. Solani that he retired without engaging in the hospital that he was the court spokesperson said he was examined by a physician for dehydration. So let us keep in mind what the scientists are saying. Authorities and advisors of the American flag tomorrow has an indictment surrounding the beaches. And about the same Reach Cooler Sunday, 69 point Park 68 on Verona. That's codes on the 5 and permit.
Along the south sunset line, towards San Fernando Road. It's carpooling left lanes that are off limits until about 8 in the morning. The delays right now, heavy for about 9 lane as you make your way towards Buena Vista. Also, it's a huge fire closures in Moreno Valley. This includes both directions of Alessandro from Gilman Street Road to Highlands Boulevard, and then also Gilman Street Road on Alessandro and towards Bridge Street. The drive online, you can go down the 5 and the 405 in Bravo 5's direction. Exits and heavy traffic still on the 91. This is making your way westbound out of Carson towards the 110 freeway. Looks like going upwards out there, and it's keeping the drive slow for a while on just the 110. With Southern California exposed now during traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Essential classic rock that was truly hard hitting. AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search classic hard rock. And make it a preset now.
evacuation orders, evacuation warnings as well. 2,500 acres and counting.
So it is a concern out there. The springs fire in Riverside County this morning quickly grew to over 4,100 acres. And there's evacuation orders for many people out there. The blazing 90 east of Moreno Valley at Milton Springs Road from 11 a.m. It quickly spread through light flashing fuels caused by the rain that we had, and then all the sunshine and the heat that we had. And then so that all the grasses very quickly and then die. And it's very difficult to fight the fire out there. Firefighters use the term, and I've heard it years ago first about fire development, that the flame is stumping around and staying very close to the ground and moving rather quickly and being held by the wind. But in like 90 fuel, Cal Fire, Riverside County Fire Department crews said when firefighters were trying to blaze, it burned around 15 acres by 8 p.m. So that's only 40 minutes ago. It was reported 4,176 acres. And firefighters say 80% damage to the ground. Anytime things bug down, that's good news. But the rapidly growing fire is fueled by powerful winds gusting through the area, sometimes reaching 70 miles an hour. It's created very difficult conditions for firefighting crews. Remember the fire rate about 70 miles an hour is what it did there. And same with the Pacific Palisades and the Mountain Fire. Those 70 mile an hour winds make it extremely difficult. Nearly 40 fire engines and 200 Rosen helicopters were pulled to battle the fire, along with 216 firefighters. No injuries have been reported. As long as the fire remains under so firefighters were evacuated from several zones. As the fire continued to spread, evacuation zones have been ordered and confirmed. And then it says, all these numbers, but they're not going to be anything planned. Evacuation orders are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 areas. Evacuation warnings are another 9 areas. And the following roads are closed. Milton Springs Road is closed. Alessandro Road at Redland Earmark is closed. Bridge Road and Milton Springs Road is closed. And Ramona Expressway at Davis Road is closed as well. As they try to fight this fire because that road is closed. So they can shovel fire equipment getting out of there. Hammond City Fire Department is there. Shonda Fire Department is also assisting. Longo Fire Department has been called. They've offered some help on a couple of engines. Longo Fire Department. Palm Springs Fire Department is there as well. That's got to be 35 miles from Palm Springs. So, thank you. This hats off to Palm Springs Fire Department. Ida Wildfire Department is there as well. And Corona Fire Department. They're all sending crews and assisting with this firefight. So you got the bad guys and gals in Southern California that know how to fight these fires. And they're all there and not setting down before there are structures that have burned. And so far, they've done an unbelievable job. Over 4,100 acres have been burned. No injuries, and it looks like no structures as well. Looking at the app, well, watch duty, and they're reporting the same thing. So they're doing a fantastic job. And keeping, not only a pilot suit, but the structures as well. Fantastic job. The weather is going to be a factor. It's going to be nice tonight and tomorrow. Wind direction also is not going to favor fire. It's usually the wind out there blows from the west to the east. When the sage is, the exact opposite. And so this fire burns west instead of eastbound. So one of the hot areas right now, that Springs Fire, is right off of Milton Springs I'm sure that one closes, so we can't go around. But it looks like they're talking about here evacuation zone. Evacuation zone level 3 and RBC 085. So the California Medicine has some power outage in that area. Requires 31 minutes longer to utilize the power. And the fire is 60% contained. So I'm coming back and trying to get as much information on that fire as we can. It's not my job to go live on day by day. For now, here's the latest fun updates on the springs of ground fires. Fighting in the law enforcement's dissemination of Restream. Today's COVID was first Good Friday, Matt and our number at the top of the hour. From their trailer to flex traffic, making this slow one inside USA.
Southbound fires are still routing to the 17134 split and a headed northern from San Juan Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. That work zone in Burbank is serving people a slow drive. This is on the southbound side of the line, Buena Vista to Empire Avenue, where the carpool and left lanes are off limits until about 8 in the morning. That's what's causing that bit of a jam up. Also, Hollywood South 101, sawing from Santa Monica Boulevard to
ACDC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search for classic rock. You can get a preset now. What you get from Joe to make the wishes. Tell for free criminals. Just imagine what you mean. Best wishes are so powerful. You can make it for you. Give Joe a shot. Like that change the way they feel. Every single one of us stars in the stars alive. That's why we come together. And joy to show. Wishes in the stars make you. Visit Make-A-Wish.org. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. Discover the podcast from a library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Katie Spears vanished from her small Oregon town. The story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second kidnapped.
Perfect. Let's push this essay to a 10-10 logical by addressing
Freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports, even your home business can be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you: the IRS has powerful tax-related programs that save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation. Call 800-764-6022. 800-764-6022. 800-764-6022. A jumbo 30-year fixed loan up to $40 million with no closing costs. Save around $40,000 in fees, points, and appraisals that many lenders charge on a $2 million loan. Today's 30-year foreclosure rate is 5.875% rate of APR. That makes refinancing simple. The only question is what our average repayment without increasing your balance. But if rates drop again, do it again and save even more. Today's 30-year foreclosure rate is 5.875% rate of APR. If your mortgage rate is over 6%, that's a total no-brainer. You can close a loan with an exchange for your money at multistream.com. MLS 36375. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Just like that's the multistream.com. The multistream.com to exchange higher payments for lower loans. Nobody likes talking about that. So it's a conversation to talk about fresh food. In fact, the freshest bread you've never had. So you have to get your favorite sale or snack and onions. Right now, so so popular in the world. You don't love that. How's that for you? And I know my skin is so dry. Love fresh breath. Selfies not available. CELLIS.com and selfies.com.
Today, students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Donors chooses a nonprofit that lets youth, students, and teachers in your community and beyond. You can provide pencils and paper, help a music class get a guitar, or even a science project or a classroom online. Learn more at donorshoes.org. Evacuation orders as well as warning. Looks like I didn't know now that this one has laid down here, so I can show you the entire length of the fire at the top of the street. That's going to be where the fire started. It's 40 minutes of the clock. That's the counter block of the street. A lot of the street is where the fire finally came to a stop here. This is east of South Street. Now, I can tell you that the evacuation order has just been released of South Street, east of South Street, between Branch and High School and Holdway. But right now, the fire looking really good. The fire department doing what they could on the ground in this year, doing a strategic way to the fire department. Sees it right down the center. As I zoom in here towards the east, they're also looking on the advantage of the whole south there. The track motion that are playing
direct path of this fire are all, looks like they're all built probably in the last 20 or 25 years. And so they have pretty good clearance around them. And they have respectable measures on the home. Unlike the homes in the Pacific Palisades and the Eaton fire, and some of those homes are 100 years old, made out of wood, some of them with wood roofs. Not a good thing. And so these houses have the advantage. They were Pasadena, the fire out there, also the fire in the Palisades, and still some smoke and active fire. Just to the north side of the hill, that's where those homes were threatened. Along the streets there, Championship Drive was one of the streets that was threatened there. But I can tell you that at this hour, the fire is looking a whole lot better. As I zoomed into the middle here, this is where they did that backfiring operation that worked spectacularly. No fire, very little fire left in this area. Fire department is working to clean up those hot spots. But for now, the fire these men flying these helicopters, planes, risking their lives, taking that 100 pounds of gear, water, air, pushing them to the hill to try to fight these fires. These men and women did a beautiful job of fighting these fires. Fire looking really great. The key is no loss of structures. This time that we understand, I would tell you this is 4,176 acres. 10% contained. Fire department's done an excellent job out here on the ground and in the air. That's the latest overhead the Sky 5. I'll send it back to you. All right, Joe, thank you for being on the ground and showing us fly. Show me.
But we are still not out of the woods yet. The latest update that I just received is that this fire has grown to more than 100 acres. 10%. And take a look right behind me. We're on Championship Drive. This is an area that was evacuated early on in this fire. You've got firefighters downstream over there. And that's because they're entering into the backyard and some of those homes over there. All you can see out there. That just these homes, it's a miracle none of them were burned down. And firefighters were able to really burn this fire off from behind those homes.
Every single one of those homes. I think we should have Championship or Cash Drive. Every one of those homes has a pumpkin or two or three on there. And look, I think those palm trees are good. I think that we saw what happened in the Palisades fire. We saw what happened out in Malibu. These palm trees, when those palm fronds catch fire, they become like Roman candy. And they do nothing but spark sometimes for hours. Those sparks, those embers go under the eaves and they catch homes on fire. There's one of these homes right now that's looking at where the spring is and they're trying to wet the grass and prevent the fire. But I think that's probably takes away some water pressure from the guys and the men and women trying to fight that fire. Those spring heads, it looks like they've been on for at least an hour or two because all the water is coming off the grass and going right into the gutter. So I imagine firefighters can see something like that.
There's a golf course and then the hills behind that were burning. Now what we know as well, there is a new evacuation program, as Neil said, east of LaSalle, between Restream High School and Coltsway, until the new warnings and alerts that were issued earlier are lifted. I think that's what speaks to what we're seeing out here on Championship Drive. Yes, it's a very windy, still a big challenge for firefighters. Lots of smoke still out here, but we do appear to be getting a handle on things. We see, the sky clearing up a little bit on this side of it, and the fire broke out sometime around 11 a.m.
That's a recap of the fire. Let's do this. Since that fire hit this morning, we're going to put off the start of long bad time. I know it's a lot of people. And we're going to take some phone calls to people who live in that area. If you see something that you want to report, maybe save some lives, give us an update here from the ground and stay back for the evacuation zone. Hold us up here, put you in the air, and get all the information from our bicycles living in this area. The rate of fire is ring fire 1-800-520-1534. Your man lines up, so focus up. Put you up first here, 1-800-520-1534.
Some land managers define fertile planning to be close to the average December 40s with a medium bias in the eye. Rough cloudy tomorrow, highs in the mid-80s, beaches will be about the same or just a degree or two cooler on Sunday. 66 in Long Beach, 66 in Pomona, 72 in Tustin, 69 in Westminster, Manhattan, Burbank, Rivers. It's on the 5. In Ontario, it's not Southern California's most popular traffic website. Travel is back for season 2. Join us as we explore breathtaking natural beauty and the mayonnaise strip destinations around the world.
One of the things that really struck me about my time in Alaska, that's just a more dramatic story, is how the water view and heat really is just a magical beauty.
So come on, this is the 2 of season. Search 45 guaranteed achievement.
5 a.m. and 6:20 is the celebration of Spring Fire on 14100 acres. What's going on?
We're here in Texas tomorrow as we take a look at what's happening outside right now from our Saturday and later. We do have clear conditions. We have some clouds pushing in and across the air. Reports our headlines leading right to the fact that our Santa Ana winds are moving into parts of our weekend. We do have alerts in place until the early parts of tomorrow afternoon. Our temperatures also warming into the weekend. So while some of us did experience 70s and 80s today, a lot more of us will be in the 80s, and we'll see a few 90s sprinkling across the region as well. Our temperatures will not be cooler until we arrive at Wednesday.
On this fire here, and show you right now.
Evacuation warnings. In orange, you can see where the fire is actively burning.
It's
Evacuation shelters are open at Valley View High School. That's one location that's on Mason Street in Greater Valley. A few small pets animals will be taken to the San Jacinto Animal Shelter and the Greater Valley Animal Services Center as well. To LA County now, the ground fire has burned almost 350 acres to activate and contain there. It's up to 25%, but mandatory evacuations to remain in place. South of the 14 freeway, Soledad Canyon Road is closed as crews battle 45 mile/hour gusts. Meantime, a group of
okay. All right, so that's the update on the fire. It's going to be dry, it's going to be windy, and it's going to be hot. So all grades, and when it comes to fighting this fire, but it's important to know that the direction of fire is not going to be normally where these fires can burn from west to east. But the Santa Ana winds do the exact opposite of that. It'll be burning from the east toward the west. That's what's happening with this. I've got a update here from Chris Christie. He said this fire, spring fire, raging into the night. And it's approaching really this year. This is from Instagram. Wow, this fire is unbelievable. It's flying over and it's flared up again. And at nighttime, it really looks much more horrible than perhaps it is. But the Springs fire is very, very close to Restream and Reno Valley.
And the area that's burning right now up on the hill, they are completely surrounded by firefighters on the ground. And so the contained in one mountain area, one hill. But this fire, it looked like maybe an hour and a half ago, it looked like it was dying out. And then a combination of the strong wind and a lot of material burned out there. And it just sparked up. And that's the fear of these firefighters that people get complacent, they think it's out, and all of a sudden it explodes again. And that's what people start to get. We've seen what happened. In these fires we saw last year, the fires in Palisades fire, and they came headlong, especially with winds gusting 70 miles an hour. So again, whereas this stuff, you gotta get and watch. You gotta get watching, and they will have all the information on the top. They'll tell you exactly where it is, where the warnings are, and if you live in Southern California and you don't have this radar, something's going on. Something's going on. I can't really see. But again, the freeway is south of the 60. It's flaring up right it's spring fire. It's flaring up near Gilman Spring Road. It's the latest information. And it is burning. The whole thing, the far in California, are the newer homes on the west side. On the west side of the area, the Moreno Valley area. And these all look like modern homes that were built in the last 20 years. So there are good lot of clearance from the mountain. And the firefighters are parked right along the power bridge between the homes and this fire. So they're doing an excellent job. Fox Lane is one of the homes that are closest to the hills, and those ones that seem to be in the most effort. And this fire has gotten down to Kentucky Dirt and Drive. I'm straight that we started to Doug O'Neill. And this is Kentucky Dirt Drive. And that's on the south end. That's about it's about a mile west of Mark Airport. It's about 3 blocks that remain alive east of Mark Airport. And so I'm sure it was in Mark Airport Base as a up there to run the firefighting equipment in and out. And they're also going to be drawing water out of a couple of reservoirs there. You got the Diamond Valley Lane that I'm sure they'll be using. And the smaller bodies of water there as well, including Lake Paris. So it looks like Lake Paris is quite fitted in this book. So they'll be able to pull water out of Lake Paris. Thank God that that's available. Paris Beach, if you're familiar with that, that is surrounded by fire. They burned earlier in that recreation area. And then the area that they're concerned about, as we said, Kentucky Derby Road, and that's right off the Sales Street. So really that area, those are homes that they're concerned about. And it's going to be a sleepless night. Even though the firefighters are there, fire engines on the right red lights, the cops out there, the huge helicopters, with fixed wing aircraft is still going to be all night because you never know when these things flare up. So I'm picturing here is Chris Christie, and he said, I can't believe it. On this thing, get a great handle on this thing, and then you turn around and it's flared up again. So it's a rather difficult fire to fight. It's hilly. There's a lot of motor. The guns are 70 miles an hour. We can say it again, and it's going to be hot. And beautiful. So let's see what this is going to be. So you'll know in a couple of hours, like a day or two, what you're looking at weather-wise. But it's going to be tough numbers. And let it tough numbers.
UCLA women's basketball. They beat Texas. They're going to face South Carolina in the national championship. UCLA going to the national championship in women's basketball. That's a huge deal for UCLA. I imagine there's got to be 10 or 15 people in Westford partying it up, screaming and yelling and getting crazy. That the UCLA women are going to the national championship. They will face South Carolina in the national championship. We could have the national championship with basketball right here in our backyard. It's a big deal. Are your lives on KFIM 44 now with Mark Ross?
Here's the latest flood updates on the Springs ground fires. Warning about text messages. It's like you're on touch your phone. It's not like out of the air. From Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, you mean it's easy to use natural messages and social lights.
Things that really struck me about my time in Alaska, there's just a more dramatic starkness where the water, the land, the heat, it really is just a magical landscape.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Technology surface, Central Mississippi. All through the you'll find a perfect orange backup video. It's called Yazoo Clay. There's one thing that gets there. Wreaking havoc on anything, bearing them. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever had talking with. You never think what you expect. Over the years, Yazoo Clay has killed and destroyed a lot of Mississippi. In 2012, the construction crew uncovered the big one. Graves, thousands. On the site of the old status quo. And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, the truth never uncovered. The scariest, much, complicated, and nuanced. I'm Larissa Campbell. This is Under Yazoo Clay. It's on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Coming up on the next Experience Unit show, the Dodgers about to make a historic change to their uniform. Show starts Monday at 9.
Yeah, 5 a.m. for the morning coverage show. Let's get the update on the wind, the fire, the fire active fire. Under 25%. Containment rates of big number. That's the number. 25, 50 by end of the night. 100 by and that's the average size. So they got on that point. Winds are still rough out there. And it's about Moreno Valley, Ohio. It's a night. It's lots of people out there like campfire listeners out there.
This morning, we're shooting right now. There's still a huge school inside as well. We've had a very long day, and you see part of the fire here still lingering in this part of Restream County. I can tell you right now that what is burning behind here, behind this residential area, is Mountain Wilson. So again, this is a mountainous tree that's been burning for the last several hours here. It is adjacent to a lot of this residential area here. And the wind continues to quickly move this fire throughout the area. Several people as well we talked to said they lived here, lying and being so as many people were trying to hold out and had to evacuate despite the mandatory order. But taking some people earlier again decided it's the best thing to do to leave and rather be safe than sorry. So we're back. What game is happening right now? The kids today just said no problems. So I got as much as I could in. So this is the first time we started seeing the smoke and then the ashes release, and we said, oh my God, it's coming this way. And I was just thinking, oh my goodness, was it trustworthy? I was just ready to come back home, and then I came back home and then see it. Definitely, like I said, definitely scary. And then Carolina, Texas, you see it burning right now. It's moving throughout Pleasantville, several hours or so. We've also seen the several planes, of course, come by, dropping gallons out of the Garrett temperature without this fire. We're losing measure right now, still at 10% containment, but the fire, though, growing to over 4,000 acres right now. And here's the good news again, it's showing a big test of rain, but again, still really scary for a lot of these residents that are here in this area. I'll tell you, just driving around for several blocks, there's no place that people out here curious, of course, to see what happens, but we're really kind of moving along with these firefighters all throughout this residential area as the wind is through this fire. We're not right now, but as you're seeing, we have power, the fire does continue to move. Have you caught yourself some water drops? Because you know that those choppers can still fly even during night. You're right, as you can see, hear what that is both saying with retarded being dropped as but I will tell you that it's not just a quickly a little bit because the art is picking up and inspire away. But as you mentioned, there's still a lot to think about to try to really get out of this fire.
I'm sure they have, but that right. Wait for the
Since 1968, won the AIA National Championship. Last year was the first time they made the NCAA Women's Final Four. They fell in the national semifinals to UConn.
Okay, all right, so UCLA, they have a shot. Yeah, they have a shot at the national championship. They won one side, that was enough to beat the Texas Longhorns. Texas was a nice guy. 35 and 4 in the regular season. Bruins with 36 and 1, only one loss this season. And now they're going on to play South Carolina. The national champion UCLA season teams, but I'll tell you, one of the biggest differences is the fact that it's very rare for the tournament to be this far west. Case in point, you have to go all the way back to 1999. The last time was in San Jose that the tournament was this far west. That's great for UCLA proximity. You don't believe me? Look at their pep rally at a restaurant just across the street.
The UCLA women are amazing this year. They're fun to watch. They're esprit de corps. They're sisterhood. They're fabulous coach. They've got the coach. They've got the girls here, and their sisters and their coach is amazing. And they're ready.
Unlike men's basketball, they don't put the number up. It's odd. Like that, average 13 now, 17 points, 8 rebounds.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams. Switch you've made popular back in your stream on. Starting us off this week is Scarlet on Prime Video. That's followed by the new season of Daredevil, and on Disney Plus. DTF's slides back to age.
Yo, what's going on? What do you think? Excellent. I liked it. I'm surprised, not to some extent, that that's not more well known. I'm trying to. Right, and I don't know if those budgets. I mean, because of inflation and such, they have increased, but not in the same way. They'll pour money into digital advertising or commercial, and these more unique options for promoting the organization seem to have gone by the wayside. And I don't know. I think that they're of extreme value to high net worth individuals. It is um, a captivated audience, and it connects with people far more than what you're just going to see out of a banner ad or a billboard. And uh, right, and that used to be really big. People would have organizations would have like year-end meetings where all the executives would attend. It'd be like a big party. Um, they'd all stay in a conference center, and then I think they'd put on these different types of events. And I, I agree with that. Correct. I'm I'm in agreement. Yeah, people just don't. Yeah, people just really don't have the same connection with musicals, Broadway type theatrical performances as they do movies. And I think that it's probably easier to produce a short film or a little skit or something that's controlled at many of these meetings. Like, I do know that people do still have conferences and such, but imagine how much cheaper, like exactly what you're saying, budget from a budgetary standpoint, that it would be to just have a 10-minute video or even like a 30-minute video, as opposed to these huge scores with all these actors who have to prepare. And it seemed like they were getting paid very well for these, if I understood correctly. Like these pay you did for a year, and it basically took care of everything for your whole year. And so you have to imagine that exactly what you're saying. Budgetarily, they just don't see it to be um, perhaps as worth. certainly, of course. Okay. Um, yeah. I'm surprised. I'm I'm surprised that they didn't make them public. You could. I would think that that could catch on, and it's a great way to advertise. And the people already did all the work, so it's. But I don't know. I think probably Broadway and the associated theaters probably have a lot of shows that they could already, sell. And I mean, who wants to go to a Walmart play if you have a choice to go see Cats and Phantom of the Opera and many of the classics? There's a lot of competition, but I think from a niche perspective, it definitely could work. And it does seem like it is still being done, at least from a corporate uh, sales event type of aspect. I think a lot of it probably has been replaced or just perhaps complemented with video. You can still motivate people in multiple ways, but video to me seems more controlled. Also, if I were going to one of these events, um, especially like if I'm not into Broadway, or I should say the theater, I would not like it. I like it. I like opera. I like theater. So I personally would, but you got to think that some random salesperson from Tucson, they're gonna say, this is just a waste of our time. And yeah, yeah, probably to loosen them up a little bit. But yeah, and at least that's correct. LA doesn't have a district like that. We have like playhouses, is what they're called, or perhaps theaters, auditoriums, but there's not like a key district. We have film districts more so. And at least in Orange County, we do have some like theaters, but they're more spread out. It's not all compact and probably is in Toronto. There's like I think I've seen like there's a theater district to some extent. Am I Yeah, exactly. And probably, and I know certainly New York the same way, but uh I thought it's really interesting. I like the songs. So the guy Steve Young, I have known of him. I would watch The Late Show when I was a younger person, when it was on with David Letterman, and I remember he was like, so the reason why I remember him, he has a the exact same name as a very famous quarterback. And so they would always kind of make this joke, and I really liked that quarterback. He was a San Francisco 49er quarterback, and I was a 49er fan. So it was like, oh, Steve Young, they're having Steve Young on tonight. Oh, it's Steve Young, this comedy writer, as opposed to the big time quarterback. And they would make exactly. They would make jokes about that as well. Um, you know, I really even the idea of that having a live audience kind of a show is going by the wayside. And I dislike that greatly. But the Late Show is ending. The Tonight Show has discussed. I mean, the Tonight Show when I was a kid. I don't know how it is in Canada, but it still had Johnny Carson. I was at the very end of that, but it was the epitome of late night television. You'd watch all the other stuff, you'd watch the late local news, and then Johnny Carson would come on, and many people fell asleep to that. And it was in front of a huge studio audience in Burbank, and it was a really big deal. And excellent. Exactly, and then I've heard, um, basically and then they had, the late night wars and even within NBC going between Jay Leno and David Letterman, and then eventually Conan O'Brien getting it and Jay Leno taking it back, and all of those things that occurred. But now to go to not every single weeknight was to me preposterous. But I do hear it's quite expensive, and then you have these other shows. The Late Show, I think, ends in May, and the the yeah. Let me check that. So with Stephen Colbert, um, and I this has to do with the. Let me just check my facts here. Colbert ending in May. It was Jimmy Kimmel. That's okay though. No, 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 no. Understandable. You're not incorrect. So yes, The Late Show with Stephen Colbert is ending in May 2026. The series finale scheduled to air Thursday, May 21st, 2026. The cancellation was announced by CBS in July 2025, citing it as a purely financial decision against a challenging late night backdrop rather than the result of the show's performance or content. But there's more to this. The decision marks the end of the 33-year franchise on CBS, which began with David Letterman in 1993, and will result in the network retiring the late night slot entirely. Stephen Colbert confirmed the specific final episode date during an appearance on Late Night with Seth Meyers in January 2026, stating he is not being replaced and that the entire franchise is being shut down. However, Stephen Colbert was was a major critic of the Trump administration, and so they're saying they're saying that it's a financial decision, but there was a lot of pressure on the new owners of uh, its Paramount, like Skydance, the Ellison family, Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle, who's a major Trump advocate and financier. Basically, there was some kind of agreement there that also took uh, that also affected the Jimmy Kimmel show as well. He was going to be kicked off the air as well, even though that's a different company altogether. And now let me look up the Tonight Show that I because I've only maybe it was only rumors, but what is the issue with the Tonight Show? Is it going to be not every weeknight anymore with Jimmy Fallon, something like that? That's right. So Jimmy Fallon. That's correct. And the Tonight Show doesn't even air new episodes every night anymore. Friday night is just a repeat, and that's basically killing the biggest franchise of all time in late night. And they're moving away from that. I understand they say it's budgetary reasons. To me, you're losing one of the jewels of your network. I mean, what comes next? You're going to get rid of the nightly news? Are you going to get rid of the Today Show? There's just there aren't that many traditions on anymore. I mean, um, it and like Saturday Night Live is really one of the last bastions of late night that has the chopping block in the United States. It's a tradition. I know it expanded this year to England, so they have Saturday Night Live in England now, and apparently, absolutely, absolutely agree. It's a strategy. It's a strategy. It's a it's a strategy known as cutting the cord, and has been uh, very popular in the last 15 years, especially with the price of cable being hundreds of dollars a month. Um, that is just people find to be unnecessary, and the real reason anybody really has television anymore is for live sports, and you can get that through many of the apps. And really, these organizations have never been able to um, stop the pirating of their streams. So that's just a huge loophole that they've never been able to overcome. Why pay hundreds of dollars a month when literally with a couple extra clicks you can have it all for free? And many people have made the decision. I know I haven't had a television in um, well, I've used televisions as monitors, but I haven't had a television in like maybe almost almost 20 years. As a kid, I would have it. Then I found everything I needed was on a computer, and it was easier. I use pop-up blockers, so I don't even see advertisements. It's so much more efficient, and I have everything that I want. I can have playlists that just play all day long, 24 hours a day. I don't have to touch anything, and I love that aspect about it. So yeah, getting back to the idea of the theater and shows, though, there's something special about that. I have always found it fascinating. How can these people memorize all of this so well and look so beautiful when they're doing it? And it's almost like it's really like a movie come to life on stage. And I've always been fascinated by that and how they don't make mistakes. That's always just been incredible to me. Like I would always think, do they have cue cards hidden somewhere? No, this is just what they do, and it's a different thing. So I have found a great. Well, there you go. So I very much enjoyed that. I'm trying to think of anything else that I want to say about it. I found the integration. Agreed. They're talking about industrial foam and all these acronyms and how that's being made into couches and the silicone of the Apollo astronauts' shoes. And I found that to be really interesting and thought it would be fun as a writer. Probably saw it as challenging. I also found it really interesting. I'm a somewhat a big Martin Short fan, and to find out like that's how he got his start to initially start paying the bills in these musicals. I just find him to be quite an interesting person. So that was cool that he was in it. Um, yeah. So I wonder if it could have that viral effect, but um, very well. His son Oliver and I are we have shared acquaintances, so we kind of have run in the same circles, and always heard interesting, very good things about that family, and they're like at least in the United States. I'm going to name every Canadian person who comes to mind, and he's one of them. You've got like Martin Short, Howie Mandel, Jim Carrey, Pamela Anderson. Um, I'm like Norm Macdonald. Um, many of these are comedians. Let's see here. Who else? Wait. That doesn't count. He's the great one. Another mutual. Um, uh, one of my friends. Yeah, and Ryan Reynolds. He's big for and there are others, Justin Bieber and Tate McRae and some other people, but like the ones who like Americans, the ones that I named, many Americans never would recognize that they're not American. Like they've become so ingrained in our culture that we see them as American, and they have American children, many of them, and such. But yeah, they're from from so he had three really: Steve Martin and uh, Bill Murray. So no, that's fine. Dan Aykroyd, of course. Yes, exactly. He's the one that I was really over. He's one who I always thought was from the United States, but no, he's from Canada as well. Those are the big ones that like kind of have, um, at least in American society. Yeah, exactly. Those are the people who we think of as uh, no longer being part of like Canadian culture, but they have seeped into American culture. They're as American as anybody else, seemingly. That's correct. But they got their start in many of them in small Canadian towns. Not everybody came from Toronto. Exactly. 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 Yeah. And that's a big move. He's a comedian, but he's not Canadian. I believe he's from Ohio. Um, but that Second City is like the doorstep to Saturday Night Live, which is the epitome in the United States of comedy. Still to this day, it's been that way for 50 years. Where if you really want to get your start and start getting into movies and such, that's how you do it. And that door is well, Lauren Michaels, the founder or he's Canadian. Let me check that. Let me check that. But there's always been something to that. Um, he he's he's something. Yeah, he's a Canadian American television producer. So that's why that has always seemed to. He's from Toronto, so that's why that's always kind of seemed to be. Uh, Saturday Night Live always kind of had a Canadian feel to it, at least with many of the performers, Dan Aykroyd and Norm Macdonald and such. They, yes, he is. That's right. And very interestingly, got out of acting for like 30 years or so, and now is getting back into it, I believe, for Spaceballs 2. So, yes, very interesting. Um, I have one time, and I went to Windsor. Yes. So, I was visiting a friend who lived in that area, and we were not, it was like 19 or 20. And in Windsor, you could drink at age 19. And we just wanted to see what Canada was like. And the things that stand out to me were um, the fact how similar it was to the United States, but there were some weird things. The beer store, that was interesting to me. That's like the first place I believe we went. Then uh, Windsor was amazing at night. There were like the whole town like shut down in the streets, and people would just have like everyone. Alcohol is very big there. Now I've got to say, I everybody talks about how nice Canadians are, and I can say most of the Canadians that I met were very nice. However, one of the people who I went with, he wasn't my friend, but he was a friend of a friend, went there and was actually stabbed on our yeah, exactly. Who was right? On our adventure, and that was certainly concerning. So it was a little different. What else do I recall? I remember just like the currency, like those. It was certainly like, at least when we went then, there was an advantage of going. Um, Basically, they would accept American money. Like Americans won't generally accept Canadian money, but at the time there, you would accept Canadian money because it was actually like 25% stronger or something like that. So we, I remember that, and I only went for like a week. Yeah, that was an interesting time. Trying to think what else we did. There was, yeah, absolutely, and we just went for, absolutely the Pacific. Yeah, I wasn't intending necessarily to go to Canada. It was just kind of a maybe maybe there were some plan. I'm recalling I was meeting a friend who was from that area and visiting him at his house, and it was like this is where we go on the weekend. And the big thing too was the casinos there. Something like you only had to be like 18 or 19 or something to go to the casinos. So we did not do that though. All I recall was we there was a strip club that we did not go into, but I remember the women who we were outside of it, just at like a pub, and the women going into the strip club. I remember they were very attractive looking, but we didn't go in there. That's not my jive really. But I remember being like, okay, well, I see why this is so popular for Americans as a weekend retreat if you live anywhere around here, because um, basically you get to be an adult 2 years earlier than you normally would, or whatever you want to consider to be an adult. Um, and okay, Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm not big into them either. It it I don't know how good it is for the surrounding areas, and I. But if that's your thing, that's your thing. Right, right. Do they offer? Yeah, like at least the ones that we have in California, that are run by indigenous tribes, they don't have some as. Let me think. Maybe they don't have dealers or something. There's something different compared to Las Vegas. Vegas has tables and machines, but I believe the indigenous tribes, they only have the machines, not the dealers. And then there are some places in Los Angeles that have, not Los Angeles proper, but like little suburbs around it, that have. Um, they're called card rooms, and they only have cards, so they don't have any machines. And then you go to Las Vegas, which is only like 3 hours away, and then you get everything basically. But um, that's especially with online gambling. I don't do that either, but I know that a lot of gaming, as they call it, is down, at least in the United States. Actually, particularly in Las Vegas, and a lot of the people blame the government, the current administration, especially because of immigration and the lack of Canadians who would come. Going to Las Vegas for Canadians, for many Canadians, was kind of a either an annual trip or maybe once every few years that people would do. But now it's much, the temptation or and such, and just the overall hassle that many people, not just from Canada but globally, feel that they will get if they come to the United States, has kept them out. Absolutely, that's correct. Yeah, um, absolutely. Well, that was a really great documentary. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that they covered in it that um, or perhaps that we didn't cover. Um, yeah, I was just gonna say that. Like, what are the odds that this random person's deep passion is shared with someone else at a random swap meet or whatever it was in LA? And he's like, "Yeah, I've got this and this and this," and he's like, "Oh, we need to be friends." I thought that was cute. I also like music, just with there's so much going on, the horns and the singing, and it's just you don't really get that in today's music at all. Or you really have to search it out. It's not popular, but I thought that was really great. Yet another one thing, as we've been watching these documentaries, that's interesting to me is whether they have a narrator, or lack one. And this one didn't really necessarily need a narrator. It had the people within the documentary. I felt kind of pushing it along a lot better than the at least the Pet Cemetery one, which I thought might have been beneficial. Um, and just it's interesting the art of the documentary. It doesn't there was a time in my opinion, I could be wrong, but like around from I don't know 2005 to 2015, where the documentary online was really really big, and then I think a lot of people moved to Netflix and such, and it just maybe people do documentaries, but they become entire series or 5 parts or whatever. I like documentaries on really niche things that I would never learn about previously. So I found this one to be really, really interesting. And uh, yeah, that, that's right. I like seeing. Excellent. Well, I'll let you two get on with your night, unless you're going to watch another documentary. Um, I- I'll watch it. I only know all about it, but I have not seen it to my knowledge. Excellent. In Bend, Oregon, and the lady who runs it, she's like the manager there. She is fascinating. Like she's become a cult figure. People get married there. She started there just like as an employee, and now she's raised a whole family. She's a very interesting character. I don't want to say character in like a bad way by any means. She's just an interesting character of the world. That she has this dedication to keep this going, and um, many years ago, I dated a daughter of one of the executives of Blockbuster, and she had something that I thought was so cool. She had a card that anywhere in the world where she was, she could just walk into a Blockbuster and get as many movies as she wanted. I always thought that was very cool. It was like yeah, exactly. It was like Netflix before Netflix. It's a tour. Oh, sure. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. It. How long did you have it on total, if I may ask? Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that it distorts your sense of time, and it seems like it did for you as well. When I'm in it, it's like a lot of time could go by, and I don't realize it, or it just it closes out the entire world. Obviously, yeah. So I don't use it as much anymore because I'm on these streams and I've got people who are coming in here and such. But I would use it to watch documentaries that were made in 3D that have 360-degree view, so I could like look and feel like I was immersed. I would also use it for Google 360, Google Earth. So it was basically like a virtual vacation from the comfort of my room. I would use it for. I found the version that I had. I think Zach has like the or Riser has the uh, Oculus 3 or something like that, and mine was one of the first ones. And I used it for the gaming on it. I didn't ever feel was that great. One thing that I did do, and I recommend to anyone who has one, is to get a magnetic charger for their VR because you will, if you wear it enough, pull on that cord and loosen the connector. But if it's magnetic, it just flies off and you won't do any damage to the headset. A friend of mine at the time, when it was launched, he had the Oculus Rift or the 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 nicer one that's connected to a computer. And so on that one, I got into gaming and we played um, this Star Wars game that I remember being like blown away. And that's when I had that aha moment where we were using lightsabers and you got to meet Darth Vader, and that was really interesting. Um, and I then like it didn't become that popular, and now Meta is scaling all of its projects back. Riser and I are absolutely shocked that Meta spent $88 billion on their metaverse, basically to make VR. $88 billion. That is an incredible amount of money to spend. That no one like it just. I probably would exactly, and I don't have the Apple Vision Pro. I don't know anybody who has the Apple Vision Pro. It's very expensive. It's like $3,000 to $5,000, and that's just not reasonable for today's market. And I think that hurt things as well. There's nothing to do on it. I still think I still think that there's a huge untapped market in, and I've told Riser about this. It's called Google Cardboard, or it's this idea that it's just a holder that puts your phone in front of your face. You already have $1,000 or whatever phone, many people do, and all it has to do is in front of your face, and it can do the exact same thing. Google launched this project like 12 years or so, and literally they had instructions how to make their like I have a piece of cardboard here, literally out of cardboard. You could make the holder and you put your phone in it, and it worked extremely well. And they never continued to move with that project. I think that is more um, feasible for most people. They already have their phone. All of their apps are already on it. All their friends are already on it. They don't have to go and get a separate device. Just use their phone. Put their phone in front of them. It works exactly the same way. So that's what I think is probably the missing link. People don't want to basic. They just don't have the money to spend on hundreds or thousands of dollars. And then on top of that, not everything is synced. But with their phone, everything is synced. They don't have to buy anything more. and they get to do everything that they want to do. So I think that that is an excellent alternative. And Google did not pursue that project too much. I think you can still get it, but to me, all you need is a holder of a phone in front of your face, and it's basically the exact same thing. Another issue that arises is the ability to see like outside of, like, a lot of people I've heard, I don't, they don't feel safe not knowing what's going on in their periphery when they're using it. So I know that some, at least the Google Vision or the Apple Vision Pro, allowed it to be like tinted so that you could see what was going on outside of exactly. I You do need a little bit of space. I agree. He did watch. He just left at the end. I, I'll he'll check back in. Um, I am happy that I don't have other people aside from you guys with whom to talk. I've been getting into writing. I shared some with Riser, and I've always been someone who enjoys using just writing, either creative writing, but really more um, perhaps like, I don't want to say political writing, but like philosophical writing. And with ChatGPT or different apps, I find that I can write a lot more content much faster. So what I've been doing, I think, is somewhat brilliant. I'll come up with a philosophical uh, a philosophical premise, whatever it may be. Um, Dogs are sweet, something small, and then I will take that and have ChatGPT draft, let's say, 1,000 word essay on it. I'll take that essay, copy it, and put it into Claude, and I'll say, Claude, please evaluate this essay out of 10 for its logical soundness. And Claude will go through and say it's a 9.7 out of 10. Here's how it could get stronger. And then I'll take that and I'll put it into Gemini. And I'll say, hey, Gemini, uh, please rank this out of 10 out of 10 soundness. And it will give me, it'll say, all right, it's a 9.8. Here's how it can get stronger. And I'll say, okay, draft it. I'll take that, put it into Grok. I'll say, Grok, this says 10 out of, rank this out of 10 out of 10. And then I'll go back to ChatGPT. And sometimes ChatGPT says, oh, it's a 9.4 or something like that. And then I will eventually get it so that all of them say 10 out of 10 from logical certainty, and then I will publish it. And I find that to be a very interesting way to be able to ensure that my arguments are fully sound and tight. And so recently, I some of the subjects which I'm writing are very they can be very complicated, and ChatGPT complicated. Yes. So they might they might they might be on a religious subject, like, for instance, um, one of which that I've written on recently. This one isn't that complicated, but the role of Mashiach within Judaism. What is Mashiach? It's our Messiah, basically, who we believe is going to come and be a beacon of peace and to perhaps rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. These kinds of things. There are a lot of complications, though, in that. And so, one thing that I have found is I will ask ChatGPT instead of saying, hey, write a 10,000 word essay, which is 10 times normally what I do, and many times is too much for ChatGPT, I'll have it build an essay for me or build an outline for me. And then I will I will construct each of the 10 sections until it has 10 out of 10 clarity. And then I'll say, okay, this is section 1. And then I'll do that with the next section, that's section 2. And then I can combine them all into an essay and then publish it. And I have found it's like 10,000. Yeah. And then I publish it on a website called Medium. But I've also found that this helps me a lot online. Immediately, I have found, like, just in the last week, my when you ask AI about me, it knows all about my discussions on futurism. That's really what I'm passionate about, is the future, life extension, and perhaps interstellar travel, and the great beyond, and all of those things. And so, previously, if you would ask AI about me, it'll just say, Rabbi streamed their life for world peace, yada, yada, yada. But now it will say, in addition to being a live streamer, Rabbi is interested in these different topics: de-extinction, AI, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, teleportation, all these other things. And that's what I wanted to know about me, because I am much more than just a streamer. And then when you look me up, there's a lot more in there. So I've been very satisfied with that. And I yes, I appreciate exactly. And it's actually creating a new industry that isn't discussed. So previously, this would be known as search engine optimization, SEO, or search engine management. But there's really you pay big time. Absolutely. Yeah. So this allows me to um, inject my ideas for free. And I'm basically creating my own industry, or at least the discussion of it, which is AI management or AI optimization, which really hasn't been a thing. But you can manipulate what AI knows about you if you want, from being just anonymous to everything that you do in a positive manner, by giving it the right content to be able to learn about you. And so I have found this to be incredibly beneficial as well. That I'm, it's that's the yeah, that's true. I mean, that's search engine management, certainly. I want them to know more than, like, than just more than a streamer. I want it to know really specific things, and if people are interested in it, then it takes my writing and puts that into basically learns from it through AI and what I do. And yeah, so I recommend, please tell Christopher about it, because it is incredibly beneficial. I don't know why companies haven't talked about this that much, because it's so important that in the I've talked to Reiser about this a little bit. In the EU, there is an upcoming case between Google and the EU, or Alphabet, Google's parent company. And basically, the EU is saying to Google, or Alphabet, that you have a monopoly on your browser, and you have a monopoly on AdWords, basically what people are searching. And you can't have a monopoly on both, at least if you want to operate within the European Union. You need to drop one of these. And I've heard before that Google is going to drop its promotion of Chrome, because Chrome doesn't make as much money for them as AdWords does. And the market share is going to be filled perhaps by OpenAI and ChatGPT. OpenAI launched a browser less than a year ago. It's not out very. It's only out to like Mac desktop users. It's called Atlas, and I think Atlas will be very big. And in the future, you won't necessarily have to go to a search engine. You will just literally have everything that you need from AI. We're already seeing this when you search Google something. Gemini shows, a pretty good summary of whatever it is you're looking for. And there's the argument made that even the browser is changing. So I'm kind of doing what I can to be ahead of the curve in terms of the information that I have, and I think we live in a really exciting time, and especially with AI. I mean, you and I and Rise had a discussion recently that AI is definitely the future, and it is going to replace a lot of people. So you can either have it work against you or work for you. And I am in the business of having it work for me. And so why not program it now while I can, while it's in its infancy, to think I'm just the best thing since sliced bread? Yeah, it did. So I put out a press release earlier this week saying that I was going to be on a podcast, an upcoming podcast for the next 5 weeks on an Australian podcast. And if you go into Gemini right now, even just if you type it, Rabbi Rothschild, viral rabbi, that's the first thing that shows up is that Rabbi. I'll read to you what it says. It shocked me. Yes, that's correct. And from a time standpoint, usually whenever you publish something, there's a score that Google gives every website. It's known as PageRank, and so things that have like a 90 and above PageRank are things like Reddit and things like YouTube and things like Medium, and things that are lower than that are things like maybe you just created a website of your own or whatever. It doesn't give it as much of a rank. Once you publish on one of these high scoring page ranks, Google traditionally crawls the internet twice per day to see what changed, and then we'll add that to the search results. And so I can say within about 5 days, I was able to have Google know exactly what I wanted it to know about myself, and with just very minimal press release. I put out a couple press releases. I put out a Reddit article, and I created a Medium account. And now it knows everything about what I do. And the big thing was I wanted it to know I wasn't just a streamer, but I'm a discusser of futurism and all those other things. And it provides all that now. So I'm very happy with it. And I'm just going to continue. Sure. Exactly. LinkedIn is in that top 90% or like for PageRank as well. The issue is it's behind a paywall, or I shouldn't say behind a paywall, but behind a login. And at least with my LinkedIn, I I mean, I've used it to get really great jobs, but I don't necessarily want to publish on religious topics on my LinkedIn. I'm a certified project management professional. My interests are in technology and apps, and I may publish something, but it's on philosophy or it may be on religion. I don't necessarily want, if I ever, God forbid, need a future employer. E- Exactly. But on Medium, you don't need it doesn't have that login screen. It's available to anyone who wants to see it, and it populates within Google extremely well. So I have found a lot of benefit to that. And the big thing that allows, I would say, the like 1-2 punch is if you publish something on Medium or LinkedIn, either one works, and then get that posted somewhere on Reddit, it goes Google goes crazy for that because Reddit and Medium and LinkedIn all have very high page rank, and about 55% allegedly of what ChatGPT knows is from is based on Reddit responses. In fact, 10% of Reddit is owned by Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT. So they work in congruence. Basically, if you can get something posted on Reddit, then it's going to very quickly be absorbed into ChatGPT, and thus then Gemini and Grok and Claude and all the other ones. So I found a lot of benefit by using these different sites in combination with each other. There's certainly freedom of speech on there. I've discussed previously. I was trying to get people on the Kick subreddit to talk about me because I've created a bot that has just created tens of thousands of clips on people. I wanted people to talk about me. I wanted anybody, good, bad, indifferent. I wanted somebody to talk about me, and I kept I kept submitting a Reddit post that, hey, who's this Rabbi Rothschild guy? Why do they keep spamming me? And I couldn't get it published in there. Eventually, somebody published it without me having to do it, and for a little while, when you would look up about me, it would say, I live stream my life, yada, yada, yada. But there'd be this little blurb at the end that said, Reddit users have found this person to use like avant-garde strategies in order to spam themselves. Some people call them a spammer or whatever. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. They could call me way worse than that. However, I wanted it to, I wanted it even to be less negative than that. And now when you read it, at least it says something like, uses, oh, here it is, like uses lighthearted and casual strategies in order to be able to promote themselves. Something like that. Like lighthearted is much nicer than spammy. And but nevertheless, if you look it up, it'll say like, this is the person who spams everybody's chat, which is absolutely what I do. I can't deny that. But I do it for world peace. And when I have had the discussion previously, that it's not necessarily the it's not with there's no malice in it. It's much different. I'm not trying to drain someone's crypto wallet. I'm not trying to steal someone's bank account. I'm not trying to dox anyone. I really am just doing it for publicity. And I feel like that's, while some people may consider it to be spam, other people may see that to be admirable. And as Riser and I discussed yesterday, I believe it was, what's the difference between spam and promotion? It really comes down to, are you paying for the type of marketing that you're getting? Marketing organizations, advertising that's paid to be legitimate, and anything that is not to be spam. There's no way to really win that one. That's quite absolutely. Yeah, well, that's true, but that's it's yeah. Perhaps I filled that role. No, absolutely. All right, you two, go ahead. Oh, absolutely, Paul. How did you find out about me, my? Oh, excellent. Okay, well, so you know a little bit about me. Do you mind if I tell you more? I hear it in your voice. You're heartfelt. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I am Rabbi Rothschild. For those of you who are watching, perhaps not in my Discord, if you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. Paul or Meepy, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, then you get a gist of what I do. My entire life is on camera. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, the Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. If you haven't had the opportunity, you should, at the top of this Discord, there's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. You may have to scroll to the top, and it's like maybe the fourth or fifth thing down. It's a red circle. Do you see it says 24/7 live YouTube streams? Okay, either one of you, I want you to you can either click the link in there, you can check it to make sure that it's a good link or whatever. I have 3,000 people in here, and you know me, I'm not trying to scam anybody of anything. It's a good link. You put that into a browser, and I want you to count how many live streams you see currently. It's a lot. And so I may ask, like, other people live stream, but really no one live streams from more than one stream, and certainly not two, and certainly not five, and certainly not 10, and certainly not 20. And if you imagine, I've been doing this for multiple streams for over 4 years, we're coming in close to 5 years. That's a lot of data for the world to be able to study. Agreed? Excellent. So, in addition to sharing my life for more than 20 different streams, I like to talk about things that help the world. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my betting is and my merchandise. And it's worth tens of millions of dollars. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How did those things sound to you? I agree, 100%. Additionally, I'm a futurist. I like to talk about things that involve the future, things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, teleportation, telekinesis. I like to talk about things like de extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de extinction has already took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to be able to witness. What are your thoughts? That's an excellent point. Yeah, no, 100%. I'm in agreement with you. It went extinct around the beginning of the 17th century. Many people said it went extinct because of human interaction. Some say it was hunted. Many people think that the rise of the domestic house cat may have caused some of its eradication as well. Basically, an apex predator where it was not anticipating and wasn't able to adapt in time. But we do have stuffed versions, basically taxidermied versions that have its DNA, and we may be able to create some type of hybrid version of it at least, and eventually have what many may consider to be another type of de-extincted animal. So I think that's really exciting. I'm also an advocate for things like life extension technology. When you were both born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80 years old. With your consent, I want to increase that to age 100, through the use of technology, such as agriculture, such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, testosterone replacement therapies, ambrosia therapy, red light therapy, nootropics, peptides, to get you to be 120 years old, if not older. But when you're 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2026 when we met, everything that you talked about seemed like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down though. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you don't want this, no one's going to force it on you if I have anything to do with it. But if you'd like, you can utilize another type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Paul and Meepy, is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? I am in agreement with you, BP, but guess what? Did you know that you're a member of the 1%? Yep. In order to be a member of the 1%, you essentially have to come from a family that makes at least $33,000 a year. And if you have a computer right now, you probably are from one of those families. So I know what you're saying, though. The top 1% of the 1% of the 1%. I get that. I 100% understand. Agreed. And arguments to be made that even about half of the entire world has never used a computer. I'm in agreement with you 100%. So that's a little bit about me, Paul, and Meepy. Tell me about yourselves. What do you like to do? What are your hobbies? Excellent. Excellent. What are your favorite movies? Excellent. 100%. Okay. Let's talk Blues Brothers first. Who's your favorite cameo in that? Okay, that's an excellent one. All right. Absolutely, I'm in agreement. You know who my I mean, I love a lot of the cameos, everyone from Ray Charles to Cab Calloway, but a lot of that one that's missed quite often is Steven Spielberg has a cameo. Exactly, and come back in 5 minutes. That's so funny. And they got all, yeah, exactly. Love it. Yeah, okay, great. And what are your thoughts on the remake of Ben Hur? I agree. I agree. Right. I I'm in agreement. Have you ever seen the set that they had for Ben Hur? It was absolutely giant. Absolutely. Um, it's fascinating. All right. What's your favorite uh, genre of movie? Okay. What are your favorite horror films? I was just gonna say that. Do you have a favorite Saw? Okay. Right. I agree. I also like Saw 2. Love Saw 3. They're, those are, yeah. I want to say that I did, or I had it on, but yeah, to get like his view, I thought was really interesting. Wasn't that like, if you considered them all, was it Saw 7 or 8 or something? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Very interesting. Remember seeing the Saws in the theater, and how they were foreshadowed that there would be more, and it's really become an interesting uh, type of genre in itself. These these like psychological manipulation of an individual. So I thought that that was really interesting. All right, what's your favorite war film? Excellent. Do you have any other recommendations? Absolutely. All right, of those Vietnam films, we've got Apocalypse Now, Deer Hunter, we have Platoon, we have. I think I'm missing another major one in there. Is Apocalypse Now your favorite? Full Metal Jacket. Full Metal Jacket is. That's correct. Um, all right. What are your thoughts on musicals? Do you consider the Blues Brothers? Do you consider the Blues Brothers to be a musical? I agree with you, and it's not normally seen as that, but it is. It most certainly is, in my opinion. They, yes, yes, Car- yes, agreed. They use miniatures now, um, and of course CGI and such. I don't know if that record will ever get broken. That's a lot of money, especially in today's. Right, and it just seemed like that the car crash scene is amazing. John Candy's amazing. The where they are storming the city hall or whatever with all the army people, that's amazing. The scene where they turn around and everybody's got guns on them, that's an amazing. I mean, the Penguin, the Illinois Nazis, um, the jail scene, the even the end. I mean, they play like such big songs. Like I don't even know if you could get it done today under perhaps less than a $1 billion budget. But they're playing Elvis at the end with they play like Soul Man by Sam and Dave. They play Think by Aretha Franklin. Uh, these are just huge songs to get into one movie. It'd be difficult to do today. Are you excited for Michael? I'm excited for it. It should be a two-part movie, as I understand. Um, at least from a music standpoint, it'll be really interesting to get all those songs and in a set of two. Excellent. I think Jafar Jackson is playing Michael. Is that correct? And I feel like anybody else, if it were not Jafar Jackson, they would have their career. They'd either maybe be, everybody would say they're not good enough to play Michael Jackson, or Michael Jackson would have done it so much better. But this is someone who's related to him, so he's difficult to critique from that standpoint. If Michael Jackson were making the movie, there he probably would prefer someone with whom he has some relation, perhaps. And I find it interesting, at least from the rumors surrounding the movie, that they are going to tackle all of the good and the bad with Michael Jackson and the controversy that surrounds his life. And uh, so I think that would be really interesting. It may have the opportunity to be one of these big time, oh, what do you call them? Not just biopics exactly. Almost a merger between a rock opera and a biopic, where we've had them recently. I so you had like the Freddie Mercury and the Elton John and the Bob Dylan and the Bruce Springsteen, and those are fine. But this one I feel like is going to be bigger. I recognize that and I agree with it. So yeah, that should be interesting with coming up. Paul, how about you? What kind of music? What kind of movies do you like? Is Paul there? Maybe is Paul there? Okay, sure. Absolutely. Meepy, did you find out about me through Paul? Did you find out about me through Paul? Absolutely, 100%. Do you have any questions? No, no, no. Sure. I have over 33 different devices, including laptops and Chromebooks and tablets and handhelds. Um, I multi-stream, so basically, for many of them, each one of them is streaming not to just one platform, but to multiple platforms simultaneously. I'm live on, like more than 20 different YouTubes, a similar amount on Rumble, a similar amount on Twitch. I'm live on Instagram and multiple X spaces that are live on video. I'm live in like at least a dozen Discords. I'm live on BitChute. I'm live on YouNow and a bunch of other platforms of which you've probably never heard. Just to be as uncancelable as possible. I have more content than any person in global history. If you have the opportunity, do you know what Linktree is? Go to my Linktree, linktr.com/ Rabbi Rothschild, just like my name. And like you normally see someone's Linktree and it's like, okay, it's got like 3 or 4 or 5 things, and that's great. Look at mine. Yeah, scroll down. And that's not even 1% of all my accounts. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 X accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And of those, like something like 90% of all those links work. Occasionally I'll get a ban here or there or a suspension or whatever, and I have to appeal it or whatever. But basically, from that Linktree, you'll see I have interviews there. I have press releases there of all the interests that I have. I have everything from TikTok to YouTube to, of course, X to, of course, Kick to Africa TV. I've got D Live. I've got Trovo. I've got just too many to count. But when people find out about me, as Paul has, and now as you have, it has the opportunity to change the world. When you have someone who is given a platform to be able to discuss not hot or not, how hot is this chick, or what can I do to piss off this person in public, and actually wants to talk about real issues about the future and how we can benefit as a globe. That's interesting, in my opinion. That's extremely interesting. And on top of that, what this is going to do for AI needs human examples on which to build its models. And I am the most documented individual in global history. That means everyone from Muhammad to Leonardo da Vinci, Napoleon, John F. Kennedy, Donald Trump. I have more data archived about myself 24/7 than all of them combined. That's an incredible amount for the world to be able to learn. Uh, certainly, certainly, certainly influencers. On my stream, I've had Aiden Ross, I've had Dr. Disrespect, I've had Amaranth. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's stream. Number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's stream. Number one streamer I shouldn't say stream, in their Discords. Number one streamer all time in iShow Speed's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Action Man's Discord. Basically any of the Mr. Beast doesn't have a Discord where you can stream, or I'd be number one in there as well. So at least from an influencer standpoint, I have certainly had them contact me. I'm friends on here with the owner of Kick, at least on Discord. His name is Eddie Craven, so he certainly knows about what I do. In terms of the data companies, the ones that are really going to matter are Alphabet through Google and YouTube, Amazon, certainly perhaps ChatGPT. One really interesting aspect of this, meaning OpenAI. I was streaming a year before ChatGPT launched. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2021. Pardon me, November 2022. I was a user of it November 30th, 2022 when it launched. So I've been able to see its different iterations from ChatGPT 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 3.5 to 4 to 5. And I've been able to see image generation and now short form video generation. Basically, I have a complete view, time capsule of AI, at least large language models and related entities going back to the pandemic. Very few people could claim that they've even been streaming this long, let alone archiving all of their streams every 12 hours or so that they're available to the general public. There are some people out there who say, oh yeah, I stream all the time. Okay, that's cool. Can I go back and see what you did last month? No. How about last year? No. How about 4 years ago? No, because they just keep one long stream. I'm different. I stop my streams every 12 hours so that you can literally go back yesterday, last week, last month, last year, 4 years ago, and see what I was doing. And I would like to, I anticipate doing it for the rest of my life. I think that's a really exciting opportunity for the world to be able to learn. Absolutely. Yeah, great question. I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play and have been able to utilize my success in that industry to provide for some financial independence. I've also had contracts with major Fortune 100 organizations that have allowed me to fund this. When I first started streaming, I was at simultaneously working, and so we have that element of my life as well. And I'd made enough money and invested well enough that I recognized that I might not have to work for the next half decade or decade or so. And so that's what I do. And then I have found people who have volunteered to sponsor me. Certainly cryptocurrencies, and I also make some money streaming. So I don't really pay attention to that. But yeah, so long as I don't take exotic vacations and live within a budget, I can do this for another few years or so at least. I agree, and I have had to make some sacrifices, certainly from like perhaps romantic relationships and such. But I recognize that if I go viral, I'll be able to get any girl that I want. I just have to be patient. I've had many female relationships in the past, more than I can count, uh, of really great women, beautiful women. But I know I can take my game to another level. Every woman wants to be famous, and a lot of women would want the opportunity. I shouldn't say everyone, but a lot of women do. Uh, that they could be perhaps with the most famous person on earth, or at least the person who has the most amount of data. I essentially, in my own way, could say, "Hey, how would you like to be in the Epic of Gilgamesh, or the Bible, or the Talmud?" Basically, I have this huge amount of data, and I can make you a character in it. How would you like that? That's really exciting to a lot of people. You're in it. Abs- Absolutely. So I have been in talks with them, actually after the first year, and it's a very difficult record that I'm going for, which is difficult to uh, I don't want to say uh, create officially. I At first they were like, okay, so you have the world's longest stream, and I say no, that's not what I have. I stop my stream every 15 minutes, and they say, okay, so what is your record? And I say, I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And they say, okay, that's great. How do you know that? And I say, well, no one has been live streaming as much as I have from so many different streams at once simultaneously. And so they say, well, it's a difficult thing to quantify. When you have achieved a level of notoriety, we will be able to certify this record. But at this point, we don't have the manpower to be able to watch all of your streams to be able to confirm this. And if you know anything about the Guinness World Records, they want everything on camera. Well, literally everything is on camera, but they don't have one team that could sit there and watch it all and make sure it wasn't just repeated. Uh, and so they have said that you're certainly perhaps the top candidate for this. But once we have the globe to be able to watch you, then we can add you to the list. So yeah, it's something that I've looked into. It's also anywhere between $5,000 and $25,000, depending. But it's the certification aspect of it that is difficult. Even if we were, they were to say, okay, you have been, we can certify you've been doing this for 4 years. We don't have the manpower to be able to watch it all. But when the world has the opportunity to see it, and we can see that it is not redundant streams, that's going to be really something interesting. And I'm okay with that. And I do have some friends who have world records, and so we've talked about that process and such. And theirs are different. Theirs are for like planting trees on Earth. But I even know that like they've made attempts to get their world records, and if their cameras fail or for whatever reason any technical issues occur, they have to start over. And I know that the Guinness World Record is considered the epitome of world records, and it's something that I'd like someday. And I'd like it to be one of those records when I do go viral that I mean, I'm fine with paying for it, but I want them to come back to me and say, we want to give this to you. We want to bestow it upon you. So that's an exciting opportunity. And then there are a lot of other Guinness World Records that they might be able to that I might have as well. So I think I might have the most amount of content created by a single individual on social media, not just video, but like I have like tens of thousands of accounts that have tens of thousands of posts that are just videos or music or whatever it may be. And the way that I'm able to create so much content, I create robots that just automatically upload segments of my life to social media, which is something that nobody else does. So you literally can go on many different platforms and be able to see a snapshot of my life, either in 1 to 4 hour video, or some of them are short. Some of them are just like 1 minute songs or whatever. I have another opportunity, I think, for Guinness World Record to for the person who's listened to the song the most. I have a song that I play in the background of my streams 24 hours a day. And what that does is it confuses the algorithm, basically the AI of YouTube, so that if I'm ever watching anything that may be considered copyrighted material, it alters it just a little bit so that I don't get flagged. I still get flagged for some things, but so I've been listening to the same song for 24/7 for years, but it's in the background. I barely hear it. Additionally, this isn't just a story of my life, but it's a story of world events. I say we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We've seen assassinations and assassination attempts. We've seen peace and war and everything else. I keep a radio on in the background 24/7 that documents world news events. So, like, literally, you can go back to any moment of my life since the pandemic and know not just what was going on with me, but what was going on in world events, like a time capsule or like a timestamp, which I think is really interesting. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you see my reactions to what happened when the queen died, what happened when the war started. These are really important things that not everybody has on camera. And you are into cinematography. You know that there's always a reason why a filmmaker will put something into a film. And many times you may have someone in a film who's just listening to the radio, and it gives you a sense of the time period when you can hear those things. Or I don't know if you ever played Grand Theft Auto, but the radio has a big role in Grand Theft Auto for you to know what's going on in the city. In the same way, you know what's going on in my life by the radio, and it's constantly going. It and it's not just radio talk. There's a lot of music that's played on the buffer music, or the bumper music, I should say. So there are going to be a lot of people, artists out there who are already on this stream. I've already done my best to show on different streams basically every single Oscar nominee since 1929. Play every major music album. Have at least one video of every single song, every major song of the 20th and 21st centuries. Um, like, do you have TikTok? That's okay. No worries. So I've created robots on TikTok that literally just I have tens of thousands of posts that just have 1 minute of my life that that has music going over it. So even some non-known artists are on my stream. In fact, I think it's really interesting. Sometimes I'll have this bot post and I'm not even paying attention to it, and I'll get one of the artists. I use their song, and they will go to my stream because they'll be like, "Hey, no one uses my songs. I'm just a small time creator. This is really amazing." And sometimes they're bigger, but they'll recognize that I made a video of their song, and that's basically free promotion for myself. So I think that's, there's all kinds of really interesting things, and we have almost 3,000 people in the Discord now, and many of them. I mean, it's right now like 11:23 where I am, and we've got a lot of people in this Discord who are active. And when people find out about what I do, this thing's gonna blow up. It just and next week, starting Monday, and for the next 5 weeks, I'm going to be on a series of podcasts with an Australian podcaster and radio host. And we're going to be talking about futurism. The first session is on life extension technology. The second section is on earth improvements. The third section's on mega projects. The fourth section is on space exploration, and the fifth section is on intelligent life. And these are some really great conversations that we're going to be having. And I'm going to keep just connecting with individuals to be on podcasts, and eventually this will go viral. I know if I do it long enough, it's going to be a really big deal, and I think it will have the opportunity to change the world. And I'm really excited about that. I appreciate that. I had someone who came in, and they've become a friend, but they came in maybe like 2 or 3 months ago, and they said, "Hey, we just got to talking or whatever," and I explained to him what I did, and he's like, "Hey, I know someone who does what you do." Whenever I hear that, my heart sinks because it's a good thing. I want other people to do it, but then it becomes a competition, like who's been doing it longer. And he made me aware of who this other streamer was, and they do what I do to some extent, but they only do it on one camera, and they've only been doing it. This is still a lot, but like 315 days, which is great, but I'm doing it like 1,666 days, which is a lot of data. But I think it's going to become more popular in the future as well. I don't call it live streaming, I call it life streaming, where you literally can live your life alongside someone. There are other people who have had like city streams or intersection streams, but you can't go back to the archives of that and see what was happening 5 years ago or 3 years ago. They're just continuous streams, which are cool. And I don't want to put that down. I think that's helpful. But it's a thing like, if you can't go back and see it, did it really ever happen? That's absolutely true. And it's real life. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. So I have a lot of IRL content as well, in addition to desktop streams. I've had people come visit me from Northern California, from places like 8 hours away in some instances. So I have had visitors, but generally I'm the only person who's on the camera. I'm respectful of other people. If they don't want to be on the stream, they don't have to be on the stream. And I live my life just the way that a lot of people live their lives right now. Right now, you're just sitting in a chair, sitting on your bed, or sitting on a couch, talking on Discord, right? Completely correct. And that's what I'm doing. And that's what a lot of people do, but they just don't have the courage to put the camera on themselves. And they certainly don't have the courage to archive it. And once you can get past that, and you get past sleeping on camera and bathing on camera and showering on camera and going to the bathroom on camera and brushing your teeth on camera, you can get past all that. You recognize that you have given given the world quite an incredible gift, that you have no fear, at least in terms of the public aspect of your life, and people will learn from this. I know that we look back on pictures from the 19th century and say, wow, isn't that really interesting? This couple or with their children, and they're like, what did they do? Who would they become? Those kind of questions. Or in the 20th century, from video that we see, and we say, wow, that's what San Francisco looked like before the earthquake, or that's what New York City looked like at the time of the Great Depression, or that's what life was like during World War II or Korean War or Vietnam or whatever it may be. And we see how video has changed our life and given us a snapshot of what life was like during that time. I have recognized that I'm living at a time that no other generation could really do what I'm doing, just because of storage capacities of the video. And I see these as like home videos that I have, and there have been other people who have streamed their life. That's how Twitch started, but those streams weren't archived. And my big thing is the archiving of the footage. That's what's important to me. That's why I'm live on so many different streams, because I want the redundancy. I know I've lost YouTube accounts for whatever reason. So that's why I'm live on so many different ones, so that if somebody wanted to scrub the internet of me, they would really have to work at it. I would say I would be the most difficult person, almost certainly, to scrub the internet of it in global history. Well, hold on. From a video standpoint, I would say there might be writings that of people, of like major figures, that would be difficult because they're involved in so many different things. But at least, like, if you look at the president might have a press conference, and that might be shot from 10 different cameras, which is cool, but it's only for like 10 minutes or 20 minutes. He's never on camera, aside from the State of the Union, for more than 2 hours ever. And it certainly is not sleeping on camera or eating on camera. Those are things that he reserves for his private life or whatever. And I have just recognized that the world could learn a lot from that in the future. And I really want people to recognize, no matter where they are on Earth, that we're all not that different. Whether you're in Asia or South America or Oceania or North America or Europe or wherever it may be, we all laugh, we all cry, we all sneeze, we all cough, we all blink. All of the things that people do, we're not that different. We're 99.9% all the same DNA. Whether you're a man or a woman, whether you're rich or poor, whether you're black or white, we're 99.9% the same DNA. And there's really a unifying force behind that, if people can just recognize that it's available to them and learn who I am. And on top of that, I think it's very important that people know, and I think people will really like the fact that they can always have something to do. If they're ever bored on the internet, I can go see what Rabbi's doing, because I'm literally always creating content. Anybody else, Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, any celebrity, you eventually run out of their content. Not mine. It would take you 100 years right now more than 100 years to watch all of my content just on YouTube. That doesn't include TikTok. That doesn't include Instagram. That doesn't include on Twitter, any Twitch or anything else. And that's incredibly exciting as well, that we basically have unlimited content from someone, a fountain of content. That's exciting. Like, you'll never get bored of what I'm doing. And, we have people in here right now who are asleep. They just like to know that they're not alone in the world, that they have a connection to someone. If they ever want to connect with me, they can. If they ever have a question, they can. I play games with people in here. We sing karaoke. We watch documentaries in here earlier tonight. I do my best to be as hospitable to people and let people to know that mi casa es su casa. My home is your home. In the exactly. I'm not reading it. That's right. Oh, absolutely. I don't want the money from it. I know that this has the opportunity, as I say previously, data in 2017 overtook petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And I know that that is going to make me more money than I could ever want, and make my friends and everyone else more money than they'd ever want. And I want to give back to people like you, to people like Paul, to everyone in this Discord, to everyone who's helped me along the way. And I think I'll be able to. We have to think of all of the oil in the world and all of its value. Data, specifically human data, is worth more than that. So I'm sitting on my own little oil derrick here. It's not a little one, it's a big one. It's bigger than anybody else has. And I'll be able to sell not just the monetization of the data, but I'll be able to do endorsements. I'll be able to perhaps start different currencies and definitely market myself so that I very easily become in that top echelon that we're talking about. And once you get that much money, there's it becomes about power. It doesn't really become about money anymore. And I want to give that back. I ideally would just want to start one giant trust, basically a not-for-profit, and that trust just funds good projects in the world. And credit to some streamers out there like Mr. Beast and some of the others who have started or at least try to like help people, help the blind by like donating vision surgeries. I would love to do those things, but bigger. I'm not about making a profit. I don't need the money for the monetization of my streams. I want to give that back to everyone who's helped me, and I think there's a really exciting part of that. I mean, I have I'm a sponsor of a cryptocurrency. Shout out to the cryptocurrency, has a very long name, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. But basically, very easily, instead of wearing their merchandise, I could be wearing Honda and perhaps Coca-Cola or Pepsi or perhaps both or whatever it may be. And the exciting thing for an organization is I don't ever stop my stream. So their logo literally would be seen in front of thousands or millions of people simultaneously 24 hours a day. That's an incredible tool of marketing that really nobody else does. If you've ever seen an F1 driver or a NASCAR driver, anything like that, and they have those jumpsuits basically, and they have companies who sponsor them, I would feel very comfortable doing the same thing. And I think that that's a really exciting marketing opportunity for these organizations. And they'll have not just a banner ad, not just an advert, not just a commercial, but literally 24/7 coverage for their brand. And that means people are going to talk about it. That means people are going to see loyalty on it. There's a really exciting opportunity from a corporate standpoint in sponsorship. So I know that the money will come. And when I started this for the first at least year, I didn't talk to anybody. I didn't have a Discord for the first 3 years. It was just like, people would write in a YouTube comment, but because I had so many streams going, it would take me 2 hours to see that somebody had posted something. And a lot of people say, hey, why don't you use text to speech? I have, but it doesn't always work that well. Those text to speech systems are kind of buggy. And, YouTube could make a really simple system that if somebody writes to you on YouTube, it just makes a noise. They don't have that. It's really unfortunate. So you have to use third parties. But when I first started, I just basically was someone who was just saying, I'm going to give people a portal into my life, and I'm going to continue to live my life the normal way. And then slowly but surely, I got into different people who were interested in what I was doing and wanted to connect with me, wanted to visit with me, wanted me to stream in their Telegram. I've been live streaming in a Telegram now for years for a cryptocurrency. And then getting into Discord. I started getting into Discord about 2 years ago. And then I started this Discord about a year and a half ago. And we now have like 3,000 people. And I've been a major character in the in Twitter Spaces, especially crypto Twitter Spaces. So I like to say that this is the center hub of the internet, and I really think it is. You see how many different Discords I'm in, and you see how many different YouTube streams I'm. Nobody else does what I do. They would be known by now, and so this is a really interesting project for the world to be able to discover someday. That's exactly right. And you raised an excellent point. With any other influencer, the best you're ever going to get is them reading your chat submission, if they're going to do that. And a lot of times you might have to use TTS. You might even have to pay. Very few times do you have the opportunity, not just for me to schedule a call. I was ready for you when you came in. Like, there's a whole different aspect of that where 24 hours a day, you have someone to talk to if you want. Now, I know I may not be able to do that if I got super popular, but I could make time for people in certain arenas that we have in here, or different calls that, hey, if you know that you're being live streamed, but you want to talk about your situation you're having with your girlfriend or your boyfriend, or a situation that you're having at work or whatever, let's talk it out. I get people every single day who come to me for pastoral support, and I do my best to give them as good advice as possible. And they come back to me and follow up, and I've heard just about nothing but really high praise, and I'm really appreciative to have the role that I have to be able to help as many people as I do. Couldn't agree more, my friend. So you did have some questions. Any other questions that you may have? No, it was quite different. No, quite different. I wasn't a streamer. I didn't have a YouTube account. I didn't use social media. I'm a very religious individual, so at least 3 times a day I would go to shul, synagogue, starting at 6:15 in the morning, and many times at lunch, and certainly after work. Being a certified project management professional, I have a technical background. I've also, in my life, been an accountant and a controller, so I have a financial background as well, and just really was living what you would consider to be a normal life of a professional in Southern California. And then the pandemic happened, and many aspects of my life went virtual, including my job went remote. Um, Many of our classes that we would have at synagogue went remote as well. So we'd be on camera. And I recognized that I went from never being on camera to immediately being on camera from anywhere from 8 to 12 hours a day. And that meant not only was I on camera for a major corporation in the world, but I was on camera for different synagogues of which I'm a member, and the different classes, be it a Chumash class, which is Torah class, Hebrew studies, uh, Hebrew language studies, Gemara classes, which is Talmud, and even into Chavrusa, which is like paired learning. When I started learning from more and more rabbis virtually, and then eventually, over the course of years of study, became a rabbi myself. And with the role that I have, I was around congressional rabbis. Some of my rabbis run congregations, or rabbinical colleagues, I should say. But others have other jobs as well. They're lawyers, or perhaps they're a business owner, and they're also a rabbi. And I recognized that I could kind of go 2 different routes. And the congressional route is something that I may want to do someday, and have a brick and mortar shul, synagogue. But for the time being, I recognize as well that there was a change that we were seeing in not just Judaism, but globally, of this virtual world that people were living. And I was already, basically, I had overcome the anxiety that a lot of people undergo when they first have to be on camera for work, or have to be on camera for class. And the way that it happened was, after work, I like to play golf, and I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, not too far away, and I would hit golf balls at the driving range. And I wanted to improve my drive, and I never had the opportunity to see what my drive looked like on camera. So I started with my iPhone, just recording myself and my swing. And if you've ever played golf, sometimes you hook the ball, sometimes you slice the ball, sometimes you top the ball. And I would make jokes to myself just on camera, like, oh, that didn't go too well, or whatever. And I thought, and especially at that time, I was looking to get married. And I thought my future family, my future wife and future children may want to see what their dear old dad was like during the pandemic, before they were even a gleam in his eye. And so I thought, okay, well, maybe I should start uploading this content to my Google Drive. And so I started doing that, and I would do it after work every single day. And it was just taking me a long time. If you get into the whole archiving footage and then downloading it and re-uploading it, it can take some time, especially if you're getting throttled from an ISP or your cell service or whatever, because you're using so much data. And I recognize that, what, if I'm going to do this, I want to do it better than anybody else. So I went to Verizon. I bought 4 different data lines, so that when I do IRL streaming, I had a lot of data. Had a family plan as a single individual, which is quite interesting. And I bought a bunch of different laptops. I bought tablets. I bought handheld devices. I'm very familiar, and had been, with my technical background, of launching both apps on the App Store and Google Play. So I know iOS devices very well. I know Android devices very well. I've gotten into Windows devices, of course, Apple devices, even Amazon devices. And then I put cameras around myself in 360 degrees. And then just started learning how to stream. And I figured, you know what, if I do this 24 hours a day for a month, this will be huge. I'll go viral very easily. I'll have more followers than I'll ever want. Well, I didn't recognize it was going to be much more difficult than that. And you run into issues of copyright restrictions. You run into issues with, like, I don't generally talk about anything medicine related on my streams, generally not. But if I'm watching a podcast like Joe Rogan and he talks about something medical, well, then I can get a flag for that, or I can get flagged for that, for medical misinformation. So I had to learn about all of those different aspects of streaming. And then I had to learn about redundant streams and multi-streaming. And if it's possible, if it's possible from a device, I will figure out a way how to stream on it. And then from there, for, like I said, the first year I didn't really talk to anybody. The second year I would talk to people, but I didn't really. I That's when I started to open up a little bit more. The third year I got into starting my own Discord, or so, maybe into the third and fourth year, and now I'm just open to the world, and that's basically how it started. Does that answer your question? Excellent. So that's how it happened. Basically, before my life, I was not a streamer. I was your classic black hat Orthodox Jew that you might see in a local community, and had nothing to do with the streaming world. Didn't want anything to do with the influencer world. But here we are. Oh, I should say as well, I know I did answer that question quite thoroughly. So I've both had positions at startups and positions in for major corporations. And in the startup world, I had a very unique opportunity to. I was the managing director of a startup, and I'd be happy to tell you the name of it, but I have an NDA. So, but it became a very popular app, and especially in Los Angeles. And I was able to manage the marketing department for a startup, and we had an angel investor who had quite deep pockets. So that meant that I was able to be in commercials, that I was able to design billboards, write jingles on the radio, even have product placement in movies, or like help to be sponsors of the Oscars. And so that allowed me to learn a lot about marketing um, and just advertising, digital advertising, social media advertising. So while I personally didn't do social media, I ran departments that did. So that gave me an inside track of how these things work. And it really comes down to impressions. If you don't know what an impression is, it's basically when somebody sees your advertisement or hears your advertisement, that's considered one impression. And I recognize that the power of the impression. So I I utilize that to my advantage. That's why I'm in so many discords. And maybe I have my camera on. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I'm always in there. I'm always an impression in it. Eventually, somebody will get curious enough about me. They'll look at my profile. They'll click on it. They come in here, and that's how they join. So I did have a little bit of an advantage from my previous work experience on how to market myself well. And as you see, it's working pretty well. Oh, every day. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I get people every day who say the N word. They just come and say the N word. They just come and like just and just as long as they can until I ban them. I'll get people who come in, and the big one that people like to do is they like to wake me up. So they see I'm asleep. They like to play chainsaws when they come in. Generally, I have those things muted, but not always. So they sometimes do wake me up, or they'll play air horns. I get people who certainly, say death to Israel, those kinds of things. I get those kinds of things all the time. But I'm like a duck, and I just let those types of hate, that type of hatred, just roll like water off a duck's back, and I just reject it all. I recognize that if they knew that they were being archived for the history of humanity, they would not be acting in the same way. But eventually, people are going to see my streams and will find out who all those people are, and they will have to be judged to a certain extent. I like giving people second chances. So I could understand, hey, I understand. You were 19 years old and you thought it would be funny to do that. Okay, I get it. I get it. I understand. But it will be a lesson for people in the future, I think, of how we should interact with people online, that we aren't as anonymous as we may think that we are. And but yeah, every single day I do get people who are bad actors. It's no big deal. I just have to press the ban button, and I do have a ban. Or I do have an appeal Discord, so an appeal server. So I get some people who say to me, "Sorry, I was drunk. Is there any way I can come back?" Yeah, of course. I give people second chances. I'll give you a third chance if you need it. Yeah, I'm very easygoing. The main reason why people get banned in here, though, is because they're not 18 years old. That's why whenever I send out an invite, it says, "Please join if you are an adult." And to join in here, at least to join this call, iOS doesn't have it. I would have it if I could, but Android does. It says you must be 18 years old, and it from a desktop computer as well. And if you're not, or if you're in some countries, they make you verify. Even still, people do get in one way or another. And so the way that I solve that, if they sound young, or I have any kind of suspicions, then I just ask them, in what year were they born? And if they hesitate, then I basically have to say to them, I'm not here to be a bad guy or a mean guy, but I am here that I don't want to talk with children. I think children are great. I don't have anything against them, but I don't think that, at least I talk about things that many times aren't for children's ears, arguably. And I get people who come in here who say, "Hey, Rabbi, I'm having trouble with my girlfriend," or "Hey, Rabbi, I'm having trouble with my boyfriend." And these discussions can get rather um, specific and detailed, and they're just not the right discussions for children. And also, there's a certain level of maturity that I want people to have. When I come in here and I say, I stream my life for world peace, blah 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 blah. I don't want somebody saying, "Okay, but who's your favorite Fortnite character?" Like that's not important to me. I want children to be children. I want adults to be adults. So the main reason why people are banned in here is because of their children. I get people, though, quite often. They'll be like, "I'm 17 and 364 days old," and I'll say, "I'll see you tomorrow," and I won't ban those people, but if they're really really close. I'll get other people who say, "Oh, I didn't know you had to be 18. Is there any way you won't ban me?" I'm like, "Yeah, I won't ban you. Just leave the server and come back when you are 18." They'll come back, and we'll wish them good tidings and everything. And then I do get some people who are just absolutely not even close to being 18. And but yeah. So in answer to your question, do I get bad actors in here? Absolutely. I do give people second chances. I give people third chances, and I think that's important. And to give people a way to ask to be unbanned is important as well. Thank you. It happens, and I understand. I've been a young person, and uh, generally I wouldn't say anything like that about someone, but I recognize that uh, people do change, and with the consistency aspect of it, some people say, you must be the most consistent person on earth. And I would say, I don't know if that's true, but what I do know is true is I have more consistency archived on the internet than any person does. And I've always been a very consistent person in my jobs. I go years without missing a day. I like, no matter what it is, we could have fires in Southern California, we could have earthquakes in Southern California, whatever it may be. In synagogue attendance the same way. And I recognize that consistency is important for people, and especially doing something that I'm doing. Like, people don't want a hit and miss individual. They want something that they know for long periods of time is consistent and true. There's something beautiful in that. And as I say, I would just basically be living my life uh, in some ways the same way. I think just chilling on the internet, surfing the internet, watching podcasts, listening to the radio. Those are things that I've always loved to do. In terms of like my IRL friends, I don't want them to have to feel like they have to be on the stream. So we may email, we may call or whatever. And I always know I'm not a prisoner to the stream. If I want, I can just go, and I go outside if I want. And now I have like security cameras, but that's not like being streamed. Like, that's just archived from a security standpoint. But I can basically leave whenever I want, and there's a lot of beauty in that. And I find it to be an exciting premise that I just leave the streams going 24/7 if I want, and nobody gets kicked out of here. Everybody can stay, and then when I want to come back, I come back. That's a cool aspect of it too. Like, I do have handheld devices that I use. If I ever, fortunately, it doesn't happen often, but like, if like we ever have to, like, maybe like if I have to have um like the ISP come out and like change out the router or something. Like, that's why I say I don't have the longest stream going in global history. I don't really want that. That's a lot of stress on my life that I don't want. I like having the most amount of data. That's what's important to me. And so I have GoPros that I use if I ever am having issues. And then in the bathroom as well, I have GoPros. Now, I do have myself going to the bathroom far more than probably anyone in global history, but that is not highly ranked content on YouTube. YouTube actually does not like that kind of content. Now, when I shower, I have a lot of singing in the shower videos, especially on Instagram, but they'll be from like the waist up, or I'll wear like swimming trunks, something like that, because of the nudity issue. And and then with the GoPros, a lot of times if I'm going to the bathroom, I'll just turn on a GoPro, and so I have that information archived. So I have some offline, actually a lot of offline. I have SD cards, just a huge bag of SD cards, like 512 gigabyte SD cards, terabytes. I have lots of offline data as well. So when we go viral, I'm gonna upload all of that as well, and people will have the opportunity to see like behind the scenes, so to speak, which I think will be really interesting as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, excellent question. So before I started doing this on live streams, I started the live streams in fall of 2021, but I have like an entire summer before then that was just on SD cards, SD card after SD card after SD card. I would order like 10 SD cards a week from Amazon. And so at that time, it was just everything. I had just SD cards of myself sleeping. A lot of those SD cards are IRL content, though. I would run into the issue, especially that summer, where my phones would overheat in the Southern California sun, or I'd have issues with power. Just, the phones. If you are live streaming, or even just using your camera for long periods of time, you won't get 8 hours out of your battery. You might get 1 or 2 hours out of your battery, and I would still need these phones as well for, like, GPS and things like that. So, the there's a lot of IRL content on the SD cards, and I would say if I wanted redundant streams while outside, that's what a lot of those SD cards are. For now, some of the SD cards are IRL content, but they're really things that I can't show on um, on YouTube. So like if I'm going to the bathroom, YouTube does not like that. Even though I do have, especially on TikTok and Instagram, a lot of that kind of content, um, it'll just get flagged as being, inappropriate or whatever reason they want to give. So I have just like SD cards of myself going to the bathroom or showering. Um, what else do I have SD cards of? Really a lot of IRL content usually because I would live stream with a device and then as a backup have the SD card. So, in answer to your question, the things that I use SD cards for most are IRL content, and um, yeah, I hope that answers your question. Okay, this is a great question. At least 100 terabytes. So I've got quite a few different like 5 terabyte uh, 5 terabyte hard drives, and then I have just a huge bag of SD cards. Each one is anywhere from 256 gigabytes to like a terabyte itself, and I have like hundreds of those. Um, so at least 100 terabytes there, and then in terms of what I put out, I've calculated it. I have like at least like 20 petabytes that I've archived on the internet over the course of the last 4 years. It's just a huge amount of data if you know how big a petabyte is. No, they're all in just a well. If it's like a hard drive, yeah, where it's like plugged into my computer. But if it's just a card, no, I have these cards like chips, just like boom. I'd be done with one, just throw it in there. And it's really easy to identify because they all have the date on, like all of they're all formatted in a way that it has the date and the time and everything. So it's all labeled digitally. So all I have to do is put it into a card reader and it tells me everything that I need. But if you know how little an SD card is, you can't really write that much on it physically. Excellent. Questions? Yeah, great question. So I was in a friend of mine's wedding, in right when the pandemic started, and I saw all my friends at this wedding, and it was like the last time that we were all together. My friends got married. They have children, thankfully, and so we will do like FaceTime or we will do email. But they recognize that this is really important to me, and they also recognize that it's never been done before. So they're very positive towards it. But in terms of like what we used to do, where we would just go to our local kosher deli and shoot the breeze or whatever, um, those kind of things, those kind of days, I don't want to say are over, but they have wives now and they have children. And so they don't have the same time that I do. So it was actually pretty convenient when it all happened that they were moving on with different aspects of their life. And I was about to do the same. I had a shadchan, a match, and was looking into basically sitting down and getting married permanently. And then the pandemic really changed a lot of that. I had intentions perhaps to move from Southern California to Israel. That changed during the pandemic. A lot of those programs were basically delayed. and then it became pretty unsafe to. Not saying it's completely unsafe, but Israel's been involved in some major conflicts since then, and from that perspective, my intentions to perhaps move abroad have at least been delayed. I'd like to live there as I get older. I know exactly where I want to live. I know the friends that I want to have there. And that's another thing. I had some friends, quite a few friends who made Aliyah right before the pandemic. So, they we went from seeing each other multiple times a week to they moved. Um, Other people in my life, certainly from a synagogue standpoint, as being a pillar of the community that it was, and being in shul multiple times a day, I basically said to my rabbinical colleagues, "This is what I want to do," and I have their blessing to live my life any way that I want, and certainly get the emails and follow ups and everything. But I think they kind of consider it to be avant garde, but this isn't necessarily uncharted territories within the Jewish community. We have people who do gap years. We have people who go travel the world in Bangladesh and in Burma or Myanmar and the Philippines, and they'll just take like 2 years to just go backpacking or whatever it is. We'll have people who just go and start a shul somewhere in remote locations in Indonesia or Thailand or something like that. And we recognize that they'll be back in due time. And that's kind of how I see it as well. And uh, I, the friends that I have, I know that our bonds are, no matter where we are, we're still friends. When we'll do like calls together on Zoom and things like that. And it's like we're together again, like we are at that local Jewish deli or perhaps in the parking lot of shul or synagogue or wherever it may be, or at Shabbat dinner, whatever. There are bonds that don't really weaken with time. And I like to see their pictures of their kids and their, if they go on vacation or whatever it is. That's all. Those are things that I recognize that perhaps I'm missing out on. But I don't mind it. I'm fine with not having that life. I'm fine with not having to make tuition payments for day schools, and I'm fine for not having. I mean, I got to say that not all of the relationships are always great. There are people who have divorces and such. Fortunately, it's avoided my friend group for the most part. But a relationship takes time and it's a lot of effort, and I've certainly been someone who has been with many women, really great women, with the opportunity to perhaps marry quite a few of them, but just never wanted to pull the trigger on it until I was older, more established, especially from a financial standpoint. And now I'm at the point where I feel I'm on the verge of something really special, that it could be this time next year, everybody in the United States knows who I am, or perhaps the world. Um, Very few people have that opportunity. I know my other friends, they're like accountants, or they're like working at they're like an executive in some organization, or they're a lawyer or something. But it's not like tomorrow their law firm is going to be the biggest law firm in the world. They don't have that. This is like almost like a lottery ticket that I have, that at any time this thing's going to hit. If I do it for long enough, and when it does, I'll be able to buy their companies. I'll be able to buy their law firms. I'll be able to do anything that I want. So, they certainly know that I've been a a different, very consistent individual. I think what would surprise them most is that they saw me going down the road of getting married, having children, and the fact that I've delayed that, and I recognize that I'm having to delay it for like 5 years or so, that might surprise some of them. But for other ones that I have, especially the women in my life, I would make it vocal to them that I thought I would be like 50 years old before I got married. I had a lot to do. I wanted to travel. I wanted to be established. I wanted to have a career. and then have children. And I didn't understand why that wasn't more common. Everybody had to get settled really early on, and I understand that's part of the culture. But there's an aspect of me that where I think I've gone in a little bit different direction. So the friends that I have been positive of this. I don't really have anybody who's been negative about it. At least they haven't vocalized that to me, and we still keep in touch the way that many people keep in touch or have since the pandemic, and especially long distance that we have with many of my friends who have moved to. I mean, some of them have moved to England, some have moved to Israel, some just might have moved from Orange County to Los Angeles County. So even still, we're not, they moved, and trying to think of one person who's been negative in my life about the situation, and none come to mind. So that's been a blessing in itself as well. That's exactly right. There's a it's incredibly freeing doing what I do, um, and like I have learned that no matter who we are, we all, like I've said previously, we all laugh, we all cry, we all sleep, we all snore a little or whatever. We all cough. We're not that different, and in order for us to have world peace, and I really that's my main goal in this. In order for that to occur, we need leaders who talk about it. And there are a lot of people out there who want it, but they don't talk about it. They're afraid to talk about it. And I would say my friend group recognizes that how important world peace is to me personally. And I recognize there's a quote of Margaret Mead that I really like: "Never doubt the actions of a small group of people to change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has." And I agree with that. The idea that it just takes one person or a small group of people to be able to make a huge impact on society. And I'm very difficult to cancel. And that's an important aspect of it too. That if even if YouTube took down all my streams, I have redundant streams on Instagram and on TikTok and on Twitter and all the other places. And if you took me down on Twitter, or I'm still on Rumble, I'm on a lot of different places, and I don't talk about anything that I feel is that controversial aside from world peace. I don't get into politics that much. I do my best to maintain neutrality. I think generally that many politicians are corrupt, and I don't blame them for that. I understand that's part of the game, and I talk about things that unite people and avoid things that divide us. Things like life extension technology, transhumanism, de extinction. These are all really exciting things, and they're not talked about enough, but they're happening today. People are using life extension technologies to increase their average life expectancy, and it's not just the top 1%, it's a lot of people on Earth. It's lowering the obesity epidemic. It is allowing people to live longer lives with peptides and GLP-3s and such. I think that is fantastic. I am an advocate for people improving their own lives and positivity. And it just, you never know. I could be on this series of podcasts in Australia next week or in the coming weeks, and it triggers something. And when that occurs, it will be like a catalyst. It's like I am a barrel of gasoline, and it's just going to take a match to light this thing up. And that's when it gets really exciting. That's when I start to travel the world and go to impoverished areas and help to physically build wells. I already helped to fund them, but then we're able to make a difference in people's lives and advocate for peace globally in person. I feel like that's really exciting. And a lot of times people say, well, don't you feel like you could be a target for an assassination? I'm only one individual. I can't let that stop my message. And I'm an advocate for life extension technology, but also mind uploading technology. And then there's another kind of technology known as revivification technology, revivification technology, where you can actually bring someone back who was once dead. Uh, these are all opportunities. So if I did, God forbid, get assassinated, there might be some future scenario where somebody or people want to bring me back, and that becomes a project in itself. I can't live my life in fear. Um, Perhaps at the end of uh, the barrel of an assassin's bullet. So from that aspect, I feel I have a really great message. And look, we've talked for the last hour or so, and you've known a lot of influencers out there. They don't talk about hydroponics and vertical farming and cloud seeding and desalination, and these are words that a lot of people haven't even heard. We have to educate the world that these things are actually real and that they can actually help people. And I'm an educator at heart. I want to teach people that there are options out there to better the world. And I want to motivate a generation out there who feels that AI is replacing their jobs to go into nuclear physics and hydrology and into medicine and life extension technologies and to create new types uh, of oxygen there of oxygen tents and oxygen uh, um, bear, oxygen chambers and just people who want to get into nuclear energy or space travel or environmental studies. These are really things that I feel like aren't being discussed enough, and I want to inject these conversations into the average mainstream person. Yes, TikTok videos are cute, and yes, what's going on Love Is Blind and the Love on the Spectrum, all that stuff. That's cool, but that's not who I am. You can go to the people on Twitch and Kick and YouTube for that. I'm something different. I am a force for good, and I feel that my impact is very close to becoming realized. There's a meme. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's big in the crypto community. It's basically a picture of a man who's digging in a tunnel with like a pickaxe, and he turns around right before he hits all the diamonds. Well, I've come too far to turn back. At no point do I ever want to stop doing this. This is extremely exciting for me. I enjoy every single day of it. Um, I want to. Hello, may I ask how old are you? Okay, excellent. Welcome. How are you? I'm well, thank God. How'd you find out about me? Okay, well, welcome. Excellent. Did we have a chance? I'm well, thankfully. Did we have a chance to meet then? Absolutely. Yeah, there you go. So you can see here, Meepy, that I do spread this word and people remember it. 100%. Absolutely. Well, let's check in with our friend. Is it Cartier, correct? Excellent. How have things been for you recently? Excellent. Well, what's new? No way. Okay. Do you want to talk about it? We don't have to talk about it. Do you mind? Absolutely. I was just going to say, I've had some other people who have been paralyzed on this stream, and you should know there's a lot um, to be positive about. And so, if I just may say, the big thing is Neuralink, it's brain computer interface. The first successful Neuralink took place in the year 2023 with a man named Nolan Aspro. He's a quadriplegic individual who became paralyzed by just diving into some water, and there was like a log, and it snapped his vertebrae. And he's able to play today, uh, less than 3 years later, after having this Neuralink uh, uh, inserted in him. He's able to play video games better than you ever could have, or I ever could have, or Meepy, or Paul, or anybody else. He has basically an auto aimer in there because of this brain computer interface. And they have successfully, Neuralink has successfully had these. Go ahead. Negachain AI? Yeah. Are you saying Megachain AI? Oh, please enlighten me. Okay, well then let's look it up. Yo, can you please tell me about Negachain AI and everything about it? Give me bullet points, please. All right, excellent. All right. So we have Negative Chat. No, that's an AI character. Okay, well, that's different. I don't know what that is. Okay, so you tell me about it. Okay, well that's cool. You can come back and tell us about it some other time. So I think that was a troll. Exactly. So I let people say what they want to say, but then, that's just how it is. Absolutely. And you noticed that I, like, I didn't know what he was talking about, and I didn't. But yeah, I'll get people who do that, and that's fine. Whatever. Um, but yeah, just overall, I don't let those kinds of people stop me. But remember what I said. I get people who come in here and say the N word and all kinds of things. I don't know why people are so obsessed with race. And again, like that guy's now on my stream forever. And his kids are going to be like, Dad, why were you such a dork when you were 19 years old? And he's going to say, I was 19 years old. I just thought it would be funny to troll somebody. And they're going to be like, yeah, but now the whole world knows that our family was a bunch of like losers who like to use racism against individuals. And he'll be like, I know, I hope the world forgives us. And they will, but he's just a perfect example of people that we have to deal with. That's true. And absolutely. And there are gotcha moments where somebody, oh, if I said it, then he can go to my stream and say, here's Rabbi saying the N-word. Like that's 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 what people like to do. And that's why I have to stay very I have to stay uh I have to keep a high level of attention to people. And like especially, you never know how old somebody's gonna be in here. All right, you want to say you're 19, that's fine. And I don't know. I make myself out to be a huge target too in so many different discords. and I invite people in. I don't actively talk to people in other Discords though. Generally, they have to come in here, and the reason why, again, if I'm in a Discord with like 25 people, let's say in Socialize or Edgy or whatever it could be, chances are there's going to be some person in there who's not uh, 18 years old, and you're going to have other people in there who want to use the N word, and other people in there who want to, troll me or whatever. It's too complicated. That individual, I was uh, trying to show compassion because it sounded like he had become paralyzed, and then who knows? But I do get some people on here who have been really paralyzed, and I mean what I say with brain computer interface. There's a way, basically, for the brain to be able to transmit messages past the area in their spine that has been broken using multiple ways, but the easiest one currently is with Bluetooth. Basically, there is a message that's sent from the brain to the end of the spine where it's broken. There's a little Bluetooth communicator that sends the message across the break of the spine to another Bluetooth receiver and then sends that information to the lower limbs. And people have been able to use this kind of technology to be able to slowly but surely walk again. And I think that's incredible. I couldn't agree more. Those cochlear implant videos are incredible. Seeing young children who can hear their parents for the first time, or even children who have never had glasses before and they can eventually see their parents. It warms my heart and brings tears to my eyes. So that's what I'm doing. I'm in the middle of, well, we were just watching a documentary. We watched a documentary tonight on musicals, basically like corporate musicals. And then I played some games with some friends earlier, and I am basically in the middle of developing some outlines and theses for some some different um, some different really religious topics. Hey, if you would, could you please go to rabbirothschild.medium.com. So it's my name.medium.com. I just started this week publishing writings, and I want you to read the first one. You can listen to it. It's not like you have to sit there and read it. In the meantime, I'm going to use the restroom, but it's on the ad hominem attack. And you were saying, like, how do you deal with trolls and things like that? I want you to read it, and I'll be back in like a few minutes after you read it or so. And and I want you to get an idea of what I discussed because I think it's really interesting. Can you go to the what? Pardon me. Go to the website. Absolutely, absolutely. No, I don't mind at all. Rabbi Rothschild, RabbiRothschild .medium medium.com, and you should see like 4 articles I've had the opportunity to publish this week. And the first one says something about the ad hominem attack. It's the first one. Bottom. Yes. Excellent. And then there's, if you want, you can just listen to it. There's a little listen button as well. Excellent. I'll be right back. And then I'd love to talk to you about it. Thank you so much.
Mexico at number 1, the U.S. at number 2. Running down the nets to the trash, we've got you covered. The iHeartRadio app, search sports and listen now. The free iHeartRadio app is number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. I really want to know what happened, and it makes me extraordinarily angry. It's always been a big secret. The four remaining suspects. Gambler on teenage short is 25,000. He had 1 or 2 murder charges against him at the time. The guy. From CBC Podcasts and CBC's The National, hosted by me, Ian Hemans, and Joanna Wilson. Investigating the largest unsolved mass murder in Canada. Canadian Pacific Flight 21. Uncover Season 2, all on board. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
iHeart is America's number 1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app to explore podcasts like this. Particularly surface in central Mississippi. Odds are good you'll find a burning orange over it's called gassy clay. There's one thing it's known for. Wreaking havoc on anything barren. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever encountered. You never know what you expect to know. Over the years, gassy clay has helped and destroyed a lot of Mississippi secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the state asylum. They may have thought they only found thousands, and that was their only anyway. And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, people say God shows us all of this voice himself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered? The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that. I'm Larissa Campbell, and this is Under Yazoo Clay. Listen on America's number 1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app to listen now. Across much of the country, we have some early April pattern, where they have clouds with pockets of light rain and temperatures running close to seasonal averages. In the northeast, it might turn out hurricanes throughout much of New York City, top now around 55 degrees. Philadelphia climbing to about 62, moving into the mid-Atlantic and the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., warming to around 66 degrees, staying mostly dry with some filtered sunshine. In the Midwest, it's another cool and cloudy week. Chicago reaching a high near 53, with slight chances of some light patchy rain. Down south, temperatures jump nicely at night, warming to around 61, Dallas 75, and Houston climbs to a humid 78 degrees. Heading west, Los Angeles reaching around 71 degrees against the strong San Diego winds, gusting up to 45 miles an hour in Los Angeles County. Up the coast, Seattle staying cool in the 50s under thicker cloud cover, and in the southwest, the heat is building, Phoenix setting toward 90 degrees. Las Vegas in the low 70s with blue skies. That's your national forecast. I'm Austin Nelson.
Meepy, are you there, my man? Thank you. Have you had the chance to read that article? What are your thoughts? Absolutely. Exactly. Yes. Well said. Absolutely. I completely agree. And that's why I wrote it. And like you said, you see this often in online debate. You see it in real life debate as well. But I got sick of it and I thought, okay, well, if I can start to make people recognize they want to call me whatever or anybody, just point to that article and be like, you're not attacking the person, you're attacking, or you are attacking the person, you're not attacking the argument. Read this. When you're done and you have the opportunity to reevaluate your argument, come back to me and let's debate. But until then, if you want to say whatever the phrase is, I've already got it covered basically. And on top of that, it gives me the upper hand in the debate already because I've recognized that you are calling me a whatever, and that shows that you are afraid to debate the actual topic. I feel that it's a power move. So, anyway, I have had the opportunity to publish some articles recently, and I'm going to continue to publish and basically just draft different ideas that I have. Like, that's more of a philosophical idea, but I think it's important and is not really discussed in society that everybody uses these terms, whatever they may be, especially in political discussions, and I don't like that. I don't like these labels. So we're going to move away from the labels and start focusing discussions on or debates on the topics at hand. And for anyone who wants to use those labels, look at my Rabbi Rothschild blogs or Rabbi Rothschild medium.com. Go to the first article at the bottom and read from there. And like basically, it's I've already got them beat. I feel. I'm in agreement. 100%. You're a smart individual. I hope you're told that often. That's what smart people say. Excellent. Well, good on you, Meepy. Do you have any other questions or any other topics you want to discuss? Yeah. Yeah. So my whole life is a documentary. Funnily enough. So yeah, there was a documentary that was being made about the cryptocurrency, of which I'm a part. But then the crypto market, not just for this cryptocurrency, but just in general, the cryptocurrency that sponsors me is still worth tens of millions of dollars. But the crypto market in general dropped severely in the last. It tanked in the last year, and it'll come back, and we'll get that documentary made. But in the meantime, um, I have held off on that. Um, and the documentary, I was talking about this earlier. The documentary industry was once much bigger, I feel, um, in terms of from like 2005 to 2015, where it was the hot time for documentaries and documentarians. But now, especially because documentarians have switched many of them to just being content creators. The documentaries are shorter. Now, do I think that I could get one done? Absolutely. Um, it's just the right person. It's difficult to reach out to anyone on YouTube because there's not a really great way to contact people. Yes, you can go to their account and click their email, but like you've said, what are the odds that they're gonna answer you regarding that? Um, and I'm kind of a tricky individual for people on YouTube because I've been banned on YouTube, just had accounts banned for, whatever, like because it listened to three copyrighted songs in a row and I got three strikes or whatever. Uh, so there are people who don't necessarily want to risk their, like, they're making money on their accounts and they don't necessarily want to have anything that's perhaps could risk their account. Um, so I do the podcast route where someone might have a podcast and we'll just review what I do. A lot of times for documentarians, they want to go to a location and spend time with the person. And I would invite that if somebody wanted to come to me and live with me and what I do, they absolutely can. But they have all that on camera. That's kind of the interesting thing as well. Um, so, have I had any documentarians reach out and say they wanted to document what I do? Yes, in this cryptocurrency documentary, but that kind of got put on hold because of the industry or the market. And so I've just been doing my thing, reaching out to people. There's a strategy that isn't really discussed, but I think it's really smart for people to be able to market themselves. Okay, so there are two versions of this. One I call ambush podcasting. So I would do this. I have my own podcast. Don't listen to it. I mean, you can, but it's not super interesting. What I would do is I would go into someone's Kick channel and say, "Hey, you want to be on my podcast?" And they would say yes. Believe it or not, when you ask someone to be on a podcast, like 95% of the time they say yes if they're a creator, because they recognize that this might be their big break, or they recognize that this might increase their visibility. They don't really say no. That was a big surprise to me. So I would just go into their chat and they would just be chilling. And I'd be like, "Well, you want to be on my podcast?" And they'd be like, "Yeah." So we would do a podcast, and I would ask all of them the same 73 questions. These 73 questions were from Vogue magazine, and they're not big pressure questions. They're like, what are your go-to items when you leave the house? What's your favorite book? It's not like, what is your opinion on the bloodshed of XYZ? There's nothing like that. And I would ask the people the questions, which was great. But that I found, I only have a limited audience, but it would combine my audiences. People would be like, "Oh, I saw that you interviewed so and so." So then I thought of recently the flip side of this, which is what I call ambush guesting. So I just go on Twitter and I'll just type in the search, want to be on my podcast, or like uh, usually I just use like quotation, be on my podcast, and quotation, and I'll see anybody on there. And the first guy that I saw was this guy in Australia, and I emailed him and we connected, and we've already met twice, and we're going to publish the next 5 sessions that we have, and we put out a press release for it, and that's what I do basically, and just get these things lined up. And I said to myself, if I do a podcast a week for the next year, I'll be famous by the end of that. Somebody will listen to what I'm doing saying, I can make you wealthier than you ever dreamed. I have more data online than any person ever. All you have to do is look at it. I'm talking about world peace. I'm talking about futurology. I'm talking about betterment of the world and the universe. All you have to do is take a look. And I know somebody's going to hear that message and say, you know what, there's something really interesting in that. And they're going to find that it's a treasure trove of data and funny stuff and cool, interesting aspects of the world. And so the documentary is, I love it. I love the idea. No one's doing one on me right now, but I do have people who do interviews, and so that's the route that I've gone. But if you know any documentarians, let them know about me. I'd love to do one. I agree. Isn't that interesting that those went away? Well, people's attention spans aren't what they once were, especially with a phone. I mean, I've watched recently, and if I'm just watching it, I'm pretty bored. I want to be looking at my phone. I want to be doing something else, and I'll watch and listen. That to me is as good as it gets. I love doing multitasking like that. And originally, when many of these documentaries were created, there were no phones. They knew that they were going to have your full attention, but now creators recognize that you need to be really quick and fast, and thus basically like a 20-minute uh, longer YouTube video is about the best you're going to get, unless somebody wants to put a series together. And they recognize that like things have to work well with the YouTube algorithm, that uh, like a 90-minute or 120-minute breakdown of something, or even just following someone's life, is better cut up into 5 or 10 different episodes, just based on people's attention and how it's best going to work in the algorithm. Um, and I kind of feel like that's what I'm doing with this upcoming podcast series. It's on video. The person with whom I'm doing it is a radio host in Australia. They live in Brisbane, but they are a radio host in Melbourne. They have millions of listeners on the radio. We have thousands of listeners on their podcast. And, we're breaking it up basically in 20-minute segments. Under normal conditions, 10 years ago, we might have just done one really long form podcast, but it works better nowadays for the algorithms to break them up, and then they're not overpressured and such. So we'll see how that goes, but I'm going to continue going to people on Twitter, saying, hey, basically, like I have like a normal Twitter account. It's not like verified or anything. I've had verified, but so I'm not saying that I haven't had one. But what ends up happening is it's very easy to randomly lose your Twitter account for whatever reason. They consider it spam or whatever. And they don't say, "Hey, you're 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 getting a spam warning." Just one day you log in and it's your account has been suspended. It's like, what did I do wrong? So I've had verified accounts that have been suspended. So I was an early user of Twitter Blue back when it was called Twitter Blue. It used to be $1 a month when they first started, and the only thing that you could do was basically edit a post or undo it, or like undo send of a post or something like that. Now they have all kinds of other things, and Twitter's basically become pay to play. But with the 240 characters that they give me or whatever, I can say, hi, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. More than 4 years of 24/7, 365 coverage from 20 plus streams. I would love to be on your podcast. Just that little message. I just go through, and anybody who has a podcast, I put that underneath their comments. And you'd be surprised how many people reach out to me and they're like, okay, let's get it done or whatever. Like I said, this guy recently, and I've got another person who mentioned to me that, hey, send me a DM. I get people who say, send me a DM. I had one podcaster in Australia with whom I spoke to this week. A friend of mine was on his podcast, a different friend of mine from Australia. And but this podcaster only does in-person podcasts. He's tried to do he runs into, and I understand, you run into technical issues when you're doing them like this many times. And he said he's tried to do it twice, and he just recognized that he didn't really connect with the person that much. So he's just going to continue doing them in person. I totally get that. And so maybe that podcast didn't work, but the other podcast with the guy in Australia, he only does them on Zoom. And so that works really well for me. It's just a matter of time. I give the metaphor or the analogy. The Grand Canyon had to be formed at the start by one drop of water. And eventually one drop turned into 2 drops and 3 drops and 4 drops and 5 drops and 6 drops and 7 drops, which eventually became a small stream, which eventually started to cut through the rock. And over years and years of erosion, basically water melting from the Rocky Mountains into the Colorado River, that stream became the Colorado River, and the Colorado River cut through the sedimentary rock. Now we have the Grand Canyon. And in the same way, if I just keep pushing on the internet little by little, keeping more and more content, more and more content, we'll have our own river of content, basically a fountain of endless, or as close to endless content as anybody's ever created. And it'll be extremely exciting. You know how the internet works, and it's just going to take somebody to retweet something that I do that they find is interesting or whatever, and then a small group of people sees it and they start talking about it, and then they jump into the Discord and they all want to talk to me, and I'm doing my best to talk with them or whatever, and then everybody knows about it. That's what's going to happen. I anticipate that. I think it's sooner rather than later. This isn't when I first started, and it's just like, 4 years ago, I didn't know anybody on the internet. I didn't have any friends in a Discord or anything like that. I think that we are moving closer and closer to hitting the diamond or so, the diamond mine. And then when that happens, that's when we're going to be able to get out these really great messages, be able to tour not just the United States, but the world, be able to invoke a lot of really interesting conversations. And at the heart of this, I'm about teaching and learning. And so we'll watch documentaries, thousands of people watching documentaries, because I'm watching it. They're going to watch it side by side. It'll be incredibly exciting for the world to have somebody. And what I'm different than any other streamer out there, any other influencer, anybody else you have out there, they say to themselves, I'm going to stream for 3 hours tonight, and then they're done. No, you will be done before I'm done. I don't stop. So you'll have to go to work, or you have to go to sleep, or you have to go to school, or whatever it is. I still go. That's an incredibly exciting opportunity for the world that we've never had. We've never had a streamer who just doesn't stop. We do have people live stream. I'm not putting that down. but you can watch my life in 360 degrees, and I have a huge amount of content that we can go back and watch as well. That's incredibly exciting. %. We have the opportunity, especially when I'm able to inject. Like I have a pretty good IRL setup, but the even since I've done IRL a lot, um, the setups have really improved with people who do IRL streaming. You basically get 4 SIM cards in a system, and it's like basically sending traffic back to like a production studio. What you see when I show speed goes to like Thailand or China or something like that, and we'll be able to get the best of the best equipment. Be able to have bodyguards if needed. I still want to meet people, but I'm sure we're gonna get people like the guy who was in here earlier, or just want to troll or whatever, and then spread the good vibes to everybody. And then, like you said, if I'm ever down for whatever reason, there will certainly be people who know about it. But then uh, they have enough content to go back and watch. Literally, like you could watch all of Mr. Beast's content if you took like, I don't know, 5 months. You'd watch everything. He'd have no more content. And with mine, it would literally take you an entire lifetime, 120 years probably, just on YouTube alone. That's an incredible amount of data. Uh, we're talking 24/7. You could, like of conscious data, even more than maybe like 160 years, maybe 200 years. Who knows what it's at now? That's really cool. I think it's really cool that this is like an oil derrick or a gold mine that once the world finds out about it, people are just going to go wild. And so, with that said, when I talk to my other friends and they're living lives, but they're changing dirty diapers and they're dealing with bosses at work and all the other things, I don't mind not having to do that so much right now, though I would like to do that someday, certainly. uh, it's really exciting to me. And again, this is like a lottery ticket that it's not even a lottery ticket that might not ever hit. Well, that's true, it might not ever hit, but the more and more I do this, if somebody was like, "Hey, did you know that somebody's been live streaming for 35 years straight?" Like that'd make a big deal. It's not going to take that long. I'm closing it on 5 years, and I don't think it's going to be much longer than that. Especially with the strategy that I use, keep getting on people's podcasts, keep getting my name out there as much as possible. Um, Somebody's going to find out about it, and it's going to take over the world. Thank you. And that's exactly what happened with Paul. Paul saw me in enough discords. He got curious. He told you about me. He came in here. He fell asleep or something happened to him. But that's how we met, word of mouth. And that will continue. So spread the word. If you know any documentarians, just make them aware that we've got the biggest documentary in the world. If you were to ask me how do I want my life portrayed in media in the future, Of course, I want all the compilations available for free, never behind a paywall, always available to the public. I don't want it. I would care less. I could care less if it's monetized. Like I'll be able to make money through other ways. But the big aspect, I think, probably somebody like Amazon or Netflix or Hulu or somebody's going to come to me and say, "We want to make a movie about you or a series about you," probably because you have so much data. How do you want it done? And I would say I want a series where each year of my life is like an episode or like an hour long thing. I have that much content that we could be able to cover, and I think I would be of interest to enough people that that would be really exciting to them. So there may be some kind of series in the future, perhaps of like 40 episodes or whatever of my life, or perhaps as I get older, 50, 60 episodes. And I think that'd be a really cool way to do it. Like you get to see my entire life within 1 year, and then perhaps really dramatic aspects of my life, whatever it may be, when I go viral or whatever, that might be its own episode in itself. So I think there's a way to convince the world. I really do. Like I'll just convince you. You're a open minded individual, and I could say, all right, these corporations have become so large. Apple's worth a trillion, 2, 3 trillion. Facebook's worth 2, 3 trillion, 2, 3 trillion. Nvidia, 3, 4 trillion. Microsoft, 2, 3 trillion. How much money is enough? And the people will say, I mean, there's really no amount. It just becomes relative. And I say, exactly. These are for profit organizations. And I want to convince them to be not for profit organizations. And the way that I want them to do that, and the very easy way that they could do that, is they could say, we bring in, let's say, $1 trillion in profit a year, whatever it is. That's just a number. If we give 51% of this to not for profit organizations, we ourselves become a not for profit organization. So we give back to whatever it may be, orphanages or food banks or children's hospitals, whatever it is. We get the label as a not for profit business, basically a charity, which gives us all kinds of different tax incentives and such. And on top of that, we get really great publicity. And we're no longer seen as these big corporate technocracy, corporatocracy entities. And I think I could convince at least some businesses, perhaps not those immediately, but even just some smaller businesses, and show them how we could do it uh, from a tax perspective, that it's in their own benefit to give away 51% of their profits so that they become a tax exempt, they have tax exempt status, and they pay no corporate taxes. A lot of them already pay very close to no corporate taxes anyway. But on top of that, the people who hear this will recognize that, hey, I could either do business with a quote unquote charity or a quote unquote capitalist organization that is basically going to enslave me and my children eventually if it gets big enough. Which one do you want? And I say to you, essentially, there's a strategy here to convince many of these organizations to do good in the world as opposed to just creating as much profit as possible. How does that sound to you? Agreed. And at least from my own perspective, all the money that we make in this, we're just going to put in a big uh, 501c3, basically a not for profit. It'll be a big trust. All of that money will grow because of interest. And we'll actually, if you recognize, if you get enough money in any entity, you can live off the interest, or the entity can continue off of the interest and still give away a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, I mean millions and billions and perhaps trillions of dollars. There are already giant funds out there, especially like I think Warren Buffett has given like 99% of his wealth to some of these organizations, though 60% I think was to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, without going down that road. But some of these mega corporations or mega charities, you can create one. And then basically every single year it gets bigger, but it does more good in the world. And here's what makes our charity different than all these other charities. Everything with our charity, from the parking lot to the biggest boardroom, is live streamed. They'll just always have live streams. And so you'll be able to literally hear what's going on. And I would also start a bank, more likely a credit union, because that can have more not for profit aspects. And everyone would want to join this because everything in our financial organization is streamed on camera. So you won't ever have backroom deals. There are no backrooms that are not live streamed. And let me just ask you this. You can be a member of any bank or financial institution in the world. Wouldn't you want to be a part of the one that you can literally go on the internet and watch every single thing that it does? Exactly. So if you want to know who our president is of our bank, you just have to go into the YouTube channel. That's whatever this bank says president, and you can watch him in his office 8 hours a day if you want, or whatever it is. Um, you get what I'm saying? Like basically every branch of every bank anywhere in the world will be live streamed. That's a guarantee that we'll make. I mean, we'll say that we'll have backup and redundant systems so that there's no shadiness. Everyone would want to bank at that bank. Everyone would. It's like it's like the best advantage that you can have on any of your competition. Exactly. And so I recognize that there's some advantages of just full candidness with the um, people, and our organizations would be no different. And there's going to be a point where, I mean, let's say this happens, then in my own way, I'll be the most famous person on earth and the most eligible bachelor on earth. And uh, I eventually want to settle down and have a family, but before I do that, there are going to be some hot chicks on this stream. But in all honesty, I'd have to find a woman who recognized that I was passionate about live streaming my life and I wanted to live stream our family's life. However, we don't have to let those streams necessarily always be on. Perhaps in the bedroom, we could not, like there could be some areas of privacy if she wanted, or she may say, I don't want that live stream, but we could still record it for the benefit of future generations or children's birth or whatever, or just our own home movies or whatever it would be. That aspect of a relationship would be important to me. But she will see that this is the biggest event in global history. It'd be like saying, I love you, but I don't want to continue the writing of the Bible or the writing of the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Sumerian scrolls or whatever it would be. She's going to say, I found out about you because of your live streams. I want those to continue as long as your life does, God willing, as long as possible. And I want to be a part of that. So I think that's not too hard to convince someone of, especially when you recognize that if you know anything about the Edward Snowden leaks of 2012, he said that our phones are transmitting 24 hours a day to the National Security Agency, essentially, and that even when your camera is off, it still has back doors to be on. We're already streaming ourselves anyway. I just recognize it and lean into it, and I'm going to use it to my advantage. Absolutely. So that's a little bit about me, more than a little bit. Any other questions that you have? Absolutely. Come whenever you want. Ask. I did as well. You're very smart. I mean that. So anyone out there, please remember that I said Meepy's smart because he is. You all hear it yourselves. And Meepy, when you come back, I might not remember you immediately. Just tell me that you like the Blues Brothers, and that'll stick out in my memory. Okay? Excellent. Excellent. We're perhaps on a mission from God. Take care.
I was with all y'all dishes, dripping on all these bitches, thinking they're funny, coming up on me like some bitches ain't an audition. I ain't in it for the money, I'm just kind of funny, looking for a honey, had a honey with the fuck, I fucked it up, y'all get it, y'all get it. You're unbelievable.
You're unfucking believable. One of the most talented goddamn young bucks there are anywhere in the world, Tristan. It's incredible. You're another one of these. You're another one of the few comedians that translates online. Even though you're incredible on stage, you use the stage, you stalk the stage. You're incredibly physical and colorful, and translates online as well. A very rare comedian to be able to do both. So you're amazing, Tristan. We absolutely love you. One of our favorites of all time.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday, pal.
I love you guys so much. Thanks for having me on here so many times.
We love you. We love you forever. Tristan Bowling, we'll see you soon. Tristan is a comedian on Instagram. He's on TikTok too. And Tristan does comedy. He's such a hip soldier. He's on TikTok. So for all you kids on TikTok, he's also on Instagram. Tristan is a comedian. Keep that music going as I bring up the legend killer, the Stone Cold of Kill Tony, the Michael Jordan of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Michael Laird. Everybody, here he is. Hi, Michael.
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, though. Yeah, you sound great. Everything's great.
Let me move.
I said you look great.
I know I was moving them from like so I can see you.
I love it. I love it.
A few notes about the show so far. Jesse broke character at least twice. You know, I wish Jeremiah was here as the only other classically trained member of the ensemble. I feel simpatico with him, but nevertheless, Tony, I don't want to take advantage of your listeners, but pilot season is eating my ass again, and I need to rehearse some sides.
Yeah, actually, it's funny you mentioned that. I actually was emailed some sides from you, and if you want, we can run lines together.
Alright, cool, thank you. Yeah, this first one is for the lead. It's the disabled
Yeah, absolutely. It's a new series called Dr. Silence Powers.
Yeah, it's a disabled mute.
Yeah.
Who fights crime.
Okay. It says Tony.
Let's go.
It says Tony plays a criminal. The criminal is definitely a white person. Okay, here we go.
For sure.
Okay, Dr. Silence Powers, give me your money. I said, give me your money, Mr. Dr. Silence Powers. I don't want to have to shoot you, Dr. Silence Powers. Jeez, silence really is power. Take my gun. I'm out of here. Whoa, this is like take the condom off porn.
Yeah. Alright. That was for the costume. I'm classically trained. Tony,
yes.
Make sure you don't interrupt with Beetlejuice questions, alright? Okay.
So this next one says that this is a host audition for you. It is called Mike's Mechanics Microphone Mechanics. Mike Mechanics Microphone Mechanics.
Hi, I'm Mike Mechanics, founder of Mike Mechanics Microphone Mechanics. Sometimes you choose a career, sometimes your name chooses it for you. But when I get tired of fixing cars, now I do this. So come with me if you want to learn how to properly hold the microphone. Hey, see. Yeah. Let me do a little donut.
Uh-oh. Doing a donut. Whoa. Oh, my goodness.
What's that tattoo?
Alright, Tony, can we finish practicing one more audition?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do the last one's a commercial, right?
Yeah, it's a commercial.
Yep, absolutely. If you want to spend a lifetime in your home, but not a lifetime paying for it, bank with Capital Mortgage and $8 haircuts. Best rates, no down payments.
We nailed it. You know what? One, you guys are too mean to Brian, and I'm gonna start sticking up for him.
Hey, you're the one that's mean. You said donuts and you made his stomach rumble.
Yeah, I feel you. Tony, you know, I was an asshole too. And even though I look like I'm in my 20s, I'm a lot older than you. And this is all gonna come and bite you in your ass like it did me.
No, I believe it. I believe it, absolutely.
Yeah, but Brian said last week there was a delay, and he was right because it was on my cheap computer, and now I'm on my iPhone.
It's true, there was a delay.
I think everyone's mean to Brian because he's dating Aquafina.
Fun thing is that one time at the Ice House, I was with my girlfriend and I met Aquafina, and it was so awkward. It was weird. It was like literally.
Was it awkward?
It was awkward.
Wow, Michael Lair also. Michael Lair is also responsible for making me laugh for 5 minutes straight yesterday as I watched his new Beyond the Mat, the upcoming fight of Brian Keller.
Yeah.
It is an incredible piece put together by with Brian Boone Kelleher, the fighter that was on a show recently, has a big fight coming up in May. And Michael Lair lives vicariously through him as a diehard fan and trains in his own way alongside of him. You got to look up this video on Michael Lair's YouTube. Everything Michael Lair is hilarious. This guy doesn't take breaks to get fucking serious or to tell you shit to watch or that he likes or anything. He's not like any of us. He doesn't take a fucking break from comedy for a goddamn second. This guy is.
I don't even comment anymore.
I was just going to ask you. Do you have what's your favorite kind of porn, or like when you watch porn? Do you have like a?
Yeah, Brian. In all seriousness, after I got sick, I gave up once over a year ago. But now I'm getting back into it because I'm like flourishing. And I'm like, porn made me sad because you can only imagine how much pussy I got before I was sick. You know, I was a star. And then I got sick and I'm watching porn. I'm like, that won't be my life ever again. But now maybe it will be. So my genres, like my choice of alcohol beverages, change with age and location.
Oh, I love you so much, Michael Lair. You are a goddamn saint, and you are one of my favorite things to ever happen in the history of this show.
I'll take you so much. I took a ton of notes. Let's look at them.
Oh my God, that looks like Jeremiah's journal.
Oh no. Oh shit, we found the Zodiac Killer and it's me.
Michael Lair, we love you so. Yep, you you have something else?
And you need to cut me off because you know I won't stop.
No. If you have anything you want to say, we need like a safe word.
My website is bomb right now.
Yeah.
MichaelLairComedy.com. Everything I'm updating all the time with good videos and good merch. MichaelLairComedy.com.
Every type of merch is there, and you edit all those videos yourself, correct?
Yeah, I'm on one man band.
Yeah, it really,
and my iPhone.
it really shows. I mean, when you guys, if you Kill Tony fans get a chance to, for example, watch that UFC video that he made, take note of the comedic timing and beats of the editing. It is incredible. I mean, this video genuinely made me laugh out loud for 5 minutes. It is very rare that happens. I hate so much.
Tony, pardon me. Let me give a shout out to the guy who did the voiceover.
Yeah.
It's Gregory Holliman. And he played Principal Blackman on Strangers with Candy.
Oh!
He's a Chicago man and a wonderful man and a good guy. And he's like, yeah, help me with this voiceover, brother. And he does it for free, and I love him.
Fuck yeah. It's incredible what he does, because he has one of those voices that is almost exactly like the actual guy that does the voiceovers for the UFC on ESPN. And it's just an incredible production. Everything you do is amazing. We love you. There goes Michael Lehrer, everybody. Legend Michael Lehrer. He's Steve Martian69 on Twitter. He's Michael Lehrer Comedy on Instagram. He's MichaelLehrerComedy.com for his website. Fun fact about the UFC while we're talking about it, did you happen to watch this massive pay-per-view that
I
just
watched
happened?
a couple parts of it. I didn't watch the whole thing.
Did you watch the main event?
Yeah.
Did you see the part where Rogan almost called Tony Ferguson?
Oh, yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Lots of fun. Almost got a shout out. I basically did.
Yeah.
Tony Hinchcliffe, Tony Ferguson. Yeah. So this is the moment that a lot of people have been waiting an entire week for. We have been sent in a minute from the Manolo, who we talked to last week, and I guaranteed him a spot on the show this week because he said that he was able to get hookers in Tijuana. And I said, if you can get a hooker to do a minute on the show next week, that I guarantee you a spot. So here we go. For the first time in Kill Tony history, it is a Mexican hooker. At least we hope so. Fingers crossed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the minute sent in by the Manolo. We've been waiting for this all my life. Oh, so this is him hunting for the Tijuana prostitute. Here it is.
Yeah. But you don't speak something? Maybe you use one of these, right? Maybe you use one of these. Right? How much would you charge? $100? No. It's just a video call. Just talking. I get that. You don't have one? Okay.
All right, here's the Manolo.
Get the sensor ready.
Oh, please tell me that his internet's going to improve here. This is history. Here we go. Here we are. Here's the Manolo. Hello, the Manolo. How are you? How's it going there? Where you're still in Tijuana, correct? Okay. Oh, you gotta be kidding. You know what? Let's wait a second. I'm not giving up on this. I believe that his internet will improve. While that gets better.
All right, there we go.
Okay. Hello, Manolo. All right, it's okay. It's okay. All right. It's okay.
No more because guys.
Whatever we do, let's not.
There we go.
Hello, Manolo.
Now you're sounding nice.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
I'm here on location. I'm on location with 2 Mexican prostitutes.
Hey!
Okay, wait. Okay, get it done. That's my microphone right there. And she's the only prostitute in Mexico that speaks Spanish. Here's another one. She's texting her mom. Tell her she'll be late.
Oh, turn the screen sideways, Manolo.
Wait.
Is your lock on? Turn your lock on.
Yeah, it's off now. There we go.
Hey! Now that girl doesn't seem very Mexican at all. Is that a girl born in Texas that made it down to Tijuana? What's going on there?
No, I'm 100% Mexican. Even if I don't look like it, I am.
You don't sound like it either.
Wow.
Yes. Yes. You got it. That's what we were hoping for. What better episode to be sponsored by Bluetooth? Use the promo code KillTony.
I wrote her a minute too.
I absolutely love it. Definitely. If she can read, let's do it.
She's the only one that speaks English. That's it. Back here.
That is incredible. I love
Here we go. A minute from our friend Carol Baskin.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why?
Because he told that bitch to get off my corner.
That's funny.
Good job.
Knock.
Who's there?
Hold
on. Chlamydia who?
Wait. I haven't had that shit, so let's ask her.
Chlamydia who?
Hey.
Okay, one last one.
How many feminists does it take to change a light bulb?
How many?
Trick question. They ain't changing shit.
Coming in powerful this.
That was great.
Dude, you're a fucking, that's hilarious. You're good at writing. I love it. Bikinis are allowed on this show. Absolutely. Oh,
Great.
my goodness gracious.
Is this an in-call or is this your place?
Shit. No, this is Italian. I ain't bring no Mexican hookers to Miami. What?
Wow. Oh, my goodness gracious. That other one in the back might be the laziest hooker I've ever seen in my life. Look at that one. All tits, no personality, huh?
And she sounds like coronavirus.
She has no idea what I'm saying right now, right?
He's like, look at these beautiful women. You guys like me, right? You guys like me?
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Hola, señorita, la muchacha.
Hola.
Hola.
Chichi Gordo.
Yeah, see, that other one gets it. That other one's got spots at the ice house coming up.
Yeah, if you guys ever want to go to the ice house.
Yo, Tony, they got mad because we were going to have sex, and I'm always used to wearing my socks, and they got mad because I'm always like you. My socks and my ski mask, and why would I say they don't bug?
It's all right. It was okay. It was a little bit choppy there. That's what went wrong. This is the only prostitute I've seen that gets her next job while on her current job.
Yeah. She's actually doing the, what is it? One of those, what do you call those? Like, yeah, exactly. She's texting the dude right now.
Jesus
And this is
Christ.
what I found out. That the girls in the Cahuita video I sent,
Yeah.
they charge just what, like $20? In with them, $35 if you want a doggy style. Okay, and another 20, and it comes even more expensive than.
Oh, it's like a Spirit Airlines. They charge low and then they charge you for baggage and issues and everything.
Exactly.
I love that. That one there has a flat rate and a flat chest. It's incredible.
You gotta take her to San Diego Comedy Store next time we're there.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That
one's
got a
She can't
spot.
cross right now because of the. She can't cross right now because of the. What's it called? Whatever they.
I'm sure it's not till like the 19th or something like that. I'm not sure.
How do you speak such perfect English?
Because I'm fucking smart ass. That's why. No, because I learned when I was young. I used to live in San Diego, even if I'm Mexican, because one of my parents did live there, so I just have time to be around people who actually did spoke a lot of English, and well, I have to learn it. And I live in order, so I have to be bilingual if I want to speak better. And that's
if she wants to get those dollars. Here's some truth of teenage people. The really poor people, they only have like 3 channels on their TV when they grow up. This is before internet, right? If you're from the 80s or 90s, you only watch KPBS, fucking CBS, so it's Sesame Street. That's all you fucking see. That's why we know how to speak Spanish. English. You know?
Sesame Street is the only street these girls don't walk.
Yeah, exactly.
because, nowadays, we have such a, I don't know, everything that we have evolved, and obviously technology, well, we don't even have to walk no more. That's the easiest.
She's getting this picture today, though.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Manolo, what's your plan for the rest of the night with these ladies?
She wants them. I'm tired. Yeah. You gonna go jump on Saturday? You know what? Great idea. It's been a while. Remember, Gianni Versace? Hit you over there. You got dollar at work, whatever.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, I guess, with your job is you can pay for girls like that probably to come over and end up making more money by the end of the night if you go online yourself.
Well, I just pay them their fee. I ain't doing shit.
Hey, you make a profit. Oh, shit.
I like her. She seems cool.
Yeah, she seems like a lot of fun.
Yeah, she got she don't want to work no more. She was telling me. She told me a funny story. Yeah, but
not just sports. Fuck no, I'm a professional woman.
Oh yeah, she seems like the kind of girl that would marry you, take a life insurance policy out on you, and you're dead 2 days later.
Oh, no.
I've seen her on Gym Camp Swim on YouTube.
You have to read better.
She's on the Mexican version of Gym Camp Swim.
One camp swim.
Oh my God. Manolo, I gotta tell you. Yeah, go ahead.
When we were talking on the way over here, she told me that one time a neighbor of hers saw her in the corner. So she panicked, right? And she ran to him. She wanted to run away from him. So she ran to him and she told him, "Please don't tell my mom to kill me if she finds out I'm working her corner."
Manolo, I gotta tell you, man, a lot of people had high expectations for this, and you knocked it out of the fucking park. I cannot believe how great this was. This is the most legendary of all of your performances. And let me tell you something, anytime you want to do this, you just hit me up and you have the green light, man. This is an amazing segment called Meeting with Manolo for the first time ever.
Nice to meet you, ladies. Nice to meet you, ladies.
Nice to meet you, Paul.
back
Hey, man, you guys want over here? I'm on location. You guys know I got my microphone.
I love it. I love it. And you made up for all the Mexican that we missed out on without having Joel here tonight.
Next week I'll interview for Peter.
Hey, I love it. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Meeting with Manolo and perhaps a new permanent segment until Tony. Who knows? Fun? Yes. This is unbelievable.
It's no dog porno.
Perhaps you can get a chihuahua on next week's episode.
Be careful.
Here we go. We have another new segment that we added last week to the show called Bad Art from Fans. God, look at those fucking Mexican melons. Oh my God. She doesn't need to say anything. She doesn't have to speak English. She just comes around with those things. Okay, let's keep it going. This is a new segment called Bad Art from Kill Tony. This week was sent in by Batman Xenomorph on social media. This is Bad Art that was sent in by one of the fans. Let's see what we got here. Oh, it's a Red Band on a postcard.
Bert Kreischer.
It does look like Bert Kreischer. Come for the beaches, stay for the beefcakes. Greetings from California, a Red Band postcard. That is real art right there. From Batman Xenomorph.
How'd they get that?
They just did. Honestly, I think that is Bert Kreischer.
Might be. So thank you for the bad art, but let's check out some good art, everybody.
By the way, art is drawing next time.
Yeah,
I think so. Anybody knows how to use fucking Photoshop.
Yeah, that's true. Bad drawings, perhaps we should change the segment to, instead of bad art, bad drawings. Bad draws, that's what we call it.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're bad draws right now as well without a live audience. Anyway, so let's check in with our great artist. We go to good art now with the great Ryan J. Ebelt. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Incredible. Ryan J., how you doing over there? You're messing with us this time, right?
Alright, yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, I love it.
I like that. That's nice.
That drawing is absolutely fucking incredible. I mean, Michael Lair is an angel. That skull looks really just like me. It is.
Really does.
I know a lot about my face, and that is what my skull looks like. You got the amazing Jet Ski Johnson, Jeremiah Watkins. You even have Charlie from Vito's Pizza in there. Charlie, you made it to the drawing. You got Gino over there, am I correct?
That's awesome.
That is Gino. Go up a little bit here. And that is David Lucas, William Montgomery, Red Band. Incredible. That is mind-boggling.
You do kind of look like the guy from Coco. That's the skeleton.
Yeah, I do. Ryan J., what did you think about tonight's episode? What are some highlights from you?
Oh, well, I mean, probably the greatest highlight is that today would pretty much be my 5-year anniversary of drawing.
Wow. Look at that. 5 years. Right.
Yeah, weren't you supposed to come in? I thought you were supposed to come into the studio. Wasn't that last week?
You can come anytime you want now, Ryan. We have opened up the floodgates for cast members.
Elon Musk said that it wasn't okay to do.
Yep. Anthony Fauci said we don't have to wear a mask anymore, so we can stop wearing masks like we have for months. Said that today.
Maybe I'll try next week.
Heck yeah, absolutely. There he is, Ryan J. Ebelt. Everything's available, RyanJEbelt.com. Every print of the show, every road poster, everything. Jeremiah Watkins is here. Take it over, Jeremiah. Yes, Jeremiah wonders. He's on Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. He needs you to know that. Jeremiah Wonders is his podcast. Do you plug your Venmo on your podcast?
Yes. At Jeremiah-Watkins. At Jeremiah Stand Up on social media. Christina Hutchinson. It's my guest on Jeremiah Watkins this week. Thank you for having me.
We're always happy to have you, Jeremiah. There you go.
I can't read it when you do that.
Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. We got it. Now we're gonna talk about your bandmate for a second.
We got it.
You're gonna keep doing that during her time too?
I get 5%.
I love it. I highly doubt that, but I love it. Jesse Johnson, ladies and gentlemen.
I was below average in terms of psychic and but I am a thinker, not a maker. And that's making me to believe that the text of everything, I think that it is perfection within God. And if you really want to show God you pull it through. So that was a result of my thinking and the making and a lot of other things. And just really comes on the line. You're not supposed to be line. But anyway, did you ever hear of ViralRabbi? Yes. Okay, ViralRabbi, 1986, came out with a example. 20 feet down below, he found the Earth about 42. So they also say they found the sun. Yeah. And so they took it and had to examine and had 24 clothes on the floor. For 20 feet, 24 clothes, one was a fire, which meant no father took this. It was the month of Mary Reborn. So he also found Sodom and Gomorrah, where Moses went around and found that also. Israel has all this information they know all about her. I don't know if it's going to answer because the short of the earth is very well to Jesus. So Israel also the same thing when he checks the site about the short of the earth is just fine. And not talk about Georgia last year. I don't think the whole thing is United States. And by the way, I also have a Georgia map of where the ark actually is. There were Israel. That was never good. The structure was never good. And Noah was a real man, and he died. And I have to location of where they were in the twilight zone of a local cave. But the ark was never completed. They found the ark today. Sure, what do you think would happen there? Well, I don't think the religions outside the Christianity really care about God's ark. But again, if they're going to find something, I don't think it would survive the long and Jordanian desert, but it might, however, the cave with Noah. No, it just isn't no longer. So you need to get it. There's a time sheet. There's no middleman. It's direct. You can take it over. Jeff is Culver City, California. Hey, Jeff, how you doing? Well, George, what's the name? You know, the Gulf Coast there. Gathered to stop nearby construction of a massive police trains. Nicknamed cops. There, in the forest, they built a different the forest occupation and things like that present a vision of a society where we can have working hands and support each other without beating at each other or being subservient to each other. Until one day, approximately 9 o'clock this morning, law enforcement was moving various sectors of the property. Individuals without warning shot and was a it was just like
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from Bitterbox Studios for another episode of Kill Tony here today.
Hey, what's up? Another fun episode of Kill Tony. We are here. Exciting stuff. And how you doing, Brian?
Great.
Brian, right, man?
Looks like we both grilled out this week.
Yes,
You have
we
a cool grill, man. That was awesome.
I'm a smoker for the first time in my life. Got my brand new Traeger grill. Traeger, Traeger, and it is unbelievable. Started off with a steak on Saturday and smoked some Joe Rogan elk sausages yesterday.
Yeah, isn't that delicious?
Unbelievable. The difference in flavor is incredible. I now see what, I made friends with some of Joe's friends from touring with them, and his hunting buddies will come out to shows sometimes, and they're really cool. Go to dinner afterwards, have drinks, smoke, blah, 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 blah. And I've always wondered what their obsession with the Traeger grill is, and F-bomb. If that just isn't a whole different type of flavor when you cook it yourself, and I smelled like the smoke, like I was like fucking, in the shower last night, and I could like smell the smoke on me, and I fucking loved it. And I smelled it the night before too, and I'm like, oh, this is like cool. It's like the type of smell that I like. Which reminds me, there's a brand new Hinge Me Up Dreaming candles available at damngoodco.com. You can get the official candle of Kill Tony with the little eucalyptus spa-like adventure for your nose. The great Ryan J. Eveld is back in studio, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time since, I believe, the Ice House. Yeah, this is your first time drawing at Kill Tony in a non-comedy club or theater or arena or football stadium. This is your first in-studio. You got a camera on Ryan J by any chance? Oh, beautiful. There he is. The real deal, Ryan J.
Look at his hair up. He's got his hair up.
You look good, dude. Where'd you get the new drawing board from?
It's an LV. That's B as in boy. It's an LV. Maybe this nice custom drawing board.
That is awesome. He has started drawing tonight's episode. Of course, as always, we're going to check in with him at the end of tonight's episode. That's Charlie next to him. Can that get Charlie and Gino? Let's get everybody in this motherfucker. We got Charlie from the Great Vito's Pizza in studio. He's been in studio with us the whole quarantine, keeping us fed at the Comedy Store, at the Ice House, and at all the Better Box shows. And a Better Box isn't a Better Box without the great Gino back there from Speedweed, and some amazing products over at speedweed.com. A true top-notch comedy connoisseur Gino supports a lot of the best shows, a lot of the best podcasts. A lot of them are done here at Better Box. It's also sponsored a lot of great live shows out of the Comedy Store. He's got his sticky fingers and everything that's cool and hip in comedy. Yeah, because there's weed all over. That's what I meant by that.
Sweet, sweet, sticky icky.
It's not like he's a thief or a wide receiver in the NFL from all the weed. Shows coming up, supposedly. Pretty excited about this, as people have started to dabble in the live comedy space over this weekend in places like Salt Lake City and Texas. And we're going to both of those places coming up. It starts off in Miami, July 31st. August 1st, I do stand-up in Miami. But there's a Kill Tony supposedly on September 31st. Those are the rescheduled Miami shows from when this whole quarantine started. Another set of rescheduled shows is 2 Kill Tonys in Boston, August 13th, and 4 Tony Hinchcliffe headline stand-up shows on the 14th and 15th. Also, we're going back to the Secret Group on August 20th for 4 Kill Tonys, August 20th and 21st, 2 nights, 2 Kill Tonys each night. And the week after that, we go back to Texas. We go to beautiful Dallas, Texas for a Kill Tony or 2 there. And then stand-up shows in Fort Worth. I love that club. One of my
just moved to Texas. We should just move.
I know, a lot of people have been saying that. I love Texas. I've always said that it's one of the few states I would move to. Buy a fucking shotgun, some hillbilly shit, start chasing down fucking joggers in the neighborhood. Salt Lake City, September 11th, 9/11, SLC, Utah, Wise Guys. That's exciting. Moon Tower, September 17th. Toronto just got added this week. The Queen Elizabeth Theatre. JFL Toronto. That's 9/29. Great. October 13th is Templar Brewing Company in Bakersfield as we head north the week of Kill Tony Mania. So that is officially a Road to Kill Tony Mania show. The 13th in Bakersfield, the 14th in Sacramento, the 15th in Sacramento, the 16th, 2 shows in San Francisco, the 17th, 2 shows in San Francisco, and the 18th, 1 show in San Francisco. Monday to Monday, that's 10 Kill Tonys in 1 week in the end of October. And October 30th and 31st, it looks like we're going to be in Tacoma, Washington. And D.C. in November. Washington, D.C., the capital of the greatest country on the planet, undisputed, undefeated, all time in wars, unless you count Vietnam, the United States of America. The greatest country on the planet. 4 months ago had its best economy of all time, and nobody wanted to talk about it, except for me, sometimes sporadically on the show. Now look at us, a bunch of peasants. You're welcome, Mr. President. And, you know, that reminds me, people are home, they're losing their minds, they're all quarantined up, they're letting their pubes get out of control, right? Pubes are crazy right now. And nobody's talking about it. Pubes are out of control. Support for Kill Tony is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below-the-belt grooming. Manscaped offers precision engineering tools for your family jewels. They obsess over their technology developments to provide you the best tools for your grooming experience. Yeah, I tend to keep things trimmed up down there. I'm a little hairy boy below the belt.
Do you go straight smooth, or do you put like a little mustache in there?
I treat it a lot like I treat my own facial hair. I trim the sides down and see how long I can get it in the middle. You've heard of a happy trail? I have the Oregon Trail. You can get diphtheria from. All right. Manscaped has redesigned the electric trimmer. The Manscaped engineering team spent 18 months perfecting the greatest ball hair trimmer ever created and just released the new and improved Lawnmower 3.0.
I can't believe it. I got to try this out. The 3rd generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce manscaping accidents. Millions of balls are about to be nick-free thanks to Manscaped's advanced skin-safe technology. Manscaping accidents are finally a thing of the past. When I tell you this is a premium, I mean premium. The battery will last up to 90 minutes, so you could really spend some time down there. So you don't have to like hurry up and just shave and wait for the battery to die, because no, you got 90 minutes. This is water-resistant technology also, so it lets you do it in the shower, which is great. Way better cleanup. One of the coolest features is the LED light, which illuminates the grooming areas for a closer and more precise trimming. They also upgraded to a 7,000 RPM motor. Oh my gosh, with quiet stroke. I love that technology.
That's right. No stroke is better than their quiet stroke. That's the only kind of stroke people can get away with. Grandma upstairs. And let's not forget about the charging stand. Show off your mower loud and proud, because this intelligently designed stand is a convenient charging dock powered by a USB. If you are listening to me speak right now, I want you to experience it firsthand for yourself. Trim that junk of yours. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. Your balls will thank you. We've all had a nick on our balls. I've had a nick, a Jimmy, a Bobby.
I blamed it on herpes when I nicked myself once.
Whoa. Funny thing is that's probably true. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use the code KILLTONY. And now that you have fresh shaved, clean balls, a clean shaft, maybe even the spot between your balls and your butthole, your gooch is trimmed, why not take care of the outside of all that with Sheath underwear? Sheath is the reason why today's episode is happening. It's brought to you by Sheath Underwear. They use moisture-wicking technology to create underwear that keeps everything breathable and incredibly comfortable for you downstairs. Sheath's smart underwear come in a number of different styles, including a brief with a dual pouch that make your balls feel like they're floating on clouds while you work out or just walking around somewhere hot. It's like an inverted kangaroo pouch for your Joey that keeps your junk from sticking to your legs.
Yeah, Sheath underwear is created by a soldier while serving in Iraq, where you can imagine balls tend to get very hot. He developed the prototype in Iraq and raised money on Kickstarter to launch Sheath. And now they are right here supporting our show. Please support our sponsors because our sponsors keep this show going. Support Sheath and they'll support you where it counts, downstairs. Bottom line, Sheath creates an amazing underwear, and if you don't love them, they have a 100% money-back guarantee for off your first pair. And I think you're going to love them because we got some, and I've been using them. At first, I didn't understand.
Wearing them right now. Look at that. Oh, jeez, giving yourself a front wedgie, Brian. That's good. Look, they don't break. They don't prove that you can't break your Sheath underwear.
But honestly, at first I didn't understand it. But once you put your babies in that little second pocket, oh my God, you don't understand how sweaty those things get and how swampy they get. Now they're dry as a whistle.
Yep. Okay. Absolutely. And I'll be honest with you, when I first got them, I didn't read the instructions because they come with a little instruction thing. And I'm like, who the fuck needs instructions for underwear? So I didn't even know that there was anything special about them. I wore them just normal for the first few days. And then someone told me, dude, those are Sheath underwear. They have a separator. And I'm like, all right. But I thought they were just great underwear. So even if you don't like, for some reason, keeping your balls separated, you know, and then you can also have your shaft separated. It's a three-pronged adventure here. And in what better time than the summertime? Keep your balls unstuck from your legs. This is absolutely true. If you have a super tiny ball sack, I guess you don't really have to worry. But if you have balls, then you should totally buy a pair of these underwear and then separate them. Kiss your balls goodbye with Sheath underwear. They have an amazing line of underwear for women, too. So get your new favorite pair of underwear by going to sheathunderwear.com. Use the code TONY for 20% off your order. They ship anywhere in the world. Once more, that's sheathunderwear.com. Use the code TONY for 20% off.
Yeah, for women, if you have an extended labia, put your little...
Yeah, I guess so. You perhaps put a strap-on dildo in a whole other area so that it's not stuck to your leg. Lesbians are wild.
I love our sponsors, by the way. Like, these are actually products that, you know, are great. And
we love our sponsors. Absolutely. We're happy with our sponsors. You know, most shows, especially comedy shows, podcasts, they don't freaking pick their sponsors. They don't always love that stuff. But my Manscaped, this is for the 3.0. I had the 2.0. It's still pumping just great.
Yeah.
And the Sheath underwear are just a game changer for me. They're absolutely my favorites. And, you know,
I don't think I can go back to normal underwear. I need my balls separated.
And you know what? And again, I'm not kidding, and I'm not saying this just because they're a sponsor. But, you know, once these Sheath underwear got into my rotation a couple weeks ago, you know, they went through, obviously, one laundering already. And then, so like now, sometimes there'll be regular underwear there on like the stack. And I'm like, nope, I'm going to the Sheath. I'm going to say, I don't even know what, I don't want to know. Those are my new regular underwear or my new backup underwear. You got to keep them separated. Kiss your balls goodbye. Sheath underwear.
It's the same water you used to brush your teeth.
I don't know why I love that line so much. Kiss your balls goodbye. Everybody, why is that so funny? All right, so there's a band on the show. We all know this. You know them, you love them. They are two of my favorite heroes in all of comedy. They're absolutely great. We have so much fun every single week. The great Joel Jimenez is still out of service this week, unfortunately. I believe he might be back next week. But tonight, two of the best in the world, the band leader and the queen bee of the Kiltony band, are going to be in character. We don't know what they're going to be. Took them about 8 minutes to get ready backstage tonight. And so let's all find out what they are this week. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltony band. Jeremiah Watkins and Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Whoa! Hey! I love it! Yes! Without a doubt. One of the great presidents of all time, the great Donald J. Trump, Mr. President, and I am so excited as a fellow Italian to be here with the great Dr. Anthony Fauci is joining us. Wow. How are you, Dr. Fauci?
Tony.
Hey, that's us. And the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. How are you, my friend?
Doing quite fantastic, Tony. Really good to be here. I've been doing this thing called hydroxychloroquine lately. It's really good. A lot of people are knocking it. A lot of frontline workers are actually taking it. A lot of people out there. I don't see no harm in it, really. I think you should try it sometime.
I agree. This might be, that's one of the more, that is definitely the most wild thing. Out of all the things, if you're wondering, I thought to myself today, wow, I'm able to defend almost everything Donald Trump's ever said in a great way. Like, oh, they just took this out of context, they took that out of context, everybody, you know, they take this little sliver. But to be honest with you, Mr. President, today was the one time in which I'm literally like, what the fuck is he thinking? Exactly. Like this one, I mean, totally, even a week ago, they went absolutely berserk when you said that they should come up with something that cleans the inside. Everything you were saying.
Yes, like bleach. Good stuff. Good quality American products.
Yes, you were suggesting that maybe they look at that in front of the cameras. You were making it look like you were helping with the idea. That I understood completely. But saying that you're taking an anti-malaria, anti-lupus drug that they only give to people that have already been diagnosed with COVID for the last week and a half.
Listen, Tony, it's a drug that's been around for over 40 years. We can trust it. Okay, it's good stuff.
But it's only given to people that are seriously...
Listen, the way I look at these drugs is like, why not take them if you have them at your disposal?
Are there other drugs that you're on?
Xanax, Clorox, sometimes I take Benadryl just in case I'm going to South Africa.
Dr. Fauci, you are an actual doctor. You have studied drugs for almost half a century. What do you think about the president taking hydroxychloroquine without being diagnosed?
I'm on hydroxycut, hydroxychloroquine, all of them. All of the hydroxys. Big fan, big proponent.
Listen, I tell him all the time, I say, you don't want to take the hydroxy, and then I told him right before the show, he pushed me in the mud.
Oh, you're doing the mud.
That's why my coat's so wrinkly.
That's what happens when you get pushed in mud. It makes your white jacket wrinkle up.
White mud is the only kind of good mud out there. Can I just say that? Is it too much for me to say? I'm sorry, I just have to, I'm speaking my mind.
We're going to have fun tonight.
You know, I know somebody that actually has lupus, and they have to take that medicine, to like live. It said,
werewolf is crazy.
Getting it now.
Who do you know that has lupus?
This girl I went to high school with.
Oh, shit. Well, let's just jump right into it. Joining us right now, live via the feed, the one and only Joel Jimenez. Joel, how are you?
Oh, shit. What's up, you fucking idiot?
Whoa.
See, he's one of the good ones, can I just say?
Oh, my goodness, dude. You're drinking bleach again,
how's it going? Yeah, you gotta keep yourself, you gotta keep this coronavirus away from you, So doing it all, the hydroxy shit, all of that. When Jessie said she fell in mud, I thought she meant she tripped and fell into Brian's underwear.
Speaking of underwear, nice shirt you have on.
Yeah, that is the official logo of Sheath, who actually is sponsoring tonight's episode. It's unbelievable that you have that t-shirt on.
Also,
it's really incredible.
As Dr. Fauci here, I've never seen a virus as strong as what's in Red Man's underpants.
Should taste it.
Have you been? Oh, Jesus, Brian.
I'm 8 years old. Almost. I want to make it to 80.
Joel, have you tried your sheath underwear? Have you kissed your balls goodbye?
Actually, yeah, it's amazing. I love it. You know, I heard the guy developed it while at battle in Iraq, and I've been in a few battles myself, if you know anything about me, and I feel like these underwear are really going to take the drill battles to the next level.
Yeah, definitely. I like that. So what else was going on? You weren't here this week. You weren't here last week. Explain yourself to the fans of the show, Joel.
You know, I'm just trying to keep myself quarantined for 2 weeks. Wanted to see my parents. I did take a COVID test just to make sure I was good. Turns out I'm negative.
Yeah.
So, you know, dodge that.
Indeed. Hell yeah. So, how's your girlfriend?
Brian hates this. Look at him. He's fucking.
All right. How's your girlfriend, Joel?
Oh, she's doing good. You know, we're just chilling. Been fucking just hanging out. Drinking a lot of coffee.
Nitro, caveman coffee. That's great.
Shout out to the sponsors.
What ethnicity is your girlfriend again? She's Mexican too?
She's also Mexican.
They're multiplying. This is a big problem.
I agree, President Trump. Do you guys have protected sex or unprotected sex?
Protected. I'm not trying to be another statistic.
That's very good.
Thank you, sweet Jesus, for answering my prayers.
Did I hear you say that we have a show on 9/11?
Yes.
Wow, as if the flights weren't cheap enough from COVID. We had to book a COVID flight on 9/11.
That's
that
true.
gives you any sort of idea of the budget for this.
It's $11 per flight. I'm bringing everybody. I'm bringing Gage. I'm bringing Anthony. It's going to be great.
Wow.
By the way, Gage T Arena and Anthony are on social media at Gage T Arena and at _strange taste _ without the first underscore, only the last underscore. Strange taste _
I saw Charlie from Vito's shirt. I didn't know he worked at Vito's and also Trader Joe's.
Whoa.
Oh, there's a lot less dog porn this week than I was hoping for.
Well, we're just getting started here. Don't count those dog porns out just yet.
Also, I would love to get a Manscaped. You know, I'd love to get, pretty risque and this shit tight. You know, it's like I'm just. A Manscaped would just really help me to stay clean and proper these next sort of like drum battles that I have, Manscaped 3.0, I think.
That is the full-size sheath bodysuit, for those of you wondering. You can kiss your friends goodbye with the new sheath bodysuit.
I didn't think that this could be more terrifying without an audience, but it turns out it's way scarier without a live audience.
Yeah.
And Joel is just literally a cam girl right now.
He probably has that dildo at home. You know he does.
We are your only fans, Joel.
Well, that's okay. You gotta start somewhere,
I love it. So, what are you going to do if your girlfriend or roommate walks in right now? Play it off like you're on a podcast?
You think that'd be the first time that they caught me wearing this? I actually closed up for you guys. I've been walking around in this for the last 2 weeks.
Wow.
With the suspenders on, you look like a foreign exchange. It's true.
Yeah. No, it is true. He looks like if Luis J. Gomez was paralyzed from the shoulder.
Luis J. Gomez?
Luis J. Gomez.
I think we better keep the quarantine into effect for a few more months.
Dr. Fauci. Great. Joel, we need you back in studio. Will you come back on Monday?
For sure, yeah, that's why I wanted to call in, let all the fans know I'll be back next Monday. I miss you guys so much. It's fucking, it's brutal, man. It's really strange times right now, man. It's fucking weird. I can't wait to get back to you guys.
Things
There you go, Joelberg, with the news from 4 months ago. Things are weird.
Alright.
Strange right now.
Real state quasi quantum physics state that nothing really touches.
Joel
And
is
also,
between two ferns right
the use
now.
of a computer It's not guaranteed. Like, you can maybe have the intent, but the
Oh, wow. He's still
person
got
may
it.
not move,
Still
or
got
the
it. We love you, Joel. There goes Joel.
button may not
He's at
move.
mostly Sonic for us. He'll be
These
back
things
next
cause
week on the
issues.
drums.
So you don't know for certain that you're going to make the change.
All right, I love you guys. Peace. Have a good show.
I feel like he's gonna hate what he did on tonight's show, but it was great. We're just getting it started. I feel like he's gonna judge himself all night.
I know we overthink.
Yeah. You guys don't know Joel as well as we do, but that's what he tends to do. Love that little Pink Floyd, Mr. President. You know all the great ones.
Listen, I know I'm your favorite president. I know your favorite music, Tony. Tonight is all about you, my friend.
Wow, what a special episode for it to be. Caleb and Joel, towards things that I like. That is so cool, Mr. President. Thank you. I just want to let you know that I have a lot of cool artwork. I actually have the LA Times clip of you winning the presidency hanging up from my friend Pete.
Well, there's going to be 4 more years of articles. Get ready.
Let's keep it moving here. We have our first Stranger of the Night submission. We're going to watch a minute of his supposed comedy these people send in. Sometimes it's hilarious. Sometimes it's just depressing. We sort of analyze what they wrote and find out more about their lives. Your first comedian tonight goes by the name of Josh Jones. Here he is. Here's Josh. Here's Josh Jones.
Sometimes the shit does get weird. For instance, I had to tattoo guy's testicles. Yeah, that was nuts. It was not one, but 2 grown men that came into the shop. They brought 3 friends with them to watch. All dudes. Doesn't sound weird yet, but just know the second I got started on it, my Spotify popped on the soundtrack to Rent. I was baffled. You know how hard it is to be professional when you have to look a man in the face and tell him his bat wing is sacrificial now? I was naive when I got into tattooing, I guess. I always knew it was possible.
Wait, before you do that, let's talk about the stuff not working. Maybe you may think that the odds of this stuff failing is small, but in combination it is not.
Incredible, Josh
If you
Jones.
think
I
about
absolutely
on
love
internet
it,
there's
especially
packet
since
loss,
I think both of our
and you think
sponsors
on
apply to this set.
keys
We had
that
Blue
like
Chew on
sometimes
last
you
week.
have
We
to
ended up
re-click
having
stuff,
hookers from Tijuana
or
on
even just the
the
moving
show.
of a mouse on a cursor is not exact. You have to move it back around sometimes. Everything is not perfect.
And then our first
Additionally,
set tonight, and, Gage,
if you're just searching the internet, you don't know what you're looking for. So there isn't a real function that you're completing. Maybe you're searching the internet, but it's not like you are completing code for work that you know is completely done. You're just doing so without a real intent.
That would be a great time to use sheath underwear. You can keep the shaft in another department so you don't have to hold it the whole time and just let the balls hang out of chamber number 2 in the old auger or whatever we would call it. And so here you are. Hi, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. How are you guys?
Fucking great, dude. Where are you at?
I'm in Olympia, Washington.
Oh, shit. Hell yeah, dude. How far is that from Ephrata?
I don't know where the fuck that is, man.
Yeah. That's in the middle of, sort of middle of nowhere in Washington. We have a friend named Navy Western from there. Anyway.
I just moved up here like 5 months ago. Sorry.
Where? Portland?
No, from Arizona.
Oh, okay. All right. Hell yeah. What made you move up there?
Have you been to Arizona?
Yeah. I like deserts and warm weather.
I guess honestly, I just lived up there way too long.
Right.
Or down there. But, yeah.
Well, that's cool. So you just picked Olympia out of nowhere.
Well, it's capital. Figured, fuck it.
God, it is, isn't it? Yeah. It's one of those weird capitals.
Why is that the capital?
This guy is smart. Would you like a position in my office?
Uh-oh. You could join the president's cabinet. So,
maybe.
Josh, how long you been doing tattoos for?
I've been doing that for about 6 years professionally.
Wow. What was the tattoo that the guy got on his balls?
It was a
But
tiny
add some
little
more
black
as well.
heart.
Oh my God.
There's an argument of the palace of
Wow.
Shabbat,
That sounds horrible. Was that the,
or
was that like
palace
a
in
bet
time.
or something like that?
No, it was I actually did 2 of those tattoos the same day, and it was like a friends group kind of tattoo.
And make the argument that
there was 3
Shabbat
dudes
is
that they
supposed to
brought
be a
to
palace in
watch
time,
this whole
and this
thing
could
go down, and they
override
were
the spirit
dudes,
of
and they
Shabbat.
already had the
There's a
little
direct
black
conflict
heart
between the
tattooed on
spirit
their
of Shabbat
sack,
and the
so it
palace in
was,
time.
I don't know if it was a frat party or what, but
The palace in time.
it was odd.
Good.
I mean, I did work close to ASU.
Yeah.
Now, you said
Overtake
that
everything.
the other
And
2
here's to
people
say
had
that
hearts already on their balls. Did they
this
flip out
isn't
their
in line with
balls
the
and
spirit
tell
of
you
Shabbat.
or did
That
they
you're
just
still
tell you what to
following
do?
the Melacha, at least
I took
borderline.
their word for it.
And
Dr. Fauci, you
if
seem
you're
to have some
searching the
medical concerns
internet
here of some kind.
Actually, I think it sounds pretty cool.
and you don't have a
Wow.
direct end result,
We could go with
then
friends.
Oh, Dr. Fauci is inviting you, Mr. President, to get
there
all tattoos
isn't
together on
really
your
a
balls.
full function. Like
Listen, maybe if it's a purple heart, that way I can claim
starting
that
a fire on Shabbat, you've got to get the wood and you've got to light the match, and then you light the wood and it's completely over when the fire is
Josh,
done.
what have you been doing
That's
during
full
this
function.
quarantine?
But with a computer, it's almost limitless. There's no end result. Maybe you send a text message, maybe you surf the internet, but it's still incomplete. You didn't have every single conversation ever with that text message, or you didn't play every single game in the world. There's still some incompleteness. It's almost like an argument that you can't complete anything using a computer because there's so much to do. So every single action on a computer is incomplete. I think this makes
Some
sense.
tattoo artists, they shut us down up here in Washington. I haven't worked in like 6 weeks.
Or is anybody trying to get black market tattoos at all? Is it like haircuts?
Yeah, they're trying, but I mean, get this, in Arizona, you don't have to pay for a license to tattoo. Up here you do. So I moved, have to pay for a license to do my job for the first time ever, and then I can't do it, and if I do it underground, they'll fucking take it.
Wow. Have you had any social life at all? What have you been doing to stay busy without working?
I've mainly been shit posting on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Do you tattoo yourself ever? Like,
Yeah.
can I see some of your tattoos that you've done? Do you have any?
Sure.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the black heart on the testicle.
That was me all along. Wow, look, Tony Hinchcliffe. Yes.
Who is that?
It's James Franco for
That's
127
Bob Marley.
hours.
Who? Oh, yeah, that does look like Chris Farley. I see it. Absolutely.
Yeah. Somebody once said it looked like Obama, so.
Great. Sort of good.
Oh, you got the black part down.
Actually, I do have one that's easy to show that I did on myself, I think.
So that's oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's David Lucas's haircut.
That's that black market haircut.
Yeah. I love it. Josh, do you have any other hobbies or things that you like to do other than posting on Facebook and giving tattoos? Anything else interesting about you?
I juggle, I spin koi, which is like weird shit that fire on strings kind of stuff.
Oh, wow.
Symbols and other, yeah.
Can you do some quick
No, I'm
juggling
saying the
for us?
palace in time is actually an argument for the use of electronics.
Yeah, sure.
A king
Sweet. Fuck yeah, we love
is free to
juggling.
use
Works a
anything
lot
within
better
their
live in
palace.
front of a live audience, but who gives a shit?
And
It's been months since I've seen somebody juggle.
whether that means
I'll tell you
a
what's not
ball
juggling my balls anymore
or
because they're in sheath underwear, a special compartment. I used to
they want to eat something
I was thinking, I need those sheets
or whatever,
underpants because I do be getting the swamp
they want
balls.
to search the internet, they should be able to
And
do
if
so.
you're
This isn't public.
there's a hole in the back. You can
Even if they were live streaming on camera, that's not public.
President Trump uses them as a little backdoor
That's different than
exit strategy.
going outside and live streaming.
Exit with the Romans.
And even that, there's an
so
argument
I'm
for
gonna-
maybe you could be able to do that.
I'm gonna try and juggle my two babes and my shoe
Because you're not
because I don't have
working.
any sort
You're not
of
getting paid to do that.
I love this idea. Oh, you kissed your balls goodbye. Okay, go ahead.
Yep, pretty much. Yep.
All right, that was great. There goes Josh Jones. I love it, Josh. There he goes, Josh Jones. Everybody, he's a Josh Jones comedy. I love that he's talking about stuff that he can talk about. He's a tattoo artist. If I was a tattoo artist that sort of like stand up, I'd be doing that and be stretching out all that material. I think of all the silly tattoos that I've had to give. Imagine a tattoo convention where you perform or something like that.
Change
and you
the
get to do all
argument. I
those
think you
jokes.
can live stream
People fucking
in
love it.
public if you're not getting paid for it, and people know that you're not getting paid for it.
Lately I've been thinking about getting
And
a face
that should be
tattoo right underneath my eye. Grab something that just says faggot or something like that. Something that I've been thinking of, real self-deprecation humor. No, not a tattoo. Not really.
Maybe get a picture of me on your lower back on a drum stand.
Hey, I like that. I absolutely like that idea. I might do that. So yeah, let's just keep. How about you? You have tattoos, right?
I just have one, but I wish I didn't have.
Yeah, I've seen it. I wish you didn't have any of those. Brian J, you have any tattoos? No. Jeremiah doesn't. He says the eternal love of Jesus wrapped around his body.
Yeah, Jesse has angel wings written.
Yeah, what do you have? I can tell you have like one tattoo you got on like your 18th birthday or something. It's like a butterfly on your butthole.
And I've been talking about getting the coronavirus tattoo right over my left nipple.
I forgot it's Dr. Fauci. Okay, let's keep it moving along. This is only our second stranger of the night, and it is Alexis Chainsaw Massacre. Here we go.
American, 'cause at least I know I'm free.
This is Alexis Chainsaw Massacre.
Hey guys, so my husband and I are kind of on the outs during this whole self-quarantine business. I guess it all started when we went to the food bank a couple weeks ago, and I started hauling myself out for some food. He got really pissed off. He's like, "That's not fucking necessary. The food's free." But I knew I was gonna have to do a little bit more to get that can of SpaghettiOs. But they kicked us out. Came home empty-handed. The other thing I'm doing to piss him off is using his frozen corn dogs as dildos. Which, I'm like, you know what, dude? I'm helping you cut the fucking middleman by not having to use an air fryer. Fucking welcome. But you know what? I don't need it. Fuck it. You know why? I got two big opportunities. I got a full athletic scholarship at the University of Phoenix. And when Hollywood opens up, I'm gonna be Kathy Bates' stuff, though.
Everybody stop what you're doing.
Alexis
Zoot's here. Are you going to speak English? What up, pimp? So you don't even know what you're going to say. You're just talking literally and then trying to think of something to say. I'm here. What do you want? Does it have to be a planet or can it be a planetoid? Planetoid, I believe, is a more all-encompassing argument for like a moon, an asteroid, or a planet. But let's look it up. That's a good. Hold on, though. I want to make sure I've got that correct. Hold on. What is a planetoid? An asteroid of any size, an asteroid-like body of an orbit beyond the asteroid belt, a larger planetary body in orbit around the sun, such as Vesta or dwarf planets. So it's like a minor planet. Okay, so um, well, can you terraform it? Okay. There's an argument to be made. Venus is the same size, almost exactly as Earth. And so, yeah, you said you couldn't. You oh, stop. I know all of this. You wouldn't burn. You would be destroyed by the atmosphere. The atmosphere of Venus, I believe, is the most dense of all. Hold on. What's the thing about Venus? Isn't it the hottest planet or something? Or it's the most dense atmosphere or something? It's the hottest planet in the solar system. So you're correct. Uh, but it also has the most dense atmosphere. So I'm correct. Okay. So what did you say, Zoo? Well, you said it could be a planetoid. Um, Perhaps Europa. It has perhaps it is a moon of Saturn, I believe, and it has liquid ocean beneath a frozen crust. Apparently, perhaps. Okay. Okay. Um, I don't really. I'm not really too familiar with many planets outside the solar system, so I can't really count. I'm not familiar with too many planets outside the solar system, so I can't really comment. Yeah, I think so. All right, dude, let's just get down to brass tacks. You want to fucking play? I'll play. And I mean, like, I'm like a hooker you come to. I don't want to fucking make small talk. Let's just get down to brass tacks. I'm going to tell you. Hold on. I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to beat you in one game of carom. I'm going to beat you in 3 games of pool. I'm going to beat you in dice party, and then you're going to go about your day. Does that make sense? What up, pimp? That's a good question. I mean, usually distance or inhospitable conditions. Okay, I mean, I don't know what you want me to do about it. If you were happy on it. Raise their serotonin levels. May not be a bad idea. What'd you say? Thanks, big man. Dude, I see a really big one that you're missing. Oh, yeah, I can think so. Perhaps. Oh, look at this. I just got two in, Zoot. Dog, look at that shot. That was sick as fuck. Dog, I've never played this well in my life. But if I miss, there's a very good chance you could win. Like, it's pretty easy for you to just sweep. Oh, Zoot. Oh, no way. Zoot, that was so big for you. You could make the easiest comeback. You just. Oh, you fucked up, though. No. Thank you. You just put mine in. It's over, baby. Oh, I got it really early. All right, so I beat you once in that. Now, no trick shot. Trick shots, like, what do you want to play for pool? Okay, 9 ball. Yes, sir. If it was what? Who went to the comedy club Wednesday night? Did was Chelsea there? What's she doing? She going on a world tour? All right. Is it you proud of that shot? Dog, that was an amazing shot. Was it funny? Okay. Oh, what a shot. Dude, did you see that shot? Dude, you didn't even see my shot. No, you didn't. Okay. Where do you want me? No, because it's on the other fucking side of the world. There are like no, there are, but you don't live in a really big Australian city for Jews. Melbourne, Sydney, we're there. You're in a big enough city that we're there too. You just may not know it. Oh, what a shot. Dude, did you see that shot? Dude, are you seeing this? Okay. But are you seeing this performance, dude? You, dude, do you think it's possible for you to win? Tight. What's a lorry? A train? What's a lorry? Is that a train? Didn't you say the whatever Scientology is across the lorry? Oh, isn't a lorry in British like a it's an elevator, right? Okay, I think in British English it is an elevator. So do you think you can win? Give me this, dude. No, no. The public holidays are because it's always on Sunday. So like people already have it off. In what year was Easter not on Sunday? I'll wait. So, yeah, we don't, at least what we call public holidays generally in the United States are known as bank holidays. And those are New Year's Day, generally Martin Luther King Day, Memorial Day, sometimes President's Day, I should say, um, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, and then December 25th. Yeah. Bank holidays, yeah. If you're talking federal holidays, same thing. But, I mean, what do you want me to do about it? People already have people already have it off. It's already a holiday, or it's already a day off by Christians. Yeah, it's like super big. It's like their second biggest holiday. Hundreds of millions.
Ghost Insiders, a new version of the Ghost Insiders app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
What do you want, Zoo? Okay, dude, how did I miss that shot? Okay. 'Probably 0%, or like less than 1%. Um, with the whole universe, like 99.9%. Oh, does that count as a legal break? Oh no, it didn't. I don't know why it didn't count as a legal break. You're up, Zoot, and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, go. That was amazing. Dude, that's a terrible shot. You have a really hard shot. Word, dog. Dude, you recognize that when we play trick shot, it's just basically taking blind shots. Like, there's no real. Maybe there's a little art to it. Like when I do that. Come on, baby. I just won. Dog. Best shot. Dog. I'm recording that. Dude, you know sometimes I post these on YouTube. I definitely. Thank you. I definitely post them on Rumble. So your name is all over Rumble. What up, pimp? I mean, I don't know any. Some of them are cute though. I mean, from like, uh, probably like from a species. The ones that I would like the most are called the Nordics. Zoot, this is our last pool game, and then we play Dice Party, and then you do whatever you need to do. Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation? Because you have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Zoot, hit the ball, dog. Zoot, you got to hit the ball, man. Nobody wants to play with anybody who takes forever. I'll make that. All right. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Make. I'm ready for it, dog. Are you ready for the best shot you've ever seen? Kiss shot. Now this would be the best shot of my life. Boom. You're up, Zoot. Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot, you just won. I know. All right, Zoot, you're up. 10, 9, 8, 7. All right, Zoot. It's fine. I haven't beaten you in so long. Just chance it. Chance it. Or do the 2. Give me this. Give me this. Dog, that's garbage. I love you anyway, Zoot. 2, 3, 4, 5. Give me sixes. Give me sixes. That's really bad. What's up, baby? Got three of a kind. What up, big dog? I don't think it was, but maybe. F you, dog. Dog, I don't have a good roll here. Yes. Yes, sir. It's okay. You did what I would have done. I already played the three. I didn't realize it. Give me it.
I'm not a doctor nor a health professional, just a guy interested in health and what makes people healthy or not. In the U.S., the market is spreading. Prescription drugs that cause more and more side effects than they do. Prescription drugs.
What are you doing? Oh, you got so fortunate, dude. You got so fortunate. I didn't want to hear this game is rigged.
Website criticalhealthnews.com. There's a wealth of information. Change many lives for the better. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, please.
Okay, Pimp. No way.
Freshness and a family style commitment to care. That's the Heartless difference. With your hosting backyard barbecue.
Give me a 2.
You're giving someone the gift of Midwest flavor. Heartland Steakco is perfect for any occasion. At Heartland Steakco, you're getting premium Midwestern meats, hand-cut, hand-picked, and delivered straight. With the steak package, it includes Restream choice filet mignons, ribeyes, New York strip, and top-of-iron sirloin steaks to their Midwest pork package, which is
What up, Pimp? He keeps getting suggested to me. Yeah, I think I did. Or watch some. No, not all of it, but some of it, maybe. Something. Get another 5. That'd be big. What are you doing? Devastatingly bad play. You let me back in the game, son. Sixes. Give me six. Give me sixes. I got nothing. You need a straight. No way you get. You need a 2. Let's see it. Show me 2. You play whatever you want, big dog. Look at this move. No 6s, Zoot. 2 6s, Zoot. Give me a 6. Devastating. No, I'm not. 4. 4 straight. Just 4 in a row. You need a 5. If you get it, this game is rigged. I need 4 of the same. 1, 2. Oh, wait. Oh, devastating. It's over, Zoot. Great job. But you said it's like 50-50. Baller. Okay. What's that? Crypto. Yeah, that's okay. Everything's down. You may be right. Okay. Oh, he's kind of creepy in my mind.
obviously, we know a lot about that. You have some great on how. So let's give everyone some background. So Matthew Wood, he died drowning. He quotes fell off the boat that he was on with and there's some theories that have come out and some stories that were circulating or absolutely below is fully footnoted. Is what I read. And that she's actually it kind of struck people the most. It's called Splendor of Growth. And Christopher Williams held that for what a crazy event to sit here with former Cardinals. Now you're caught up in it. Yeah, her death was, kind of rocking for me. It's one thing, and it looked like it might have been another thing that was very visible out a little bit. But, the sheer intake really gets me because it connected to the Manson murder. I'm sure many things that but keeping that book chaos, what actually might have happened, social holes in the actual kids, so it went down, but her death was no matter which way you slice it. And one of the things that's always stuck out in the conspiracy of it is what the landscape said minutes or moments, half hour, finding out the event of it's allegedly something was said, but he was said while the certain happening, and it's said coincidence, but it's kind of curious. She was pregnant. She was pregnant for 8.5 months. He termed the pregnancy in the midst of the event. That's all I'll say. And one interesting thing about the gallery, yeah, the actress. The famous showgirl, actress. She was in the Superman movie with Christopher Reeve, and she played Lex Luthor's girlfriend, and that was so she has said that she was supposed to be there. And at the time, the showgirl, and I guess someone called it vote 6, so she could go. And she really wanted that. I mean, some people say it saved her life. Some people say she was tipped off.
And make the argument that this is in the spirit of Shabbat. That nothing is being completed, so that's in the spirit of Shabbat. Shabbat is about enjoyment.
She was in right before and part of the YouTube life. There's something about her death, her murder, that seems planned. We keep talking about her. People still want to hear more.
Put the footnote in parentheses next to the point, not at the bottom, please. Not phone, footnote.
Restream was the best Superman, hands down.
Remove the thing about the phone. I never meant to say phone, I meant to say footnote. You don't have to remove it, but just make it logically coherent. Right. And I'm so glad that you shared that. Thank you for sharing that about your like husband and that connection with Ross Williams. Thank you for sharing that. And you're 100% right. We're focused on film and we actually have we're developing different subjects and we just like to put it all together because we want to talk about everyone and what we impact. And the 27 Club, oh yes, we have a lot to say about that. 27 Club, that includes people like Jim Morrison, Amy Winehouse, and these are musicians. Janice Joplin, there is something, so in the theories that we've read and the research that we've done, there's esoteric thing that spiritually happens to us when we change from 27 to 30, and it's like, it's that kind of system that we've got to do, right? So like, one of the things I've heard in living is, some people that number doesn't so that has come up. Are they working this year or not? Everybody's uniting themselves together. We're doing some great over here. I don't know, George. I don't know if it's just the whole thing where it's concentrated and that we're all here. So it just seems like we're working because we're all concentrated, we're all spread across the United States. But you know what? I have to say, there's a lot of here. So I think that it's a city shape. It can be a city of numbers. And there are people in this industry that are successful do it straight narrow way. You are have very little time for family sometimes, depending on projects, and you're committed to something greater than yourself. You're artists, and there are people who are in it. You know, big skills, being in this, and those people sometimes stand up, sometimes can be the most skilled, but that can be very rocking. It's an unskilled art. And you know, you're working with people who are using us for really hard, and all of a sudden, it doesn't show up because X, Y, and Z. So there's definitely a lot of it stands out in this motto. People just chalk it up to value art. It's all working really hard here. So, you know, it's got a like art. Carl. Hey, George, happy to be here. So glad that you took my call. I haven't talked to you in a while. And I just told me I'm going to try not to get annoyed, you know.
How much y'all have like a couple minutes? Sure. About there, yeah, a good topic, a great subject. Keep researching it. I'm 66 years old. I remember when the newspaper in my mom and dad's house on a Sunday morning in 1969 about the tea murders. And that's all I'll say about that. And I'm like, Forrest Gump. That's all I have to say about that. And she was lying about it. And she was on Beverly Hills. I loved, what it was, that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. The movie that redid, revisited that. And I'll never forget as a 10-year-old picking up that newspaper. And, somebody just, I don't know, I can't call it satanic.
A distinct change in society from analog to digital. And this happened in like 2003, and Cite the paper that it happened where there was more digital data in the world than analog, and see if this strengthens the argument at all. Strengthens.
Absolutely one of the greats. Paul even wants. How about we bring both of these guys together? Paul Bishop was wonderful. Paul Newman and Robert Redford. Butch Cassidy, the Sundance Kid. Now that's something. What was the controversy over having Barbara Streisand? Robert Redford and County. That they did a great emotional stuff. Great children. Great children. It was I was touching and a bunch of things later. And I was like, she's sick. It's bad. So long. But I realized it's just not what you call her downside of. But at one point I was like, because it was sick. You know, I was already kind of going over it. And I realized watching it and but I think people just wanted more time. Somebody got shouted. What they spent so much time on this person, and they had me get space possible, and that was what I heard. We're going to come back and do final culture with just overnight then Jacob Bodie Ramirez, your podcast, stand from your favorite movie. Lots more with you next on Coast to Coast. Do you have a photo that you think would interest the Coast to Coast audience? We're always on the hunt for unique and unusual images for our photo gallery. To submit your image, simply go to coasttocoastam.com and mouse over the media button on the upper navigation bar, and you'll see the submission option. We find that life-changing travel is back for season 2. Join us as we explore breathtaking natural beauty and the land history of destinations around the world. One of the things that really struck me about my time in Alaska, there's just a more dramatic starkness where a lot of the land really is just a natural landscape. So come along as season 2 takes off. Open your free live radio app, search Wayfinder, plus the free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. I'm not saying it's okay, but I found a way to justify that pretty quickly. This is Tony. And yeah, he's back. Turns out, she's really, really good at it.
just can't seem to catch the guy. I'm always just behind him, you know?
What really struck me about Tony's story was why he started robbing banks in the first place. Because Tony was a family man, doing great. New Year's guys were buying him to bed while Tony was playing roller hockey with his work buddies. He took a nasty fall and hurt his back. I literally couldn't even get out of bed. So his family doctor wrote him a prescription. It was like a miracle. Purdue Pharma's powerful painkillers seemed to work like magic until it took over his life.
Oxycontin destroyed my life. I accept full responsibility for that. The crime fighting that I've been stuff like the rope oil in 20 weeks. She wanted to get no Oxycontin.
You need to figure out a way to stop. Like, this is going to kill you.
Introducing Hooked, a story about a man, a pill, and a bank robbery spree for the hosted by me, Josh B.
Because our system even allow for something like this to happen. People walk away as billionaires when so many lives have been destroyed.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Final four today from Indianapolis. One seeds Arizona and Michigan square off. Tommy Lloyd agrees to a new 5-year contract with the Wildcats through 2031. 3-seed Illinois takes on 2-seed UConn. Women's Final Four. The championship game is set. South Carolina beats UConn and UCLA over Texas. News from college football. TCU and head coach Sonny Dykes reach a multi-year extension. From the NFL, the Jags signed defensive end Trayvon Walker 4 years, $110 million extension. In the NBA, the Bulls fall to the Sixers. Paul George with 23. Hawks rip the Nets 141-107. The Knicks rout the Bulls 136-96. News from the Lakers. Luka Doncic, the hamstring strain. He's out for the rest of the regular season. In MLB, the Dodgers over the Nats 13-6. Shohei Ohtani goes deep. Tigers play the Cardinals 4-0. The 4 games today. Yankees beat Marlins 8-2. Aaron Judge a home run. The Red Sox beat the Padres.
Listen, Kurt, now I feel like I remember you. You've been on this show before, correct?
I have, yeah, back in December in Cleveland.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in a good old cracker in Ohio now, but I made the way up to Cleveland, and I believe I showed you guys my hats.
Ah, yes. Yes, something like that. How did that happen? How did you show us your hats again? Remind
in
us.
parentheses next to the point,
You know
not
what?
below.
That was all part of me, but I know there's coming 2 years, and you guys are asking me about my tattoos on my legs. And I
On
just
the, you're talking about on stage?
yeah.
Right. What were the tattoos? I can't remember this.
Oh, shit. I think you commented on my Chucky tattoo on my leg, and then
now it's coming back to me, yes. I never forget a good Chucky tattoo. So now you live in Cleveland. You're originally from Akron. Have you done stand-up anywhere other than on Kill Tony before?
Actually, right before the coronavirus went down like shit, I found a club like 10 minutes away, and they were doing no mic, but they told me it had to be PG-13, so I'm like, shit, okay, I'll make it work. And then they're like, okay, 5 minutes, you have to bring friends. So I did, and it went well. And then they're like, the winners of the semifinals are, and then they called my name. I was like, well, I didn't know this was a competition. Cool.
Wow. Look at that. That's pretty cool. What did you win in the semifinals?
I have no idea. A trip to the finals, I guess.
Oh, that's great. Heck yeah. That didn't happen because of Corona, obviously.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to happen today, actually, but I guess this works out.
Oh, yeah. Destiny. I love that. You are, is that a basement that you're in right now?
Live under the stairs.
This is my bedroom, you know. I live in like a townhouse type deal, so this is the main
What up, Jake?
stairs down to a garage.
Well, what's up with you changing your name again? What's up with you changing your name? Okay. Well, I don't know if it's Trey or Trey's Way. Did you realize that Trey's Way sucks because it only results in losing pool? Okay. You let me know. You let me know when you're ready, okay? Apologies. Are you speaking into a pillow? What did you say? Oh, you got a cold. Okay, so I'll let you get your rest. Oh, sounds good. It's your world. We just live in it, baby. Oh, definitely.
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send Georgia text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Dorian. Their website, by the way, is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. If you sign up yet to become a Coast Insider, great deal. It's 10 cents a day. Sign up one of two ways to be an insider. Go to our website, coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the page it says Insider. Click that little button and fill out the info and you got it. The other way is to go to the App Store, look for the Coast to Coast AM app, it's free, put it on your phone. Through the app, you can sign up for new insiders all over Canada. Recent research is showing low testosterone is affecting a larger portion of men and women at all ages. Addressing hormone balance, including healthy testosterone, is crucial for maintaining first health. Introducing George's Super Tea, not drink, 100%
How long have you two been together?
It'll be 5 years this year. We'll be married here in August.
Okay, what does he do?
He is a supervisor at the distribution center for a factory that makes fluorophones. It's like stuff and shit.
Fluorophones?
Yeah, for like floral arrangements that create fluffy shit.
Fluorophone sounds like a drug that President Trump's been taking.
I've been taking it 3 weeks now. Very good.
What do you do for work? Alexis Chainsaw Massacre?
Well, I was an occupational therapist, and then I had got laid off right before the coronavirus just because the company was tanking. But then, it's miserable anyway. So now, I'm trying to take this opportunity. You guys just started a blog site for Corona Comedy, and I'm trying to make that happen so I don't have to go back.
Hell yeah.
Sounds very promising. Sounds like a good startup to me.
By the way, Tony, in terms of face tattoos, I think ICP face paint would be the way to go for you.
Oh, okay, yeah, I like that. Maybe that's the move. You drink Fago?
No, I just shake it up and explode it on people, you know.
Hell yeah. Tell us more about what you do for fun.
You know what? One talent I have is that I can always keep myself occupied. I love to write. I love to cook. I've, during this quarantine, dressed up as Doc Evil from Tiger King on a few occasions. Gotta make things interesting for them now.
Who would you dress up as?
Doc Evil from the Tiger King.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just dress up like him and walk around the house like Doc Antle?
Corn dogs in your pussy.
More dogs in my pussy, yeah.
frozen corn.
Well, you gotta spice things up in this quarantine, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've also played Animal Crossing. Not anything too exciting, honestly. Like being home.
Sounds pretty exciting to me.
Lord,
What a life.
Have you ever played Animal Crossing, Dr. Fauci?
You know, I'm so busy. Yes, yeah, I play all the time. I get a lot.
I actually play Animals Crossing when I watch Mexicans straight across the border. And I say no thank you.
He won't come to my island. I bought him a Switch myself. Set up the account. I made it really easy.
Dr. Fauci wants to be your friend, Mr. President.
It's clear on the cold-gilded glass, and this is the bird, okay? It's a classic diatribe. I learned what that meant, what his friends heard.
Not with me.
I love it. Alexis, have you ever been arrested before? You have arrested energies. It seems like you've had some wild nights in your life. Started a cat fight with a little girl not quite in your weight class. Maybe accidentally cracked her head open.
Yes, definitely.
She was
cops.
She was talking shit. She told me I couldn't get refills for the year, so I beat her.
Come on,
I've never been arrested.
Never?
I've never been. I've had misadventures. I'll put it that way.
Like what? Give us a good example. Tell us about one of your misadventures.
So I have two ferrets, and the first one I bought waste.
Ferrets?
You got the ferret wasted?
Yes. No, I was wasted.
Out of all the things, Tony, that I've heard tonight, not surprised at all this one has two ferrets.
Yeah. That's what it is. That's what I've been picking up on. It's ferret energy.
Can we see one of the ferrets? Is there one around?
Yeah, can you juggle your ferrets?
Where is my
Ferret faucet.
Wow, Dr. Fauci just called you ferret faucet.
That's awesome. No, they're not around, Sam. They're tucked away upstairs. Got kind of a chaotic house going on.
What else is going on over there?
Do you ever, take your ferret out of the town, like skip work or something, and, ferret beauty stay off?
My God.
You do that?
Wow.
I just saw that movie. Very good movie, very good film. Would love to see a ferret version. Pixar, you know.
They probably get out all the time. She just doesn't know it.
Probably, honestly, because they steal shit from me, so I have no idea. I can imagine they'll break out the window if they ever wanted to.
What else is so chaotic about your household? You have two ferrets. What else?
Two very high energy pitbulls and two cats.
God. How do the pit bulls not attack the ferrets? You have to keep them separated, right? Like sheath underwear.
That's right. The dogs are the downstairs pets, ferrets and cats.
That's right. Kiss your bulls goodbye. Your bulls and your ferret. You put one compartment for your ferret, one for your pit bulls.
Yeah, they all stay away from each other. Actually, somebody just asked me to adopt this sick dog. I'm like, dude, I don't have capacity in this place. I'm already ready to get rid of that.
Did they phrase it just like that? Will you adopt this sick dog?
Yeah.
In the eyes of the devil.
You ever fucked around with your dogs?
Oh, God. That man.
You know what? As much as I love dogs, no. Just kidding.
Heck yeah, that's not what you're into. I know what you're into just by looking at that picture you got over your shoulder of David Lucas in a cowboy hat. I know what's going on back there. Alright, well, Alexis Chainsaw Master, it was fun to have you on this show again. Fun stuff, you know. It's hard to judge or talk about anybody's jokes at this time. But, I would just say always try to be as original as you possibly can be. There's something about there's almost no University of Phoenix online joke that I would like. It's almost impossible. to write the University of Phoenix online joke that I would like, just because it's so sort of like a punchline that's sort of beaten up. And like almost anything, it's better to fail doing something that's never been talked about than it is to succeed with something that, it's like we have a couple old school comedians at the Comedy Store, for example, like really old school that have been doing it for 50 years, and they each have the University of Phoenix online jokes. So maybe, I guess, people like me that are around stand-up a lot are sort of like ruined by that, sort of jaded by that. So, but I guess people that don't know a lot about stand-up wouldn't mind it, but, you can get these weird habits out of the way now and keep writing and, always, like I said, just fail original rather than try to get a little base hit.
For sure. Well, I appreciate that, folks.
Awesome. Alexis Chainsaw Massacre, everyone. She's on Instagram and Facebook at Corona Comedy Blog. How fun. Moving it along. Thank you, Alexis. From beautiful northeast of Toby the Wright brothers. Most presidents in the history of the United States of America, the state of Ohio. Ohio voted for you, Mr. President.
Very well. Very grateful.
Fun fact, Ohio has decided every president in the history of presidential elections. There's a saying, so goes Ohio, so goes the presidency of the United States of America. Yeah. Also, astronauts, like football, the football belt, many great head coaches. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. Here he is, the king of eyebrows. William Montgomery is joining us, everyone. Brand new eyebrows.
Wow, he did. He painted those eyebrows in. Look at that.
Oh, we're going to talk about that. William, go ahead. Tell us what your thoughts have been this week.
This is the first person to ever get rickrolled. It's like, hey, you sent the wrong link to Amazing Boards News. I'm currently writing a reboot to Murder, She Wrote, starring William Montgomery. It's called Murder, He Wrote. I banged my girlfriend so hard last night, I gave her moderate severe plaque psoriasis. To finish up, it's the 40th anniversary of Dante's Peak. I would like to give a moment of silence for Pierce Brosnan.
Definitely got that moment of silence he wanted.
Still got 20 seconds.
You have anything else? Now's the time. If not, we can just start the interview process.
Let's start it up.
All right. Where'd you get the new eyebrows?
What are you talking about?
Are those Amazon Prime?
Seriously, what are y'all talking about? You mentioned something at the beginning.
Yeah, you didn't have eyebrows the last few months, and now all of a sudden you have very full.
You're looking very Latina, is what he's trying to say.
Can you zoom in on those a little bit? Can you hold the phone closer to those eyebrows? Closer? Yeah, that looks like a drawing.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of makeup right below the eyebrows as well. Prosthetics.
No, these are real.
I think it...
Why are you squinting your face like that?
Seriously, William,
look at them.
How'd you grow those this week?
Oh my God, it's such a long cry. A lot of aloe vera.
Is that covering up bruises?
Is that a joke? No, yeah, it's aloe vera. I put that on, and they're really coming in good. Do y'all like them?
Yeah. No, it's great. I like your bandana, too. What's going on up there? That's new.
I can't figure out how to do this photo thing.
You're doing a good job. Move the bandana back a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Now I can see. Yeah. This is great.
Is that better?
Yeah.
How are y'all doing?
We're doing good. We're doing great.
This looks like a leprechaun.
look at him right now, you can imagine him with no hair, like head hair or face hair. You can see what he would look like if he was completely bald and shaved.
Oh yeah.
It's great.
This is him at the end of his Man on the Moon movie.
He looks like Joe Pesci and JFK.
Really good at Joe Pesci. I saw Twins this past week. I love it. He's really good at that.
I don't really see the Joe Pesci or the JFK so much.
You know, like when Joe Pesci has like makeup on JFK, his hair's all fucked up.
Oh, Joe Pesci in JFK. I thought you said Joe Pesci and JFK.
Like simultaneously, I was confused as well.
Like, wow, it definitely doesn't look like either one of those guys. That's all interesting.
What?
That kind of sucks, dude.
Shut up.
Oh.
At least I got real eyebrows.
Oh my goodness.
You're real as shit. Are you serious? Fucking with me right now?
I wonder how long they'll last. Can you rub one for a little bit and we can see how sturdy they are?
Rub it, actually touch it.
Rub it up and down.
Yeah, I'm rubbing it really hard right now.
You're rubbing it side to side. Can you rub?
I'm touching it.
No, you're not even touching it. Rub it up and down. Come on.
There's a bunch of glue stick, Bobby. I have been watching RuPaul's Drag Race, and I put the glue stick one underneath, and then I painted them on.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bug stuck to one of them. That one right there.
Yeah, you have some dirt.
My room's pretty dirty right now.
Can we see it? Can you take us in? Show us your room, please. That would actually be super entertaining to get some insight on what your actual life is like. Come on, take us on a little fucking adventure, William. Do something outside of the box. Come on. Don't overthink it. Come on, William. Be fun.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Why? Tell us the honest reason why.
I don't want to be here with this guy. You know, I can't. I'm not.
Why?
I don't know. Why? I can't.
You can't go into your own room?
Piss all over the bed.
No, I can't. I'm not at my place.
Yeah, you are. We can tell. This is where you've been all month.
It's not my place, though.
Take us inside. Just do it. You're overthinking it. I've never seen you this scared to do anything before.
I don't think he's allowed in the house right now.
No, he is. We're not going to make excuses for him. Go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad idea if I go in right now.
Why is it a bad idea?
William is
I just think it's a bad idea.
I think it's a good idea. I want you to do it. Come on. I never ask you for anything. I want to see what your dirty bedroom looks like.
It's not my bedroom, and it's not a dirty one.
Well, what is
not?
We find out he's
Oh, so you've been lying this whole time. Were those even real eyebrows?
Yeah, these are real. Yeah. What do you mean, lying about what?
You said you had a dirty bedroom. You don't even have a bedroom, and it's not dirty.
I do have one, but I'm not in my place right now.
We find out he's been staying in a dog kennel for some time.
We find out he's right outside this building.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Alright, here we go. He's excited. It appears as if he's going to a different person's house altogether.
How do I flip the photo? It's hard to see.
Where do you live in? Are you in the Michael Myers house?
Is this the Blair Witch Project? What is this?
You know, you need to figure out how to use your phone, man. How long have you had
this
the phone?
is hard.
He's literally right back to where he was.
Yeah, that's great stuff, William.
I really feel like I went on a journey with this guy. I feel like I know him now.
William, the president has been taking hydroxychloroquine for the last week and a half. He's also been on chloroform for 3 weeks.
Citrus and
Azithromycin.
Citrus.
Yep. And how about you? What drugs have you been on lately? Anything interesting?
Like chlorophyll, anything like that?
Did you mention President Hydroxycut earlier?
Yeah. How about you? What drugs have you been taking?
A lot of amoxicillin.
Oh. Okay.
It's sort of good old weed.
Really?
Yeah. Man.
Seems like you've been getting that a lot lately.
I have.
Yeah, it's getting better. It's amoxicillin helps. It's a neat little drug.
I'm
sorry, I wish I was in my place. I feel like having everything up. I feel like this is probably one of my best sets. And then
do you ever go to these parties anymore, or are you just strictly staying with your girlfriend who doesn't inspire you at all and drags you down?
She's great. No, hold on. This is getting really bad. No, she's very nice. I haven't been to my place in a little while.
Right.
I'll say that.
Have you been getting a lot of work done? Have you been productive, making content or writing or creating or going back to work?
Totally. No, I'm going, back at work, and creating a bunch of content.
What content?
I play a lot of tic-tac-toe against this computer, and I throw in jokes some of the time. It's been a really big hit.
Okie dokie. William, we love you. We miss you. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, sounds good.
There goes William Montgomery. William.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. I believe that's also his Gmail password for those of you interested in breaking in on his email. Alright, your next comedian goes by the name of Gabriel O'Byrne. Let's keep rolling straight into Gabriel. Let's see what happens here. Gabriel O'Byrne.
I was born in Colombia. I realized that might be a little strange for some people to hear singers out of the book. I think the university was strange, so my neighbor tells me. But it's absolutely true. And I thought that I would just take this chance to answer some of the more common questions that I get every time that I tell somebody that I'm Colombian. Number one, yes, I have done cocaine. And number two, yes, I do enjoy cocaine. But it's cocaine. Oh, dude, like feeling confident, sure of yourself, present, in the moment, life of the party, and having conversations till 4 a.m. and blackout and shooting about calls and see that you don't know what the third branch of government is. Yes, Steve, I enjoy that very much. And I think you would too. Number three, yes, I have some show doctors since I'm on the show.
Alright, there you go. Gabriel O'Byrne. Wow, you shaved since your submission.
I just realized that. I completely forgot that I had longer hair and a pretty aggressive looking mustache.
Yes, you did. Yeah. You're in Colombia now?
No, I'm in Syracuse, New York. I've been living here for a few years now, but I was born and raised in Colombia. Yeah.
Wow, I hate upstate New York. How did you end up in Syracuse, New York?
I'm sorry?
How did you end up there?
I went to college there. I did my undergrad there for 4 years. Then I moved out to San Francisco, but I got offered a job at the university. So I've been working here for just over a year now as a mini lecturer.
Oh, okay. That's fun.
Do you have a connection to get cocoa leaves?
Now I wish. Damn. I want the cocoa tea.
I got all the cooks.
That's Dr. Anthony Fauci.
That's real.
Do you ever eat at Dinosaur Barbecue?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Fantastic.
I love that place.
It's very good.
Yeah. And Jeremiah, I'm sorry I missed you at the funny phone. You were here not too long ago, right?
Somebody was there a while ago, yes.
This is the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And the J does not stand for Jeremiah. All right. So how much cocaine have you done in your life, Gabriel, living in Colombia? It's like it flows like water. You
Don't forget to think
look like a
about
young Ed Snorton.
Hebrew and Ashkenazi and Sephardic and Yiddish and English, all the translations and transliterations and stuff in parentheses. And also for stuff like sui generis.
Here in college. And then I was working on MGM film over the summer when I was an undergrad back in Columbia. And the grit and electrics, the people that are bringing up all the lights and stuff. I found out a few weeks into the shoot that all of them, not a single one of them, doesn't do cocaine. And I got really
No, Doug, you're not putting the Hebrew and the English and transliterations or whatever the word spot. Any word that is not English, in parentheses, put the Hebrew, comma, the Ashkenazi transliteration, comma, the Sephardic transliteration, semicolon, the Yiddish
That's great that you were self-aware enough to notice that you were losing control.
the Yiddish transliteration,
Like that,
semicolon,
completely oblivious
and
to how
English
disgusting
translation.
and filthy they let their
You
lives
want to do
be.
this for everything that is not an English word,
But then again, you live in Syracuse, New
but
York,
don't
so
do it for
you're
anything
at bottom all the time.
that is an English word that a regular English speaker would understand. And you don't have to do this for
So what do you
people's
do
names.
for fun? Tell us
Thank
more
you.
about your hobbies and stuff, Gabe.
Hobbies have kind of slowed down significantly since quarantine, for everyone, I guess that's been the case. But I was a pretty avid rock climber right before this happened. There's a pretty cool rock climbing gym here in Syracuse that I
Yeah, but that's fine, but you can put Ashkenazi colon, Sephardic colon, and
I did that for a few years, like to the point where I was.
you don't have to shorten it.
I'm surprised they have a rock climbing gym there, because like I said, in Syracuse, everywhere is rock bottom.
Do you think you'll move out, like go out west eventually, or
Yo,
you like living here?
What motor
you
class were you?
don't have to shorten Ashkenazi and Sephardic. You can put the whole word. We're not paying for paper here. And you can put Yiddish, and you can put English. It's fine.
Were you thinking about heading Buffalo? Upstate New York jokes, people. I don't even know. I think Syracuse is east of Buffalo, right? Yeah, Buffalo's like top left, sort of.
Yeah. Syracuse is almost like smack middle of the state.
For sure. You ever make it down to the city?
Yeah. New York City's one of my favorite places.
How often? I always wonder that about people that live in upstate New York, because I would be taking that trip as often as humanly possible if I lived anywhere around there.
Yeah, I unfortunately didn't make it down as much as I
Parentheses.
It's
Hebrew
a very
text,
expensive place even to just visit for a
comma,
little bit.
Ashkenazi transliteration, comma, Sephardic transliteration, semicolon, Yiddish text, comma, Yiddish transliteration, semicolon, English definition, close semicolon. And within each of these, you can write out the whole word Ashkenazi colon. It shouldn't be assumed.
Would you prefer both?
Tony's like,
Right. Yeah, because you're a doctor, I can see why you choose for Anthony. That's a very highly spoken about thing amongst Anthonys. Most Anthonys, first of all, Anthonys are very rare, but all Tonys are actually Anthonys. A lot of people are always surprised when I call them.
Pretend that someone who reads this has never read any other languages other than English. You have to put Hebrew colon and then the Hebrew text, or else they won't know what that means.
Okay, we can go no mass. We can run over our faces as some president wants. So I like it.
What's your love life like, Gabe? You see you have a couple laptops behind you. I'm guessing a lot of fucking doggy porn going on up there?
a lot of pickup porn. That's my niche. That's my thing.
Pickup porn, what is that? Sex with a pickup truck?
Are you talking about carry porn?
Carry porn?
Never mind.
No,
kettle corn.
Where guys want stuff.
Go ahead.
Where guys walk around and they literally pick up women to have sex with them, like, you know, within the hour or two.
Like a bank roll kind of thing.
Real life at a bar.
Yeah, that's just usually fake. I wish that pickup porn was real.
It is usually.
That's how Fauci gets it.
It's always funny to me when you're like, that porn's fake, because, like, all of it, you know, all of it's real hiccups that might produce. There's nobody that's just like, I wish hooking up and filming it and uploading normal sex.
Put the sources next to the point in the body of the paragraph, not at the bottom, please.
He watched the movie Wall-E and he's like, something's fishy about this. I don't think it's real. I'm not sure if these people, these robots are actually.
No way this Star Wars shit happened, or else we would have found these other planets. Alright.
Well, real to me, guys. It's real to me.
I love it, Gabe. Anything else we should know about you before we move forward?
So when I was preparing for this, it's not even necessarily about me, but when I was gearing up for this call, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Red Bar X Scars Club. I don't know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys did to this poor guy, but he did a pretty embarrassing, like, hour and a half review of your quick 30-minute documentary, the Roadkill documentary. I just don't know about it. It's, I don't know. I thought you guys might have found it interesting, but he is obsessed with you guys. And, like,
yes, we know. Thank you so much. There you go. Yes, we definitely know that. Thank you, Gabe. Gabe with some breaking news. Gabe O'Byrne, everyone. He's on Instagram at Obey Gabe. There it was.
Never let it go. You only get one shot to mark that your chance flows. Opportunity comes once in a lifetime.
You better. Gabe O'Byrne. Alright, we're going to keep it moving along. As always, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, Whitney Lee. Here's Whitney Lee.
I can feel my face when I'm with you.
But I love it. Hey.